This is supposed to be a world where everyone is sailing to survive, instead of everyone else desperately paddling rafts, scavenging for supplies, and upgrading their boats at sea. They rely on fishing and opening treasure chests to gradually accumulate resources to survive. They also have to constantly guard against attacks from sea monsters and other creatures. A single misstep can lead to instant death. But this man spent his days throwing parties on the aircraft carrier, embracing beautiful female classmates, and indulging in unrestrained pleasure. At night, he would even hold his gorgeous homeroom teacher and study genetics. All of this happened because Yi Lin went on a sea trip with his classmates after graduation. No one expected that their ship would suddenly encounter a hurricane, and the entire vessel would be swallowed up instantly. Before they could even scream, they were all transported to another world. Here, everyone starts with only a raft and must constantly collect resources to upgrade their raft into a boat in order to survive on this vast sea. But at night, terrifying sirens and monsters would appear and hunt down humans. Fortunately, everyone has a certain probability of awakening a talent of random level. However, what others awaken is either maximum life skills or maximum cooking skills. Yi Lin, however, was the only one who awakened a ridiculously overpowered SSS-level talent right from the start. Many children, many blessings. As long as a beautiful woman gives birth to his offspring, he can receive a special reward. Just then, an unidentified creature suddenly leaped out of the distant sea, the splashing water even reaching them. What is that? Could it be a monster? The crowd erupted in commotion. They quickly realized their situation was dire, and several timid girls burst into tears. Just then, a mechanical voice rang in everyone's minds. Sector A, number 749, initiating random captain selection. Drawing in progress. Drawing complete. Sector A, number 749, Captain Yi Lin. Class teacher Jiang Shuiyin spoke first. Yi Lin, now that you become the captain, you must take responsibility. We will fully cooperate. Baya was the first to raise her hand in support, and the others echoed her sentiments. Class monitor, we support you. Class monitor, please protect him well. Yi Lin was dealing with the situation when he suddenly felt someone press close to his arm. He turned around and saw Hua Qing. This charming and shrewd girl was all smiles, making him momentarily uneasy. Seeing this, Baya immediately scolded. You vixen, stay away from him. She then pinched Yi Lin hard. Yi Lin cried out in pain, while Baya blushed under everyone's gaze, pretending to be nonchalant. Just as the atmosphere quieted down, a cry of surprise erupted from the crowd. I've awakened my talent. One girl excitedly demonstrated her ability, D-rank talent, size control. After trying to use it, she found it had no effect and finally said helplessly, it seems to only work on weapons. Hearing this, some girls' expressions became complicated. As she spoke, the others also began to check their own talents, and the raft instantly became noisy. Jiang Shuyin spoke up to stop them. Everyone be quiet. In this situation, only by uniting can we survive. Her gaze swept over everyone, and her tone was calm. Those who have awakened their talents, please explain your abilities one by one so that we can make arrangements later. I'll go first. I have the A-level talent, Insight, which allows me to see item information and danger warnings. Shang Lingling timidly said, Teacher, I am a B rank, Healing Light. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Jiwei calmly replied, Mine is an S rank, Chosen One. Its skill is to copy items and randomly double their value, once a day, but there are limitations. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this, and many cast envious glances. Just then, a cold voice rang out. S-rank talent ghostly guest. It was Xiemu Xuan, the aloof school beauty, who spoke without further explanation. Baya also spoke up. My talent is S-level, Heavenly Secrets, which is equivalent to an intelligence system, once a day. After speaking, she looked at Yi Lin. Yeezy, what about you? All eyes were on Yi Lin. He hesitated for a moment, then smiled wryly. My talent is a bit special. Jiang Shuiyin encouraged him gently. It's okay, just say it, we're a team. Yi Lin took a deep breath and said directly, SSS-level talent. Many children, many blessings. Each time you have sex, you become stronger, and there's an extra reward for each offspring conceived. The moment he finished speaking, the entire room erupted in chaos. This is outrageous. This is utterly indecent. Baya glared at him, embarrassed and angry. while the others joined in the discussion. Jiang Shuiyin said seriously, "Yilin, you can't act recklessly. You must get the other party's consent." Yilin nodded. "Don't worry, I won't force anyone." She hesitated for a moment, then added, "If someone volunteers, it's also a contribution to the team." Upon hearing this, many girls lowered their heads. Someone whispered encouragement to Shang Lingling, whose face flushed red, clearly hesitant. Just then, Baya gritted her teeth, lowered her head, and raised her hand. Seeing this, Hua Qing couldn't help but tease. "You said you didn't like the class monitor? But now you're taking the initiative, aren't you?" Baya immediately retorted, "I'm doing this for the team." Her tone became more and more firm, as if she had even convinced herself. Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Yilin interrupted them directly. "Enough. I am the captain. Listen to me." His expression was serious. "The newbie protection period is less than 3 days left. We must collect supplies as soon as possible." These words calmed everyone down. Yilin looked at Baya. "Little Bai, use your heavenly secrets." Baya gave a light hum, summoning a star map. A flash of light appeared, and information emerged. Prophet 1. Excellent treasure chest 1,000 meters to the east. Prophet 2. Monsters may be encountered tonight. Proper handling may yield rewards. Yilin frowned. The treasure chest is 1,000 meters away, but we can't control its direction at all. Hua Qing sneered from the side. "You make it sound so amazing, but it's just a gossip function." Baya immediately got angry. "You don't even have the talent. What right do you have to speak?" Just then, Xia Zhuwei suddenly shouted, "Look, everyone, what's that?" Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing and saw an ordinary treasure chest floating in front of the raft, gently bumping into it and causing the raft to sway slightly. Yilin's eyes lit up, and he immediately fished the treasure chest out of the sea and tossed it to Xia Zhuwei. Just as she was about to open it, Yilin reminded her, "Try using your skill first. See if you can double the reward." Xia Zhuwei then realized what was happening and quickly crouched down to use her talent. Soon, her panel displayed, "Treasure chest cannot be duplicated." She shook her head helplessly, and Baya nodded as well. "That's normal. It would be too outrageous if it could be copied." The treasure chest was opened, revealing only a bottle of mineral water and a piece of bread. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Then complaints erupted. "How can we survive on this little bit? The resources are far too meager." Xia Zhuwei wanted to comfort everyone and was about to use her talent when Yilin stopped her. "Don't rush. We can wait." She looked up at Yilin and met his burning gaze. Her face turned red, and she quickly lowered her head. Yilin put the water and bread into his spatial storage and casually opened the system panel. Unlike others, he had 2 captain-exclusive functions, the trading market and the construction panel. He first checked his attribute panel. 86% health, 12 constitution, 13 agility, and 11 spirit, slightly stronger than the average person. This was related to his regular fitness training. His condition was quite good. He then glanced at the chat channel. Some were asking for food, some were sharing treasure chest information, and others were asking for help. Yilin didn't look at them much and simply closed the chat. They found a few more ordinary treasure chests, but the supplies were still pitifully scarce. Jiang Shuiyin couldn't help but say, "If this continues, we won't be able to hold on." Under the scorching sun, everyone was on the verge of collapse from the heat. Just as Yilin was about to take out the last bottle of water for everyone, Shang Lingling excitedly shouted. Everyone looked over and saw that she was holding a treasure chest that glowed with green light, and its quality was clearly higher. Baya said hoarsely, "This is the kind mentioned in the prophet's words." Everyone immediately crowded around, placing all their hopes on this treasure chest. Shang Lingling's palms were sweating with nervousness. She subconsciously wanted to hand the treasure chest to Yilin, but everyone persuaded her not to. "You open it. You have the best luck." Yilin also nodded in agreement. She gritted her teeth and opened the treasure chest. When the light faded, inside were 300 wood, 2 threads, 20 stones, 1 fishing rod blueprint. There was no food, and the atmosphere instantly fell silent. Shang Lingling's eyes reddened, and she kept apologizing. Yilin patted her head. "You had good luck. Everyone give us a round of applause." Although the crowd didn't understand, they still clapped along. Yilin immediately opened the construction panel, checked the raft's information, and directly consumed 200 wood to upgrade it. Soon, the planks automatically assembled, and a small wooden hut appeared in the center of the raft. In just over 10 seconds, the sun-shaded hut was complete, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hua Qing leaned against the doorway and exclaimed, "Finally, we don't have to be exposed to the scorching sun anymore." Yilin didn't stop. He checked the fishing rod blueprint again. It said it could be used to fish for treasure chests, so he immediately chose to learn it. A fishing rod option appeared in the crafting panel. He crafted a fishing rod on the spot, and then called over the weakened Xiaozhi Wei. She came over, her voice weak. "What is it?" Yilin handed her the last bottle of water. "You drink this." She shook her head and refused. "This is the last water. We can't waste it." Yilin said directly, "It's not about wasting it. I need your help." After saying that, he handed her the fishing rod, stared at her, and said, "Use your talent to give this fishing rod a critical hit." Xiaozhi Wei was taken aback. Although she didn't know Yilin's plan, she chose to trust him. She activated her talent, and a golden light enveloped the fishing rods. A few minutes later, she sent 40 fishing rods to Yilin through the chat channel. Yilin was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected them to have even figured out this function. The two entered the wooden house, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Jiang Xuanchuan asked, "Class monitor, is there another treasure chest?" Yilin shook her head and said, "No, but we can fish for treasure chests now." After he finished speaking, he distributed the fishing rods and briefly explained how to use them. Everyone instantly became excited and rushed out of the wooden house to try them out, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Only Yu Xiaoruan and Long Ichio remained inside, each with their own distinct personality. Yilin closed the door and went to the platform outside. More than 40 people were fishing together, and every now and then someone would catch a treasure chest. He remembered that the intelligence mentioned that there might be danger at night, so he found a corner to sit down and fish silently. Jiang Shuyan walked over and sat down next to him, saying softly, "Thank you, Yilin." Yilin smiled and said, "This is all thanks to everyone." The two chatted briefly, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward, and Jiang Shuyan quickly made an excuse to leave. As dusk fell, the temperature plummeted. Yilin immediately called everyone back to the cabin and closed the wooden door tightly. The cabin was small, and with so many people, it felt incredibly crowded, and the smells became complicated. He asked everyone to make room in the middle, and Jiang Xian placed the treasure chest she had collected that afternoon in the center. There were 13 in total, 12 ordinary and 1 excellent. Everyone's eyes turned to Shang Lingling. The regular chests were quickly opened, yielding wood, bread, and mineral water, enough to last the night. Next, the superior chest was opened. With a click, a dagger and some basic materials were found inside. Yilin gripped the dagger, feeling a significant increase in strength. He opened his attribute panel and discovered an additional bonus to his physique, finally understanding the reason. Without further delay, he distributed the food and water evenly. After distributing the supplies, there was 1 portion for every 2 people. Baya handed Yilin her unfinished bread, saying, "I couldn't eat any more. That's why I gave it to you." Yilin looked at her and whispered thank you. Jiang Shuan looked at the two of them and reminded them, "The newbie protection period is about to end. We must improve our strength as soon as possible." Everyone subconsciously looked at Yilin and Baya, and the atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. The corner spot was given up, the lights dimmed, and the wooden cabin fell silent. Baya leaned close to Yilin and whispered, "How about we forget about it?" Yilin smiled and retorted, "Have you liked me all along?" Baya initially denied it, but seeing Yilin about to leave, she quickly hugged him, saying, "Don't go, I like you. I've liked you for a long time." Their relationship quickly heated up, and the others in the room could only silently endure the awkwardness. In the darkness of night, someone stood with their back to the wall, silently weeping, afraid to make a sound. At the same time, Yilin's talent was triggered, his attributes began to improve, and both his physique and mental strength were enhanced. After a long while, Baya, exhausted, gasped, "I can't go on." Yilin then stopped to let her rest. He checked the panel and found that all her attributes had significantly increased, and her strength had improved once again. But just then, a loud bang shattered the silence as the wooden door was violently pounded on. Everyone, already sleepless, became agitated, and someone angrily shouted, "What's that outside?" Yilin said in a deep voice, "Quiet." Everyone immediately fell silent. The wooden door shook continuously, as if it would be kicked open at any moment. Yilin's heart tightened. He realized that he couldn't wait any longer and had to take the initiative. In the dimly lit wooden house, Yilin could hardly tell who was who, so he could only call out, "Anyone with a combat profession, come out." Soon, the figures gradually became clear. Siemu Xuan, with the S-rank talent Ghostly Guest, and the D-rank sailor, twins, Xiao Meng and Xiao Ying. Siemu Xuan can hide in the darkness, doubling the damage when attacking his weaknesses. Xiao Meng and Xiao Ying's physical constitution is doubled, and they can also provide him with additional attacks. Yilin turned to Jiang Shuiyin and instructed, "Teacher, wait for the door to open. Use your talent to find his weaknesses." She nodded in response, telling him to be careful. Without further hesitation, Yilin gripped his dagger and forcefully pushed open the wooden door. Lightning ripped through the night sky, illuminating their vision instantly. They saw a humanoid monster covered in tentacles standing on the raft, an extremely eerie sight. "Teacher," Yilin called out in a low voice. Jiang Shuyin immediately activated her A-level insight, golden light flashing in her eyes as she quickly reported the information. Health 500, Constitution 30, weakness at the back of the neck. Yilin was stunned after rushing out. The stats almost completely overwhelmed him, but he still gritted his teeth and charged forward, kicking the monster, only to be caught by its tentacles and flung back into the cabin, his health instantly dropping to 60%. Xiao Meng and Xiao Ying were too frightened to move, watching as the tentacles were about to pull them into the sea. At the critical moment, Siemu Xuan flashed behind the monster and stabbed at the back of its neck, but the tentacles blocked the attack, leaving only a shallow wound on her back. The damage was only 5 points, but the difference in constitution was too great. However, Yilin seized the opportunity when the monster turned around, rushed in from the side, and stabbed it hard in a vital spot, directly taking away 30 points of health. He grinned and shouted to the twins, "Don't stand there, help." The two immediately used a rope to lasso the monster's head, and with the constitution bonus, they barely managed to restrain it. The direct confrontation remained difficult, with the tentacles lashing out relentlessly. Siemu Xuan circled behind again, her dagger piercing precisely into the back of the neck. With a splat, black blood spurted out, and the monster's health continued to drop. Strangely, the monster remained fixated on Yilin. Even with its neck threatened, it used its tentacles to protect its vitals, relentlessly pursuing him as if it had chosen its target. Yilin's health was down to 30%, and a chill ran through him. This is really the end. He could only desperately dodge, keeping aggro on himself to buy Siemu Xuan time to deal damage. The battle gradually turned into a war of attrition. Everyone took turns attacking, and those who were injured retreated to heal. Shang Lingling's healing light was almost completely drained, and the team was essentially trading health for health. At the critical moment, Xiaoming used a rope to pull Yi Lin back, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Even Bai Ye, whose steps were unsteady, gritted her teeth and joined the battle. Everyone was desperately trying to hold back the monster. Health points continued to drop. 300, 156, 89. Yilin seized the moment when the monster turned its back to him again, his eyes flashing with killing intent, and he hurled his dagger straight at a vital point. Tentacle monster's HP, 60 to 60. The monster suddenly froze, then collapsed to the ground with a thud, the battle finally over. System notifications rang out in succession. First kill at the base, all allies restored. Attributes +5, Yilin received an extra reward. But he only felt a wave of nausea. His vision went black, and he fainted. When he woke up again, it was already morning. The cabin was crowded with people, and Jiang Shuiyin only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was all right. Yilin briefly inquired about the situation. The reward from last night had been distributed, and everyone had recovered and been strengthened. He waved for everyone to disperse, lay down again, and opened his spatial backpack. Tentacle monster food, octopus tentacles, and various rewards came into view. Yilin's lips twitched. This warehouse is basically useless. He decided to check the base information. Currently, the raft was only level 1, capable of holding 50 people. To upgrade, he needed a large amount of wood and stone. A new challenge was already before him. Yilin checked the upgrade requirements and found that he was still short of materials, but there was still plenty of time. He then opened the attribute panel, his gaze lingering on the various values, pondering the next direction for improvement. The panel showed that his constitution, agility, and spirit were all boosted, and he also had 10 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Yilin immediately added all the points to constitution, instantly raising the value to 30. A surge of heat coursed through his body, and he felt a surge of power, even a sense that he could easily handle the 2 tentacle monsters. After a short rest, he got up and walked out of the wooden house. The sea had now returned to calm, completely different from yesterday's raging waves. Yilin looked at Jiang Shuiyin and asked, "Teacher, have all the treasure chests been opened today?" Jiang Shuiyin nodded and transferred all resources except food and water to Yilin. This was a division of labor they had agreed upon beforehand. She was responsible for living supplies, and he was responsible for overall development. After acquiring the resources, Yilin immediately began upgrading the wooden house. A flash of white light appeared, the damaged wooden door disappeared, the entire structure was rebuilt, and a more exquisite and sturdy wooden house appeared before everyone. The damage from last night has been completely repaired. The new cabin is not only larger, but also has stone pillars for support, greatly improving its stability. More importantly, it now includes a fireplace and a table. This meant they could finally light a fire for warmth and no longer have to endure the cold. Looking at their newly renovated dwelling, everyone's spirits were clearly high, and they all gathered around Yilin. But when they saw the materials needed for the level 3 upgrade, they immediately felt discouraged. The amount of wood and stone was staggering, and rare materials and blueprints were also required, significantly increasing the difficulty. Yilin patted the girl next to him on the head and comforted her. "It's okay, we're already ahead of many people." These words quickly ignited everyone's fighting spirit, and they all continued to fish for treasure chests. Afterwards, Yilin called Baya, Xiajiwei, and Xiamushuan together. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment, but he quickly adjusted his state and took out 3 fragrant fruits from his spatial storage. These are talent advancement fruits, which can improve your talent levels. The 3 stared at the fruits, and Baya was the first to shake her head. "You eat them. You're more important." Xiajiwei didn't move, but Xiamushuan picked up the fruit without hesitation and swallowed it directly. Seeing this, Yilin said, "I'm already SSS level. I can't use it. If you don't eat it, you'll just be dragging me down." Hearing this, the 2 stopped refusing and each picked up a fruit to absorb. Yilin sat by the raft and opened the trading market to look for useful resources. After browsing around and finding nothing suitable to exchange, he listed the tentacle monster meat. He thought no one would pay attention, but to his surprise, someone contacted him very quickly. The other party proposed exchanging a level 3 freshwater blueprint for a hidden rule. Yilin weighed the options and immediately agreed. He'd get the blueprint and information for free, a sure win. After the transaction, a rule appeared before him. If the captain dies, the entire crew will perish at sea. Upon seeing this, Yilin's expression instantly changed. He couldn't help but recall the dangerous scene from yesterday, and cold sweat broke out on his brow. Realizing the weight of his responsibility, he quickly returned to the cabin to confirm that the 3 were still absorbing the energy and there were no abnormalities. Jiang Shuin noticed the change in his demeanor and asked, "What happened?" Yilin didn't say much, but his expression became even more resolute. He needed to become stronger as quickly as possible. He pulled Jiang Shuiyin inside and showed her the rules. She was visibly taken aback after reading them, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a cough came from behind him. Yilin turned around and saw that Baya and the other 2 had woken up and were staring at him. "You're awake? I'll go fish for treasure chests for you," he said, then quickly slipped out of the cabin, changing the subject. Once outside, he noticed Yu Xiaowan and Long Ichio were still huddled in a corner fishing. He then realized he had forgotten to prepare clothes for them. So he hurriedly went to the trading post and changed them into 2 sets of clothes. The 2 accepted the clothes. Although they didn't fit perfectly, they were still very grateful. Yilin then gathered everyone together and truthfully explained the hidden rules to them. After a brief silence, Baya patted her chest and said, "Easy, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." The others echoed her sentiments, expressing their willingness to protect him together. Seeing the determined expressions on everyone's faces, Yilin's lips curled up slightly, and he felt more confident. Baya suddenly hugged Yilin excitedly and announced loudly, "My talent has been upgraded. It's now SS level, Heavenly Secret." Everyone was stunned and crowded around to ask about the change. Some even jokingly asked if she could predict people's deaths from afar. Baya proudly raised her chin. Besides profit, I also have a new skill, change of fortune. Yilin was curious about what kind of effect her so-called change of fortune had, and his eyes were fixed on her movements. Baya closed her eyes, summoned the star map, and a golden light fell upon Yilin. Everyone saw the words Xiao Ji appear above his head before disappearing into his body. Yilin vaguely sensed a strange change, but it quickly vanished. Baya explained, I can change my fortune to slightly auspicious, neutral, or slightly inauspicious. Yu Xiaowan tilted her head and asked, can it be changed to very auspicious? Baya was immediately embarrassed and whispered, it seems not. Everyone burst into laughter. Yilin waved his hand, signaling Baya to continue with the main business. She nodded and activated the star map again, and new information appeared. Prophet 1. A rare treasure chest is located 5,000 meters away. Prophet 2. Keeping doors and windows closed at night will prevent casualties. Yilin glanced at them and then looked away. These two skills weren't needed for the time being. He turned to look at Xia Jiwei. Xia Jiwei said softly, I also have a skill called Item Selection, which allows me to choose one of 3 items each day. As she finished speaking, a bottle of milk appeared in her hand. The crowd immediately exclaimed in surprise. This is too strong. She's simply a woman of destiny. Amidst the praise, Xia Jiwei blushed slightly and lowered her head shyly. Yilin took out 5 talent fruits from his spatial storage and placed them on the table. His tone was serious. Those who awaken their combat talents by eating these fruits must assume combat responsibilities. With only 1 day left in the protection period, he had to build up his fighting force as soon as possible. Before the words were even finished, Long Ichio stepped forward and declared, I'll eat it. She swallowed the fruit with a swift and decisive motion. The next second, to everyone's astonishment, she shrunk into a giant egg radiating golden light. Yilin was completely bewildered and could only carry the egg to a corner. Before he could even react, Yu Xiaowan raised her hand. Me too. After eating the fruit, her body instantly swelled to 2 meters tall, almost touching the roof. Once she was back to normal, she excitedly exclaimed, a level talent, giant. But the scene fell silent. It wasn't until someone reminded her, your clothes are all torn, that Yu Xiaowan realized what had happened and, embarrassed, quickly hid behind Jiang Shuyan. The remaining fruit was consumed by Hua Qing, Jiang Xuanchuan, and Li Xiangyan. Jiang Xuanchuan awakened the B-level Sagittarius. Li Xiangyan obtained the C-level Copper Skin and Iron Bones, and Hua Qing slowly opened her eyes after a moment. Her eyes softened, carrying a strange allure. Yilin was momentarily dazed. Hua Qing smiled and pinched his cheek. Class monitor, I was just testing my new talent. S-rank, White Fox, spiritual power 25, she said softly. Yilin nodded in agreement. Indeed, very strong. Before he could finish speaking, Baya rushed in and pulled Hua Qing away. Don't seduce my boyfriend. After a brief period of chaos, Yilin began processing his resources. He took out the level 3 freshwater blueprint he had just acquired through a trade, only to find that he was still short of materials, so he had to continue searching in the trade channel. Just as he was about to continue, Jiang Shuan suddenly ran in from outside, her expression excited. Yilin, a rare treasure chest. Yilin immediately rushed out of the wooden house. A delicate treasure chest floated beside the raft. Baya, hands on her hips, said smugly, I caught this. Yilin couldn't help but retort. You have such bad luck. How could you catch something like this? Before he could finish speaking, she tackled him to the ground. The crowd gathered around and joked around, lightening the atmosphere considerably. After they'd had their fun, Yilin handed the opportunity to open the box to Shang Lingling. She nervously clasped her hands together, hesitating to make a move. Yilin, growing impatient, slapped her, hurry up. As the treasure chest opened, a flash of blue light revealed its contents. House upgrade blueprint, concentration jade pendant, mattress blueprint, chicken, refined iron greatsword glass. Yilin's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but give Shang Lingling a thumbs up. This haul was crucial. He carefully put away the supplies, then picked up the concentration jade pendant and examined it. He felt a surge of energy, and his mind became much clearer. Yilin held the jade pendant in his left hand and the fine iron broadsword in his right. He casually opened the attribute panel and saw that his constitution had been stacked to 45 points. Even he couldn't help but exclaim, "This damage is too fierce." This knife added a full 15 points to his constitution, and the concentration jade pendant could boost his mental strength every 7 days. He didn't hesitate to put the jade on, and his overall combat power increased again. Afterwards, he found Xia Wei and handed her the 2 pieces of glass to enhance. A flash of golden light, and the quantity was exactly 10 pieces. Yilin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The freshwater device could finally be completed. He entered the wooden hut and immediately constructed a level 3 freshwater device in a corner. A flash of white light appeared, and a device resembling a water dispenser materialized, with water droplets constantly condensing and dripping from its top. Watching this, Yilin finally felt relieved. Even if I don't catch any treasure chests, I won't die of thirst. The resource pressure was finally eased a bit. He sat down to check his backpack. It was piled high with materials, including a fishing rod, weapons, and several blueprints. He then decided to study the mattress blueprints, but upon checking the materials, he realized he was missing everything except wood. Thinking about how uncomfortable it would be to sleep on the floor that night, he immediately ran to the trading market to exchange for materials. After some fuss, he laid 2 layers of planks in the cabin and then set up a mattress. Just as he was about to try lying down, he was suddenly pushed from behind, and he fell directly onto the bed. Before he could react, he felt a soft touch on his back. Yilin turned around and froze on the spot. The one who had ambushed him was Long Ichio. She had awakened at some point, and her entire demeanor had changed drastically, even her appearance. Her red hair was flowing down her shoulders, and faint scales appeared on her skin, shimmering red in the light. She even had a tail wrapped around Yilin's leg. Long Ichio licked her lips, her smile somewhat dangerous. "Class monitor, I've awakened the SSS talent, Dragon Girl. Isn't that amazing?" Her tone was tinged with pride and obvious aggression. Yilin, pinned down by her, felt his body temperature rise and couldn't help but say, "Let go first, I'll find you some clothes." But Long Ichio pressed herself against him. "Class monitor, I want it." Before she finished speaking, she kissed him. Faced with this advance, Yilin no longer held back, pinning her down, and the scene instantly spiraled out of control. At the same time, system notifications kept popping up, and his attributes slowly increased. The girls outside, hearing the commotion, were all stunned, then blushed deeply. Baya angrily slapped the sea with her fishing rod. "You jerk!" Some people covered their ears, while others boldly peeked through the crack in the door. It wasn't until the afternoon that Yilin finally lay on the bed, catching his breath. He was somewhat alarmed by Long Ichio's constitution. If he hadn't been constantly getting stronger, he almost wouldn't have been able to withstand it. He glanced at the sleeping Long Ichio, her alluring figure almost arousing him again, but quickly averted his gaze and opened the trade channel instead. He casually bought 2 sets of clothes and placed them on the bedside table, then checked his attribute panel. His health had recovered to 99%, and his constitution, agility, and spirit had all significantly improved. His physique is now far superior to that of ordinary people, placing him among the top players. Keep in mind that many are still struggling below 20 points. As night fell, Jiang Shuyan led several girls into the wooden cabin. Their eyes lit up at the sight of the bed, but upon seeing Long Ichio's condition, they all looked away. Baya didn't seem to care at all and climbed onto the other side of the bed to sleep. Xia Wei stood to the side, her gaze towards Yilin somewhat complicated, but she remained silent. Jiang Shuyan sighed. "We tried all day, but we still couldn't start a fire, and we didn't get any supplies." Her tone was full of helplessness. Yilin nodded, about to speak, when he casually patted Long Ichio's bottom to wake her up. She had already returned to normal and could freely control her powers. Long Ichio groggily opened her eyes, instinctively snuggling deeper into the covers, looking languid and content. Yilin awkwardly woke Long Ichio up. Fortunately, the cabin was dimly lit, and no one noticed his expression. Long Ichio yawned and asked, "Class monitor, why did you call me?" His tone still carried a hint of misunderstanding. Yilin went straight to the point. "Didn't you awaken the dragon girl? What skills do you have? Can you start a fire?" Upon hearing this, Long Ichio immediately perked up and began to introduce her 3 skills. Her abilities are Flame Emperor Fist, Golden Scales, and Candle Dragon's Radiance, each stronger than the last. Yilin couldn't help but marvel after hearing this, never expecting that the awakening fruit could create such a level of combat talent. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Long Ichio conjured a flame in her palm, its intense heat spreading instantly. She lit the fire on the wood, and the flames quickly ignited, illuminating the wooden house. The crowd cheered. Jiang Xian smiled and skewered the chicken she had just obtained onto bamboo skewers, placing them over the fire. Yilin then took out the octopus tentacles to grill along with them, and the aroma quickly filled the entire wooden house. Although there were only 18 servings of food in total, they were divided among 42 people, ensuring that everyone could taste some meat. After eating, Yilin was surprised to find that the chicken and tentacles actually enhanced his mental strength and agility, respectively. Time passed slowly, and suddenly a torrential rain began to fall outside. The waves crashed against the wooden house, causing the raft to rock slightly. In the latter half of the night, everyone gradually fell asleep, and the surroundings became quiet. At that moment, a figure quietly rose and tiptoed to Xia Jiwei's side. By the firelight, she gazed at the other woman, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She reached out and gently stroked Xia Jiwei's face, her fingertips lingering at her lips, before leaning down to give her a soft kiss. After doing this, she quickly returned to her original position, but remained unable to calm down for a long time. Lying to the side, Yilin's lips curled slightly upward, and he murmured, "Interesting." Clearly, this scene hadn't escaped his notice. Just as dawn broke, Yilin got up early and stepped out of the wooden hut when he heard a scream. He looked closely and saw that Jiang Xian was leading a group of girls washing themselves by the raft. Everyone panicked and covered up, shouting, "Class monitor, you're being a pervert. You go in first." Yilin rubbed his nose, awkwardly retreating back into the house and closing the door behind him. He knew that the newbie protection period only had 1 day left. After drinking some water, he saw Xia Jiwei wake up, so he took out a large iron sword and handed it to her. "Help me copy this." Xia Jiwei took the sword and quickly duplicated 70 longswords. Yilin immediately listed these weapons on the trading market and began selecting equipment that could improve his overall strength. He quickly spotted a stone shield and a longbow, exchanging one of the swords for them, along with a shoe blueprint. The shield reduced damage, and the longbow boosted attributes, making them extremely cost-effective. He casually studied the blueprints, but discovered that making the shoes required a considerable amount of materials, so he had to temporarily abandon the idea. He continued browsing the market, preparing to further strengthen his team. Just then, a private message caught his attention. "Du Xing, brother, I have something good here." Yilin immediately became interested upon seeing the name. The other party took out a sweater pattern and mentioned that it had started snowing where they were. Yilin frowned slightly. There was clearly no snow outside, so it seemed the environment was different in different sea areas. After weighing the options, he still traded the blueprints for a rare, grade-fine iron greatsword. After the transaction, Du Xing was also stunned, marveling at Yilin's generosity. The two chatted briefly, confirming that the environments of their respective sea areas were vastly different, some even containing black water. Although the information was fragmented, it made Yilin realize that the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. When he sent another message, Du Xing had already stopped responding. Yilin stopped worrying about it, put away the panel, and began to think about how to deal with the impending danger. Yilin had absolutely no interest in the world chat area. Most of it was just nonsense. After learning the sweater pattern, he looked at Baya, who was still sleeping by the bed, and shouted, "Wake up! Are you a pig?" Baya was woken up and bit him with a resentful look. Yilin didn't mind and let her use Prophet to check the intelligence. She quickly got 2 pieces of information. There was a rare treasure chest 2 kilometers away, and tonight might not be peaceful. Yilin thought for a moment and figured the treasure chest was most likely the one mentioned yesterday. He glanced around the cabin. Most of the others had gone fishing, leaving only Long Ichio asleep by his still in bed, and Xia Jiwei, who had just entered. "Xia Jiwei, did you use your second skill?" Startled, the other person shook their head and immediately unleashed their skill, conjuring 3 items: bread, a towel, and nail clippers. The two exchanged a glance and unhesitatingly chose the nail clippers. "You go first. You go first." After a brief standoff, both couldn't help but laugh. Yilin pulled Xia Jiwei to sit on the edge of the bed, but her cheeks were flushed and her mind was a complete mess. In this situation, she even began to wonder if she should let things take their course. Xia Jiwei. She closed her eyes and whispered, "I can do it." Yilin was taken aback. "Can do what?" As he spoke, he took her hand and began trimming her nails. Xia Jiwei opened her eyes and was instantly overcome with embarrassment, quickly changing her mind and saying she could. Yilin simply smiled and then asked her to lift her foot. She was about to refuse when her foot was already placed on his lap and gently held, making her too nervous to move. After her nails were trimmed, she immediately pulled her foot back, intending to leave. But Yilin grabbed her, causing her to slip and fall directly into his arms. "So eager," Yilin whispered. "I trimmed your nails. Aren't you going to show some appreciation?" Xia Jiwei blushed to her ears, quickly kissed him on the cheek, and then ran out of the wooden house, as if fleeing. Yilin watched her retreating figure, about to laugh, when he heard a soft voice behind him. "Yizi, isn't she pretty?" He instinctively replied, "Pretty." He immediately regretted the words. I had already pressed down on him, a forced smile on her face. "Don't slap me in the face." The next second, she kissed him. Yilin didn't hold back, retaliating as well, and his attributes increased accordingly. At this moment, Long Ichio, who had just woken up, also joined in, making the scene somewhat chaotic. After everything was settled, Yilin checked his stats and saw a significant boost. Feeling refreshed, he walked out of the wooden house, stretched in the sea breeze, and found a quiet spot to start fishing. Soon, his fishing rod dipped, and he pulled up an ordinary treasure chest. Opening it, he found only wood and stones. Yilin's lips twitched. My luck is terrible. With over 7 hours of newbie protection remaining, he decided to browse the trading market. He quickly found a deal, exchanging a superior dagger for a wooden fence blueprint and the special material, illusory light sand crystal. After obtaining the materials, the base was immediately upgraded to a level 2 raft house, capable of accommodating 70 people. He then studied the blueprints and used timber to build a fence around the base, significantly improving security. Although he didn't watch the world chat, he had Jiang Shuiyin arrange for people to monitor the situation. After all, some people had already mentioned that if someone fell into the water and wasn't brought up in time, they could easily die. As night fell, Yilin was escorted back to his house by several girls. He didn't stand on ceremony, casually patting the bolder ones on the shoulder, creating a slightly ambiguous atmosphere. Jiang Shuiyin distributed food, again bread. After everyone finished eating, Yilin distributed the remaining dozens of fine iron broadswords. The trading market was too poor. These weapons couldn't be exchanged for anything good. He was too lazy to bother anymore, focusing only on one thing, ensuring the survival of his class. As for the others, they were none of his concern. Yilin distributed a large, finely crafted iron sword to each of them. The increased physical strength was sufficient for them to protect themselves at this stage. The girls, receiving weapons for the first time, chattered excitedly. He then walked up to Jiang Xuanchuan and Li Xiangyan, handing them the longbow and the stone shield respectively. After all, their talents were archer and defender, respectively, so this allocation was more suitable, and the two were very happy. Li Xiangyan even kissed Yilin on the cheek to express her gratitude. Yilin didn't say much and continued to distribute supplies to the others, quickly distributing almost all the equipment they had traded earlier. After making the arrangements, he reminded everyone, rest first. There's a high chance of a battle tonight. The crowd felt a mix of tension and anticipation, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. Time passed slowly, and outside, dark clouds gathered again, and a torrential downpour began. Inside the cabin, however, the firelight from the fireplace made it warm, and everyone huddled together, feeling a temporary sense of security. Just then, a system notification sounded, announcing the official end of the newbie protection period and the release of 2 new rules. Treasure chests can be obtained not only by floating, but also by fishing, and except for white treasure chests, they may be accompanied by danger. Before everyone could fully process the information, a strange roar suddenly came from outside the door, and many girls turned pale instantly. The atmosphere tensed up immediately. Yilin, however, did not hesitate. He knew very well that if they wanted to survive, they couldn't just wait passively. Don't be afraid. Even if we encounter another tentacle monster, we have a fighting chance. These words calmed everyone down. He led the way to the door, with Long Ichio and Siemu Xuan standing on either side, ready for battle. Baya activated her talent to buff Yilin, although she initially threw a minor misfortune, leaving everyone speechless. Unwilling to give up, she used her skill again, ultimately transforming into Little Lucky. However, she was also exhausted and collapsed onto the bed. Yilin didn't have time to worry about her and quickly arranged the formation. Li Xiangyin and Yu Xiaowan stood in the front row to tank damage. Jiang Xuanchuan and other ranged attackers provided damage from the back. Jiang Xuyan was in charge of command, and Shang Lingling was responsible for healing. The entire team instantly entered battle mode. Once everything was ready, Yilin flung open the wooden door. Standing outside were 4 fish-headed, human-bodied monsters, wielding harpoons and looking bizarre. Jiang Xuyan quickly read the information. These monsters were only at the minor disaster level, with low attributes and their weakness being their dorsal fins. Hearing this, Yilin laughed out loud. This level of strength posed no threat whatsoever. He simply lured 2 of them away, leaving them for the others to practice on. The remaining battle was directed by Jiang Xuyan, with the Xiangyin holding the shield at the forefront, while Yu Xiaowan charged in to engage in close combat. Jiang Xuanchuan provided support with arrows, but the monsters were fast and easily dodged. At the critical moment, the twin sisters intervened, subduing one of them, which was quickly killed by concentrated fire. On the other side, a fish-headed monster bypassed the front row and charged straight at Hua Qing. Her mental attacks were almost ineffective against this monster, and she was directly pierced in the abdomen by a fork. However, Shang Lingling healed her in time, and a green light enveloped her wound. After recovering, Hua Qing became completely enraged and swung her sword in a frenzied counterattack, although it was initially chaotic. With everyone's help, the fish-headed monster was finally controlled and killed. Hua Qing, still furious, stabbed the corpse a few more times to vent her anger. As the battle neared its end, Yilin returned to the front of the house with the 2 monsters outside and quickly finished them off. As soon as he landed, Hua Qing rushed up and hugged him, looking aggrieved and crying out in pain. Yilin pushed her aside, letting Shang Lingling continue the treatment. Jiang Xuyan walked over, asking expectantly, "How did I do?" "Very good." Yilin nodded in approval, while collecting the dropped items. The reward wasn't generous, only some fish and ordinary weapons, but at least it replenished their food. The heavy rain outside continued, and everyone quickly returned to the cabin, gathering again by the firelight. "The rest of you should go and rest. There shouldn't be any trouble tonight," Yilin instructed. Those who hadn't participated in the fighting nodded and found places to lie down. He, on the other hand, took off his soaking wet trousers, wrung them out, and hung them over the fire to dry. The girls, soaked by the rain, were momentarily at a loss, their faces slightly flushed. Long Ichio, however, didn't seem to care and simply followed Yi Lin's example, taking off her clothes to dry them. Jiang Xuyan forced herself to remain calm. "Take them off. You'll easily get sick if you stay wet." Then she started doing the same. The firelight flickered, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Yu Xiaowan asked blankly, "Will you still catch a cold after awakening your talent?" Hua Qing casually replied, "I don't know, but you definitely won't sleep well if you're wet." As she spoke, she started drying clothes, and the others followed suit. Siemu Xuan, however, only glanced at the scene before walking to a corner to rest, completely unconcerned about the dampness on her body. As night deepened, everyone quickly fell into a deep sleep. Just as dawn broke, Yilin was urgently awakened by Xia Jiwei. "Something's wrong. There's a monster." He immediately rushed out of the wooden house, only to find the sea still calm, and frowned as he looked at her. Xia Jiwei quickly explained, "It's by Ye's intelligence. There are 3 crocodile monsters 2,000 meters ahead of us." Yilin breathed a sigh of relief. At their current speed, it would take at least another hour before they made contact. He took a sip of water, then handed the illusionary sand crystal to Xia Jiwei. "Upgrade the raft first." While she was working on it, Yilin opened the world channel and discovered that many people had encountered monsters in the early morning and suffered heavy casualties. At this moment, Du Xing kept sending messages, and Yilin simply replied, "Not dead." The two quickly started negotiating a deal. The other party had a rare treasure chest and wanted to exchange it for weapons. After some haggling, Yilin traded 2 fine iron greatswords for the treasure chest. Once he got it, He immediately called Shang Lingling and told the others to keep their distance in case a monster was unearthed. The treasure chest was opened, thankfully without any danger. 100 metal blocks, 1,000 wool, 20 animal hides, 1 needle and thread. These materials made Yi Lin's eyes light up. They were enough to craft clothing and equipment. Immediately afterward, Xia Jiwei completed her upgrade and handed over a large amount of illusory light crystals. Yi Lin no longer hesitated and directly upgraded the raft. Golden light shone, and the entire structure began to change. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the raft was expanded, its exterior transformed into a stone platform, making it resemble a real boat more closely. The wooden cabin was also upgraded to resemble a house with blue-tiled roofs, significantly increasing its space. Everyone excitedly rushed into the room, only to find that the original layout had been completely changed. The two sides had become large communal sleeping areas. A long table had been added in the middle, and there was even a makeshift stove. Yu Xiaowan was the first to jump on, exclaiming with delight, "It's warm." The others tentatively checked it out and quickly showed relaxed expressions. Finally, we could get a good night's sleep. While everyone was still getting used to the new environment, someone noticed a new private room in the corner. It was quite spacious, clearly a separate space. The group immediately cheered. The class monitor has a private room. Some people tested the soundproofing and found the sound significantly reduced, revealing knowing smiles. Yilin could only shake his head helplessly. Soon, someone else exclaimed in surprise from inside the room. Everyone gathered around and discovered a bathtub made of iridescent crystal. Jiang Shuiyin confirmed after inspection. This is a bathtub. She couldn't hide her excitement. After all, they'd only been able to do a simple cleaning for so many days. She immediately restored order. Quiet. This room is assigned by Yilin. Anyone who doesn't listen won't get to use the bathtub. Looking at the group of girls with expectant faces, Yilin said, "You can take a shower if you want, but starting tomorrow, you'll have to take turns." Yu Xiaowan immediately wailed, "We have to wait in line." Bai said irritably, "It's good enough if we can even take a shower." Everyone echoed her. Yilin raised his hand to signal for quiet. "I'll prepare the water for the showers at noon. Teacher will go first." Jiang Xuan was slightly taken aback, clearly surprised, but she didn't refuse. Yilin checked the time and realized that more than half an hour had passed, and they were getting closer and closer to the monster. Just then, Xia Mushuan walked into the house from the platform, her tone indifferent. "Something's up." Yilin immediately led his men outside, where they saw 3 crocodile monsters standing on a floating beach not far away. The relaxed atmosphere vanished instantly. The group quickly formed ranks, gripped their weapons, and stared ahead. As the distance closed, the crocodile monster on the other side spotted them and let out a piercing roar across the water. Some of the timid girls were trembling, but none of them backed down. Jiang Shuiyin quickly gathered information and reported the data. 1 light, grade golden crocodile, 2 ordinary crocodile men, and pointed out their weaknesses. Yilin decisively arranged the tactics. Ichio and Xiemu Xuan are in one group. Teacher will lead the others to fight one. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 sides clashed, and all 3 monsters charged forward simultaneously. Yilin suddenly exerted his strength, kicking the golden crocodile out of the main battlefield, then pursued it with his sword. He was extremely fast, almost brushing against its body, his long sword constantly falling. The golden crocodile tried to retaliate, but couldn't even touch Yilin. Blades flashed repeatedly, its health steadily declining. Overwhelmed by the speed difference, it had almost no chance to fight back. On the other side, Long Ichio activated her skill, dragon scales covering her entire body, her physique soaring to terrifying levels. She rained down punches, pinning the crocodile man to the ground and beating it mercilessly. Charging up her power, she unleashed a flaming blaze fist on her opponent's head, unleashing a burst of dragon's might that severely injured the crocodile man on the spot. Then the power within her exploded, instantly killing him completely. At the same time, Xiemu Xuan transformed in a black mist and activated Shadow Stream, instantly passing through the crocodile man's line of sight and appearing behind him the next second. The monster's body disintegrated, turning into a pile of white bones. The battle ended swiftly, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Xiemu Xuan remained silent, turning and returning to her room as if it had nothing to do with her. Jiang Shuiyin then spoke. "Everyone, clean up." The others snapped out of their daze and began clearing the battlefield. Yilin, meanwhile, collected all the fallen crocodile skin, bones, meat, and magic cores into his spatial storage. He casually opened the chat channel to inquire about the uses of magic cores, but only received vague answers. The other party even offered to trade a superior fishing rod, which Yilin completely ignored. He then checked the construction panel. The raft had already been upgraded to level 3, but the resources required for level 4 were extremely high, impossible to achieve in a short time, so he had to give up for the time being. Yilin then turned to crafting daily necessities, making sweaters and shoes from the materials. The shoes automatically conformed to his feet after he put them on, which pleased him greatly. He stored the rest in his spatial storage for later use. Next, he traded for towels and soap at the market and placed them next to the bathtub, thus completing his basic living conditions. On the other side, Jiang Shuyan had arranged for people to grill fish and crocodile meat. After preparing the food, she knocked on the door and called out, "Yilin, dinner is ready." Yilin came out and sat down, while the others dispersed around him. Hua Qing, biting into a piece of fish, looked at him and asked, "Class monitor, what are we going to do without a change of clothes?" Baya frowned and echoed, "Yeah, they all smell a bit." Even the usually timid Shang, Lingling, nodded quietly. Yilin casually joked, "Wash them clean and hang them to dry. It'll be fine if you don't wear them for a day." As soon as he said this, the girls' faces instantly turned red, and the atmosphere became awkward. After lunch, Yilin went outside to continue fishing. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian was busy pouring hot water in a bathtub, working for quite a while before closing the door to prepare for a bath. She took off her clothes, slowly soaked in the water, and let out a long sigh. "It's been so long since I've had a bath, it feels so good." Then she carefully washed her body and hair, completely relaxing. After a while, Jiang Xian got up, washed her clothes, dried herself with the towel Yilin had prepared, washed the towel, and put it back in its place before opening the door and coming out. The girls waiting outside quickly went in to take over. Jiang Shuyan sat by the stove, drying clothes while adding firewood and boiling water. The other girls couldn't help but look on with envy at her figure. Yilin noticed this and walked over to sit down beside her. Jiang Shuyan, seeing it was him, instinctively covered herself, a little nervous. "Why are you here?" Yilin smiled, "Just checking if I needed any help." He then took the clothes from her hands and moved them closer to the fire to dry. This action instantly made Jiang Shuyan's cheeks flush. She tried to take her clothes back, but Yilin gently grasped her wrist. He asked in a low voice, "Teacher, do you dislike me?" Jiang Shuyan quickly shook her head. "No, you are the teacher's favorite student." Yilin said casually, "Then don't refuse me." Jiang Shuyan was at a loss for words and could only nod in agreement. The two stood very close, and the atmosphere gradually became subtle. Time passed slowly, and the clothes dried. Seeing that no one was around, Yilin said softly, "Teacher, let me help you put them on." Jiang Shuyan was taken aback. She wanted to refuse, but hesitated. Before she could react, Yilin was already standing behind her, straightening her clothes. His movements were unhurried, and his tone gentle, leaving her somewhat dazed. After she was dressed, Jiang Shuyan felt weak and almost lost her balance, collapsing directly into Yilin's arms. She hurriedly avoided his gaze, utterly ashamed. Seeing this, Yilin stopped and simply comforted her. "It's all right, take your time." He then helped her straighten her clothes and escorted her back to her room to rest. Just as they entered, Jiang Shuyan, who was taking a shower, exclaimed, "Mom," before quickly correcting herself. Although Yilin was somewhat puzzled, he didn't delve into it. He settled Jiang Shuyan on the bed, covered her with a sweater, gave her a few brief instructions, and left to let her rest. After Yilin left, Jiang Shuyan immediately got out of the bathtub, locked the door, and stared intently at her mother. "Mom, you in the class monitor, are you?" Jiang Shuyan panicked and quickly denied it, but her tone was clearly unsteady. Jiang Shuyan said seriously, "Things are different now. You have to think about yourself." She bluntly stated that the competition outside was fierce and urged her mother to seize the opportunity. Jiang Shuyan bit her lip and whispered, "But we have a teacher-student relationship." Jiang Shuyan, however, didn't take it to heart and continued to persuade her. Jiang Shuyan's cheeks flushed red, and although she scolded her daughter for her wild thoughts, her heart couldn't help but flutter. As night fell, Jiang Shuyan also came out of her room. She exchanged a glance with Yilin, glared at him, her expression serious yet tinged with an unnatural shyness. She suddenly mentioned, "Now that the cabin has been upgraded to level 3, we can name it." Yi-Lin told everyone about this, intending to brainstorm a name together. Baya spoke first. "Let's call it Invincible." Hua Qing immediately retorted, "That's too cliché." The tension between the two escalated, and they almost started arguing on the spot. Jiang Shuyan stopped her in time and turned to ask Yi-Lin. Yi-Lin waved her hand. "I don't know how to name it. Teacher, you do it." She pondered for a moment and said softly, "Then let's call a Hope. Hope we can stay together in peace and warmth, overcome difficulties together, and survive safely." This name was quickly accepted by everyone. In this kind of environment, hope is rare. The base was subsequently upgraded to level 3, expanding its space to accommodate 100 people. However, the materials required for the upgrade were also far more expensive, and new pressures were looming. After dinner, everyone rested. Yi-Lin suddenly whispered to Jiang Shuyan, "Teacher, today's session hasn't started yet." Jiang Shuyan quickly understood what was meant and gathered everyone together to ask if they were willing to volunteer. After a brief silence, Hua Qing and Shang Lingling raised their hands. Yi-Lin glanced at Hua Qing's expectant gaze, but ultimately chose to look at Shang Lingling, who had her head down. Hua Qing's expression darkened, clearly showing some resentment. But not long after, Shang Lingling ran out in a panic again. Everyone was taken aback, thinking something had happened, but she blushed and explained that she was too scared to do it. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Jiang Shuyan comforted her and told her go back and rest. Then, under everyone's gaze, she went into her room. Yi-Lin was lying down watching the trading market and didn't pay attention when he heard someone come in. He didn't realize it was Jiang Shuyan until she hugged him from behind. The homeroom teacher? He was somewhat surprised. Under the moonlight, Jiang Shuyan looked tense but determined. Without saying much, she kissed him directly. The two quickly closed the distance between them, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the room. She whispered, "Don't call me teacher." Yi-Lin looked at her flushed face and asked with a hint of amusement, "Then what should we call her?" Jiang Shuyan's voice trembled, but she still responded to him. The waves crashed against the window, and the atmosphere inside gradually warmed up. The night was unusually quiet, as there were no monsters to disturb us. The next morning, Jiang Shuyan woke up first. She gently got up, glanced at Yi-Lin, placed a kiss on his cheek, and then left. She started boiling water to prepare for washing up. After discussion, everyone set up a large number of freshwater collectors in advance, which completely solved the water problem. Soon after, she began to take a bath. Just as the steam filled the air, Yi-Lin walked in, making the bathtub feel crowded. Jiang Shuyan was startled and was about to get up when he hugged her from behind. She refused in a low voice, but was persuaded by the phrase to become stronger. She remained silent for a moment, then finally nodded. I kept telling myself that all of this was for the sake of survival. Time passed slowly, and the people outside the door were very considerate and did not disturb them. By the time everything was over, it was almost noon. Yi-Lin helped her dry off and carried her back to bed. Looking at the exhausted Jiang Shuyan as she fell asleep, he lowered his head and gently kissed her before turning to leave. Chapter 16. All Members' Talents Advancement. Yi-Lin checked his attribute panel as he walked. Attribute panel. Player. Yi-Lin Captain. Landmark. Area A. Number 749. Talent. SSS level. Many children. Many blessings. Health points. 99%. Constitution. 38 plus 11. 49. Agility. 29 plus 4. 33. Mental strength. 25 plus 5. 30 plus 8. Jade Pendant bonus. Yi-Lin was overjoyed when he saw his stats. It was a full 20-point increase. "Hey, you bastard. Can't you watch where you're going?" Baya was bumped into by Yi-Lin, and in order to vent her anger, she pointed at his nose and started cursing. "Why are you so angry? Are you jealous?" Yi-Lin pulled her into his arms and teased her by lifting her chin. Go find your teacher, or go find your dragon girl." Unable to break free, Baya gave up and turned her head away from his smug face. At that moment, Yi-Lin froze. Strands of 7-colored illusory light intertwined and condensed into a treasure chest suspended in the deepest part of his consciousness. Ding! Congratulations to Bai Yahuai for having a child who will receive a special reward. The moment the mechanical voice finished speaking, the 7-colored treasure chest opened automatically. All characters' talents advance, 7 colors. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the SSS level talent Supreme Ruler. Imperial Majesty descends. Surrounded by Supreme Imperial Majesty, enemies with lower physical constitution will suffer half the damage. 9-5 Supreme Ruler. Draws upon the Supreme Chi to protect the body, granting immunity to 30% of fatal damage. Upon being struck, the body is countered with damage equal to that dealt by the enemy. Supreme Unity. After being on the verge of death, the user enters the Supreme Undying state for 5 breaths, becoming immortal and indestructible. Furthermore, the user's combat power doubles for the next 15 minutes, intimidating heaven and earth and deterring any challengers. Yilin was dumbfounded. He had awakened a new talent, and it was even SSS level. At the same time, everyone was still processing the news in surprise. Especially the girls who didn't have their talents awakened. All of them did. Baya excitedly hugged Yilin tightly. My talent has advanced to SSS level. Her talent skill has not only been upgraded, but she has also gained an additional skill. Destiny holds the reins of fate, can forcibly rewrite the short-term fortune of a single target, such as causing their skills to fail or their items to become ineffective. While they were chattering away, Jiang Shuyan excitedly ran out naked. She suddenly hugged Yi Lin from behind. Just now, her original A-level talent, Insight, was upgraded to the SSS level talent, Omniscience and Omnipotence. Omniscient automatically analyzes enemy skills/weaknesses/vulnerabilities, predicts attack trajectories within 3 seconds. Universal Unity can copy enemy talents. Each effect lasts for 2 hours. Omniscient and Omnipotent can learn enemies' innate skills during battle. Although Jiang Shuyan didn't know how she advanced to the next level, she was very clear that it was inseparable from Yilin. The others excitedly pounced on him and pinned him down. Don't take off my pants. That won't work. After a while of commotion, everyone finally sat down properly under Yilin's guidance. Jiang Shuyan then realized that she was not wearing anything, so she quickly went back to her room and put on the 2 pieces of cloth. When she came out again, she had regained her original dignified and serious expression. Yilin, what's going on? Although Jiang Shuyan appeared calm, there was still a hint of excitement in her voice. Yilin looked at Baya, who was still grinning foolishly, and said, It's because Xiaobai is pregnant. It's a reward from her talent. Everyone was stunned for a moment until Xia Jiwei blushed and tentatively touched Baya's belly. They then came to their senses and started arguing again. Xiaoya, let me touch it. I want to be a stepmother. Bullshit. You don't even deserve it. So what? At worst, I'll just sleep with the class monitor tonight. Stop arguing. Let's discuss what name to give Xiaobao. Let's call him Ergo or Arya. You think it's easier to raise someone with a humble name? Yilin had a headache from a noise. He said to Jiang Shuyan, Teacher, please collect information on the talent situation this time. Yilin turned his gaze to Shang Lingling, who was standing in the corner, too embarrassed to squeeze in. How is your talent? My talent has changed. It's changed. My talent has been upgraded to SSS level luck. Another SSS rank. Does this mean that any rank will eventually become SSS rank? Yilin pressed further. What is your innate skill? Shang Lingling shook her head dejectedly and said, I don't have any skills. Unable to come up with a solution, Yilin simply went outside to fish. Less than half an hour later, Jiang Shuyan sat down next to him. Yilin lifted Jiang Shuyan's thigh and placed it on his lap. The only pity was that the black stockings had been washed. He thought that Xia Jiwei was still wearing Jiang Shuyan's business attire, so it was time to return them to their rightful owner. Jiang Shuyan slapped away Yilin's messy hand and said happily, Yilin, we now have 8 SSS level members, including you. Yilin was quite pleased to hear this. Besides you and me, who else is there? Han Yin, Hua Qing, Ling Ling, Ji Wei, and Bai Ya. Apart from that, Ichio just has 2 more skills. Yilin nodded. He had originally thought that Long Ichio would awaken a second talent like him, which was a bit of a pity. The remaining ones are 2 SS level, 3 S level, 4 A level, 7 B level, 6 C level, and 12 D level. The 2 SS level are Yi Qiaoyu and Yu Xiaowan. The 3 S level are the sisters Sun Chun, Li Meng, and Li Ying. Yi Qiaoyu. If Jiang Shuyan hadn't mentioned her, he would have almost forgotten about this older sister. Yi Xiaoyu was the orphan left behind by her father's comrade-in-arms. In addition, she also had the surname Yi, and her parents especially liked girls, so she was raised as their own daughter from a young age. As for why their relationship is so bad, Yi Xiaoyu hasn't even spoken a word to Yilin in the past few days. Yilin was also unsure, and he tried to ask Yi Xiaoyu, but was met with cold shoulders. Even a clay figure has a temper, so Yilin ignored her. Yilin looked up and scanned the surroundings, and suddenly saw Yi Xiaoyu standing at the corner. The two made eye contact for only a second before the latter walked away. There are 2 healing talents at grade A and 3 at grade B. As for grade C and D, almost all of them are life professions. Upon hearing this, Yilin asked curiously, life professions? He couldn't think of any profession that could make a living here, or what use it would be. There are plant practitioners, chefs, masseuses, bartenders, and some other odd jobs. It's quite useful. Yilin imagined himself enjoying a blissful life, drinking, getting a massage, and watching a few dance students perform. Just then, Xia Jiwei's panicked voice reached Yilin and Jiang Shuiyan's ears. What's wrong, Jiwei? Why are you in such a panic? Someone's there. Yilin and Jiang Shuiyan stood up from the ground with a whoosh. Because the area behind the wooden house is relatively secluded, Yilin could only appear in this location since he wasn't inside the house. This was something they specifically reserved for Yilin. They usually only played on the platform in front. After all, who knows if Yilin might suddenly want to do an outdoor activity someday. Chapter 17 Good Stuff for Yourself. Yilin and Jiang Shuiyan followed Xia Jiwei to the front of the wooden house. A raft house, much smaller than theirs, was seen speeding towards them. The two were almost face to face, which meant that a battle between them was inevitable. Yilin immediately instructed Jiang Shuiyan to organize them. To be honest, he felt he could easily kill them all, since he only needed to kill the captain. The rest would naturally die. People on the opposite side of the boat also noticed a group of bikini-clad beauties. The scarred man at the head of the group drooled. They're all women over there, so many beauties, huh? Brothers, we're in for a treat. A fat man with a huge belly shouted encouragement. Boss is awesome. We'll kill all the men and use all the women as playthings. One of the cautious, lean men said to them carefully, their houses are all a size bigger than ours. Will we be in danger if we go up against them? Bullshit, you coward. They were just lucky. Our brother Dao has ill-level talent. Taking care of a few henchmen is a piece of cake for him. Scarface, hearing his underling's praise, confidently raised his head. The two groups drew closer and closer until their faces were clearly visible. Xia Jiwei and the other saw the other party brandishing a knife at them, whistling and making lewd gestures. They felt goosebumps all over their bodies and felt nauseous and uncomfortable. Even a usually good-tempered Jiang Shuiyan couldn't stand it anymore. She activated her S-rank talent Sagittarius, and a golden longbow appeared in her hand. The talent skill, Seiya, is activated, and an arrow carrying golden energy is shot towards the man whose actions are the most disgusting. A golden stream of light swept past, accompanied by a whooshing sound, and the sound of flesh and blood entering bodies clearly reached everyone's ears. Ah, my bird! The man screamed twice and then fainted from the pain. Bang! At the same time, the raft and the stone slab collided. Scarface, his face sinister, shouted to the crowd, brothers, cripple them and play with them as you please. Grass! Li Xiangyan only raised her talent to be level, so unlike Jiang Shuiyan, she doesn't have a natal weapon. Li Xiangyan could only use her talent, copper skin and iron bones. Her body turned bronze, and she held the stone shield high at the forefront. Just then, Yu Xiaowan activated her SS-level talent, Giant, and her body sped up to 3 meters. She stomped down on him like a giant. A man tried to ambush her from behind, but Yu Xiaowan whipped him with her twin ponytails and sent him flying into the sea. His fate is unknown. On the other side, Long Ichio transformed into a 3-meter-long red dragon, occasionally spitting out a ball of fire at the crowd. Once touched, even jumping into the sea wouldn't extinguish it. Scarface was completely terrified when he saw this scene. His 50 men had been reduced to less than 30 in the blink of an eye. But he still didn't want to give up. He hadn't yet become the king of this world, and he couldn't die. Scarface unleashed his A-level talent, Giant Bear True Form, transforming himself into a 3-meter-tall giant bear. Yu Xiaowan's eyes lit up, and she rammed into him. The two fought like primal beasts, but Yu Xiaowan kept casting green healing spells. Hey, beautiful. You have a great figure. You must be lonely. I have some delicious food. Why don't you come with me? The lewd man drooled over Yi Xiaoyu, who was wearing a swimsuit. A look of disgust appeared on Yi Xiaoyu's face. She stretched out her slender, fair hand and unleashed her innate skill, Bloom. A pure white lotus flower condensed from her fingertips and hurled it at the lewd man. The lewd man's blood-red skill marks covered the blade as he swung his sword in resistance. When Bai Shihua touched the tip of his knife, she vanished into a shower of white light. The lewd man burst into laughter. Ha! Little girl, your skill doesn't do any damage. Take this. Yi Xiaoyu pursed her thin lips tightly. The next second, the lewd man's sharp, piercing laughter came to an abrupt halt. White lotuses bloomed from his body, followed by a crisp shattering sound, and then he transformed into a sky full of white light. She turned her head to meet Yi Lin's gaze, but then immediately looked away. Meanwhile, in the battle on the other side, the timid Shang Lingling hid behind Jiang Shuiyan and yelled at the fat man. You big fat pig, go to hell. Hey girl, you don't think I'll die just because you insult me a couple of times, do you? The moment the fat man finished speaking, he slipped and his head slammed straight into a girl's long knife. The long knife pierced through the eye socket and into the brain, killing the fat man instantly. Humans are not like monsters. At this stage, very few people can stack their constitution to 50. If their fatal weakness is attacked, they will die just like monsters. Xiamu Xuan, mingling in the crowd, was like an invisible grim reaper, relentlessly reaping their lives. Just as she was about to kill the lean man who was cautiously pacing the edge of the battlefield. Suddenly, he transformed into a wisp of green smoke and vanished from the battlefield. The lean man suddenly appeared behind Yulin, who was sitting high on the roof. You useless coward hiding behind the woman. You must be the captain. If you die, they will die too. Didn't your mother tell you not to talk when you're launching a sneak attack? Yilin unleashed his SSS level talent, Supreme Ruler, and activated the skill Imperial Majesty Descends. He exuded an aura of Imperial Majesty, and a lean man who had launched the sneak attack felt his internal energy flow come to a standstill. Yilin reached out and grabbed his head, crushing it with a cold, indifferent gaze. The battle was drawing to a close, and only Scarface remained on the opposing side. He had been beaten black and blue by Yu Xiaowan, and his parents wouldn't recognize him. Yilin sat back down on a rooftop, his eyes cold, wary of any unexpected events. If Jiang Shuiyan hadn't instructed me to leave this battle to them. Otherwise, the moment those scum boarded the ship, Yilin would have crippled them all and gouged out their eyes one by one. Yilin was extremely upset that his women were being seen by outsiders. He decisively found Du Xing. Yilin, are there any clothes that provide good coverage, preferably covering from head to toe? Du Xing, brother, what a coincidence. I happen to have some, but I'm afraid you can't afford it. Yilin, I'll take as many as you have. Du Xing's eyes widened as he looked at the black leather jacket he had just obtained from a rare treasure chest and promptly sent the information to him. Black leather jacket, rare requirements. Female, special effects. 5-second invisibility, 90-minute cooldown, warm in winter and cool in summer. Agility plus 20. Du Xing, brother, I'm not kidding, but you might not actually be able to afford to replace it. Yilin, how about a rhombus magic core? Du Xing, definitely, but mine is rare, so I need a lot of it. Yilin, are 10 enough? Du Xing, you know that too. Yilin, 12. Don't push your luck, or we'll run out. If you agree, I'll gather more tomorrow. Du Xing, it's not impossible, but can you tell me why I need this outfit? The 12 magic cores might come in handy in a couple of days. Yilin, my woman was seen by disgusting bedbugs. Du Xing, damn, I'll just take 50 of your coins for this outfit. What kind of trash dares to covet my brother's woman? Yilin was a little speechless. We don't seem to be that close. Du Xing, don't worry, brother. I'll keep this garment for you. Chapter 18 Yilin, a kind-hearted person. Ah Xing, do you want some? A young girl handed the tentacle monster to Du Xing, who was lying on the bed, looking nonchalant. Du Xing looked disgusted and quickly waved his hand. Xiaoran, take it away quickly. I don't want it. Give it to Lao Su. He's the only one in the team who can eat this disgusting stuff. As he spoke, he tossed the black leather jacket to the girl named Xiaoran. Quickly copy this leather jacket, and don't forget the fishing rod. Oh, and that broken chrysanthemum, the only thing that can improve mental strength. How can it be so filthy? Xiao Ran handed the roasted chrysanthemums to the sinister-looking man. Then she woke up another sleeping girl, and the two looked exactly alike, clearly twins as well. The two sat facing each other and simultaneously unleashed their talent. Twins. The next second, a transparent light screen appeared between them. Xiao Ran skillfully cast the fishing rod into the water, and the next moment, two identical items appeared in front of them. This is one of the reasons why Du Xing and his team have been able to develop so quickly. This talent is different from Xia Jiwei's. It can only copy one thing at a time, 3 times a day. Yilin, from another part of the sea, came down from the roof and slowly walked up to Scarface. Upon seeing this, Scarface immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, his head banging loudly. "Brother, don't kill me, I was wrong. You can have all my things." Yilin smiled and said, "Okay." Xia Jiwei stepped forward to persuade Yilin, but Jiang Shuiyan reached out and pulled her back. Upon hearing this, Scarface suddenly looked up, his face beaming with joy. "You're just a kid, a greenhorn. Once I survive, you'll be sorry." However, the moment he looked up, a cold glint flashed, and the scarred man's smile froze instantly. He seemed to see his own body. "I was going to let you off the hook, but you raised your head without my permission." The moment Yi Lin sheathed his sword, that mechanical voice echoed deep within his mind. Congratulations to player Yi Lin for defeating player Tu Chang. The enemy is currently collecting all their supplies. The raft house where the other party was located turned into golden light and merged into the hope where they were. Rhombus Magic Core, Light Calamity Grade, X1. Fishing Rod, X1. Excellent. House Upgrade Blueprint, X1. Furniture Album, Rare, X1. Yi Lin made a fortune this time. He never expected to find such a high-quality fishing rod. Hearing the sound of vomiting brought Yi Lin back to his senses from counting his spoils. He turned his head and saw them vomiting while leaning against the railing. That's normal, though. Even he felt a bit of fear after killing someone for the first time. Fortunately, after annexing the enemy's base, the corpses that had fallen on their platform were gone. Some severed limbs and blood had vanished without a trace, as if they had never happened. Yi Lin spotted Baya in the crowd and went up to her, patting her on the back. He then took out a bottle of water, unscrewed it, and handed it to her, giving her a couple of sips. Yi Lin said gently, "You're pregnant, so just stay indoors. We can handle it. I'm just worried about you guys." Baya, tears streaming down her face, hugged Yi Lin tightly. "It's okay, it's all over." Yi Lin comforted her and then carried her back to her room. "You can rest here." Yi Lin went outside and saw most of the people lying on the couch with pale faces. He had no better options at the moment and could only hope that they could adapt soon. Time passed slowly, and Yi Lin, having nothing else to do, took out the excellent fishing rod he had acquired. Fishing rod, excellent, can be used to fish for treasure chests, epic chests 2%, rare chests 7%, excellent chests 13%, common chests 33%, seawater 45%. While fishing, Yi Lin also integrated the existing resources. He set aside the most basic supplies such as wood, stones, bread, and mineral water. Except for the building construction blueprints, all other blueprints were used. When his gaze fell on the furniture catalog, Yi Lin realized that it was essentially a book made up of a bunch of blueprints. You can think of it as a collection version, which not only unlocks tables, chairs, and benches, but also wooden beds, wardrobes, bookshelves, and other items. Almost everything related to wooden furniture is included. Yi Lin didn't rest. He bought cotton at the trading market using the supplies he didn't need. Only then were pillows and quilts made for all the people. Finally, he decided to change into a shirt and a pair of sunglasses. After an afternoon of fishing, all he found was seawater and ordinary treasure chests, so he simply gave up. He even seriously doubted whether he had used up all his luck on his talent. Back inside, they saw that the others were gradually regaining their energy under Jiang Shuiyan's psychological guidance. Yi Lin sat down next to Xia Jiwei and asked her, "I didn't have a chance to ask you before, what skills do you have now?" When Xia Jiwei saw Yi Lin sitting next to her, she didn't know what she was thinking, but she shifted her hips slightly. Yi Lin was slightly taken aback when he felt Xia Jiwei's body temperature. Xiamu Xuan, who had just finished fetching water from a distance, immediately spotted Yi Lin being intimate with Xia Jiwei on her bed. In this scene, her face was expressionless, but she had crushed the water bottle in her hand. Yi Lin glanced at her and then proactively placed his hand on Xia Jiwei's shoulder. With a little effort, Xia Jiwei leaned half of her body against him. Xia Jiwei blushed slightly. My second talent skill has changed, and I have an additional skill. SSS level talent, chosen by God. 1. Rubbing. 2. Item selection, regeneration. After each printing, you can randomly obtain one item of the same quality. 3. Divine gift. One item can be upgraded in quality every 7 days. Yilin excitedly hugged Xia Jiwei tightly and then kissed her on the cheek. You are truly my lucky star. Xia Jiwei's face turned visibly red. She noticed the people around her looking at her with teasing eyes, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Yilin eagerly handed her the fishing rod. Excellent. Xia Jiwei kept her head down the entire time while casting her supernatural powers. A blinding golden spot of light merged into the fishing rod, then slowly disappeared. Fishing rod. Rare, can be used to fish for treasure chests. Epic chests, 5%, rare chests, 10%, excellent chests, 15%, common chests, 35%, seawater, 35%. Yilin felt a little regretful when he took the fishing rod from Xia Jiwei. He had thought he could catch a higher quality treasure chest. Yilin kissed Xia Jiwei on the cheek again and took out a pillow and a quilt from his spatial storage. Wow, it's a blanket. Class monitor, I want to have your babies. The crowd's emotions were reignited. It always feels a little strange to sleep without something to cover my belly button, especially. Everyone line up. Yilin handed a copy to Xia Jiwei and then called out to the crowd. Seeing this, they obediently formed a long queue, which even stretched outside. Long Ichio took the quilt and pillow, boldly hugged Yilin, and buried his head in her arms. Yilin nearly suffocated and immediately chased her away. Chapter 19, Xian Mushuan's Misdeeds. When it was Yi Xiaoyou's turn, she coldly extended her hand. Yilin met her gaze and said in a normal tone, "This is yours." Yi Xiaoyou turned around, her hands gripping the blanket so tightly they turned white, and a barely perceptible sense of loss appeared on her face. The rest of the group didn't encounter any major incidents, except for a few daring girls who would occasionally kiss Yilin on the cheek. Xian Mushuan took the blanket from Yilin's hands, her eyes cold and piercing. When she took the pillow from Xia Jiwei's hand, she actually laughed. That smile was like a gentle spring breeze. Yilin thought he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Xia Jiwei noticed Yilin's expression. Don't let Mu Xian's quiet demeanor and coldness fool you. She's actually quite easy to get along with. Yilin gave an awkward smile. This silly girl has no idea she's been targeted and sold out. She's still counting money for the seller. Yilin handed the 2 quilts to Jiang Shuyan. The two looked at each other, and the latter felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. I'll go in first and bring by her blanket and pillow. Yilin swallowed hard as he watched Jiang Shuyan walk into the room. He shook his head to clear his mind, then placed the blanket and pillow that belonged to Baya in her place. Seeing the shy and timid Shang Lingling, he couldn't resist teasing her a little. Lingling, will you come keep me company tonight? Shang Lingling huddled under the covers, only her head peeking out. She nodded and then shook her head. Seeing this, Yilin chuckled and crawled into her bed. Shang Lingling was startled like a fawn, constantly shrinking closer to her. How could Yilin possibly give her the idea of running away? He pulled her into his arms. Shang Lingling cried out in surprise. Her eyes filled with panic as she sensed the hormonal aura emanating from Yilin. Squad leader, I'm not ready yet. Upon seeing this, Yilin stopped what he was doing, his eyes showing some disappointment. Shang Lingling, seeing Yilin's sad expression in the dim light, felt a pang of regret. I wonder if I went too far. Will the class monitor be upset? What if I develop a mental illness from holding it in? I'll feel like a sinner. The more Shang Lingling thought about it, the more panicked she became. Looking at Yilin pressing down on her, she still didn't have the courage. Yilin glanced down at those rabbit eyes, then his eyes darted around. But I feel so uncomfortable. Shang Ling felt the intense heat. Her voice trembled slightly, and she could barely speak. Me, the class monitor, what should I do? Yilin straightened up, and Shang Lingling, seeing this, thought of the scientific knowledge that Li Ying had taught her when they were in the same dormitory. She realized what Yilin was thinking. Arms crossed over the chest. The next second, Shang Ling felt a scorching heat rush towards him. Yi Xiaoyu, who was sleeping not far away from the opposite side, bit her lips so hard they bled, and her tears soaked her pillowcase. As the night grew deeper, Yilin simply slept in by Ye's bed. Everyone fell asleep. Only Shang Lingling, the coward, was left. She swallowed hard and secretly drank her milk when no one was looking. The next day at daybreak, Yilin got up and found that Shang Lingling was not in bed. After he washed his face, he saw a message from Du Xing. Du Xing, big brother, how's the preparation of the magic cores going? I've still saved this black leather jacket for you. Yilin, no. Du Xing, 10 will do, given our friendship from yesterday. Yilin, I only have 3, but I can trade you for a fishing rod. Du Xing, brother, I'm not trying to be mean, but while fishing rods are valuable, a superior grade one isn't enough to trade for my rare grade one, especially with the special effects on my clothes. Yilin, rare fishing rod. Du Xing's eyes widened in surprise. Good heavens, this person was comparable to himself. Du Xing, brother, it's no big deal. I'll give you another seed. Yilin called Xia Jiwei to copy the fishing rod. A full half-hour passed before Xia Jiwei left 41 fishing rods and sent the remaining 256 fishing rods to Yilin's account. At the same time, there is another item of the same quality. Cursed Staff, rare spirit power plus 25, special effect. Attacks have a 1 in a billion chance of instantly killing the enemy. The moment Yilin saw the effect, he knew who it should be given to. He regained his composure and continued the transaction with Du Xing. With the transaction completed, Yilin turned to Xia Jiwei, who was standing next to him, and spoke. Jiwei, take off your clothes. Upon hearing this, Xia Jiwei's cheeks flushed red, and she was torn between two conflicting emotions. What should we do? Does he want it? But it's still daytime. It's okay. It's all for everyone. Xia Jiwei, you can do it. Under Yilin's watchful eye, Xia Jiwei closed her eyes and stripped Jiang Shuiyin completely naked from her business attire. It perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure. With her eyes tightly closed, Xia Jiwei could almost feel Yilin's burning gaze. The next second, she mustered her courage. Yilin's eyes widened in surprise. Xia Jiwei suddenly turned her back to him. This little tiger who offered herself up so readily. It seems like we're all doing her a disservice. Yilin placed his broad, strong hand on her slender waist. Xia Jiwei trembled all over, and her legs shook. Just as Yilin was about to press on with his momentum, Xiamu Xuan pushed open the door and came in. His voice was as cold as frost. Something has come up. The moment Xia Jiwei saw her best friend, all her courage vanished. He immediately picked up the clothes on the ground and ran into Yilin's room. He dressed in less than 2 seconds and ran out quickly. Yilin walked up to Xiamu Xuan, his tone displeased. Did you do this on purpose? Despite his height of 185 centimeters, he didn't intimidate Xiamu Xuan, who was 170 centimeters tall. Xiamu Xuan gave Yilin a disdainful look. Yes. So what? Yilin was so angry at Xiamu Xuan's appearance that he laughed. She said provocatively, Jiwei was very proactive with me just now. A flash of cold light appeared in Xiamu Xuan's hand, and a short blade appeared at Yilin's neck. You're not even worthy to call her by her name. She can only be mine. Oh, we'll see. Yilin didn't even blink. Xiamu Xuan sheathed her short blade and walked out of the house. Seeing this, Yilin also put on his pants and came to the platform outside. His gaze immediately fell on Xia Jiwei, who was standing next to Xiamu Xuan. Yilin took out his fishing rod and sat down next to her. None of the three spoke first. After a long time, Xia Jiwei caught a high-quality treasure chest. She shyly nestled into Yilin's arms. Yilin returned it and whispered in her ear, You caught it, so you drive it. Xia Jiwei felt a warm breath near her earlobe, and the tips of her ears turned red. When Xiamu Xuan saw the two of them cuddling together again, the veins on her hand holding the fishing rod bulged. The treasure chest was opened, and 5 items appeared inside. Whip X1, handcuffs X1, wax X1, blindfold X1, collar X1. Note, can be used to torture prisoners. Yilin took it away the instant it appeared, so the other two didn't even see it clearly. Yilin, what was that just now? I didn't see it clearly. Xia Jiwei reached out and tugged at his sleeve, her tone somewhat complaining. There's nothing to see. Yilin dodged the question with a vague answer. Chapter 20. Do you like girls? He glanced at Xiamu Xuan, remembering how she had ruined his plans, and a plan to deal with her came to mind. Yilin gently nudged her shoulder with his own and suddenly said, By the way, Jiwei, there's something I've been wondering about that I don't understand. I wanted to ask you about it. Upon hearing this, Xia Jiwei curiously turned her head to look at Yi Lin's profile. His handsome appearance brought a blush to her eyes, and she responded softly. What's the problem? I used to have a cousin who liked a girl and wanted to be with her, but her family objected, and she didn't go home for several years afterward. Yi Lin paused, noticing Xiemu Xuan's fishing rod trembling slightly. Do you think it's right or wrong for her to like girls? I don't think there's a right or wrong in this matter. It's all a matter of mutual consent. Xia Jiwei's feet gently stirred the surface of the sea. Sitting next to her, Xiemu Xuan asked nervously, with a hint of barely perceptible probing, Xiao Wei, do you like girls? Xia Jiwei shook her head. A hint of disappointment appeared in Xiemu Xuan's eyes. Seeing Jiang Shuiyan's distressed expression, Yi Lin couldn't help but ask, if a girl liked you and confessed her feelings to you, what would you do? Xia Jiwei replied, without hesitation, no, I'll stay away from her. Yi Lin smiled and gently stroked her delicate nose. I meant if, it's a metaphor. Xia Jiwei took the initiative to hug his arm. Then I will tell her that I have someone I like. Oh, who do you like? Yi Lin asked the question knowingly, and he reached out and tightly embraced Xia Jiwei's delicate and smooth waist. The latter, feeling hot all over, leaned on Yi Lin's shoulder, trembling slightly. Noticing Yi Lin's restless hand, she said in a sweet, seductive voice, her breath like orchids, I like you. He did this to provoke Xiemu Xuan. Make it clear to her that Xia Jiwei is her woman, and even though she's also a woman, she cannot lay a finger on her. Xiemu Xuan's eyes reddened as she listened to Xia Jiwei's slightly panting voice. She suppressed the urge to draw her sword, and left with a dark expression. Yi Lin wasn't worried at all that Xiemu Xuan would attack him. Putting aside whether he could win or not, he was one with all the girls. It can be said that they are all in the same boat, whether they prosper or suffer. Yi Lin gently stroked Xia Jiwei's enviable face. Jiwei, you are so beautiful. Upon hearing this, Xia Jiwei's eyes glazed over, and feeling her heart pounding more and more, she took the initiative to kiss him. Their lips met. Jiwei, would you like to come to my room tonight? Yi Lin stared intently at Xia Jiwei, his grip on her hand remaining firm. Fiend. Xia Jiwei's eyes narrowed. She let out a soft gasp and nodded slightly. A smile spread across Yi Lin's face as he looked at the drool, still clinging to Xia Jiwei's lips, and kissed her again. Many girls pretended to be fishing nonchalantly, but their eyes kept glancing towards where they were. Xiao Tian, tell me what it feels like to kiss the class monitor. The girl licked her lips as she spoke, seemingly engrossed in the conversation. Ying Tianqing rolled her eyes at her desk mate Huang Fuyun and teased him. You'll know once you give it a kiss. Coincidentally, both of them awakened A-level healing talents. Ying Tianqing didn't think anything of it, but Huang Fuyun was overjoyed. It's worth noting that she and Li Ying could be considered a pair of artistic geniuses, and they would occasionally discuss ways to save effort while mining. However, they only tried it themselves, unlike Shang Lingling, who was the least daring. It wasn't until after lunch that Hua Qing took the initiative to approach Yi Lin. He reached out and hugged Yi Lin's arm. Class monitor, can I keep you company tonight? Just as Yi Lin was about to say something, Yi Xiaoyu appeared in front of him. I have other things to do, so I won't keep you company any longer. Yi Lin calmly withdrew his hand and walked over. Yi Xiaoyu stood by the fence, looking out at the sea, feeling melancholy. She didn't notice Yi Lin until he walked up to her. Hua Qing stomped her foot angrily when she saw the two standing side by side. Sister, you. Yi Lin wanted to ease the tension between the two, even though he was completely bewildered from beginning to end. Yi Xiaoyu glanced at him briefly before turning and leaving. What a tragedy. Both of them were quite proud, and neither was willing to back down. So this situation has continued for half a year. Yi Lin is now in a real bind. He still doesn't know what he did to offend her. Easy. Why don't you beg me, and I'll ask around for you. Baya appeared beside her at some point. Yi Lin shook his head. Whatever. It's none of my business. What's the intelligence for today? Baya rolled her eyes at him and said leisurely. Prophet 1. There's an epic treasure chest 300 meters west of the sea. Prophet 2. There's a pack of wolf demons 1,000 meters north in the sea. Prophet 3. Arrival at Goblin Island tomorrow. 3-day stay. Please prepare in advance. An epic treasure chest, but it's a pity they were traveling east. I wonder if there's anything that can be used to navigate. Yi Lin and Bai stared at each other when they landed on the third piece of information. Goblin Island. Yilin hadn't expected there to be an island, but thinking about it, it made sense. If it was only this much, there was no difference between survival and vacation. They quickly gathered everyone together for a meeting. Yilin, is there something you need from us? Jiang Shuyin crossed her arms, pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, and looked sharply at Yilin. Yeah, class monitor, I was just about to fish up the golden treasure chest when you interrupted me. Yu Xiaowan grabbed the pink pigtails and said in an exaggerated tone. Yilin told everyone what Li Baya had seen. Many girls turned pale upon hearing the word goblin. Shang Lingling, in particular, was so frightened by the prospect of encountering such a monster that she burst into tears. They knew that if they fell into the hands of goblins, they would become cream puffs, and not only that, they would also be used as food. Jiang Shuyin looked at the two trembling female classmates and asked in confusion, Yilin, is this goblin very strong? Before Yilin could explain, Jiang Shuyin, who was beside her, whispered an explanation in her ear that only the two of them could hear. After hearing Jiang Shuyin describe the habits of goblins, Jiang Shuyin's face turned pale. But when her gaze fell on Yilin, her tense heart relaxed considerably. Don't worry, everyone. At worst, we'll just have to hold out for 3 days. Ying Tianqing rationally comforted everyone. Yilin nodded and said to them, let's go out and fish for treasure chests. Maybe we can find one that can save our lives this afternoon. Xia Jiwei nodded to the group and led them out. Yilin addressed the crowd. Teacher and Ying Tianqing, please stay. What's the matter? Ying Tianqing was a little puzzled. Could it be that they wanted to have a threesome? The moment that thought popped in her head, she immediately extinguished it. She was going crazy, internally cursing Huang Fuyun. It must be this guy's fault that these thoughts were popping into her head. Tell me your thoughts. Yilin kept Jiang Shuyin around because of her position as the homeroom teacher. Many girls listened to her. As for Ying Tianqing, she is the top student in the entire school, so she might have her own unique ideas. I think there must be some treasure on this island. Even if we don't stay for 3 days, we'll still get a reward. Why? Yilin and Jiang Shuyin both expressed their doubts at the same time. Chapter 21, you don't want to know either, do you? From the perspective of the game, isn't this how it should be? Ying Tianqing waved her hand. In her opinion, if there were no benefits, then the talent wouldn't be emphasized for 3 days. Jiang Shuyin, we can split into 2 groups. One group without combat capabilities can stay in place, while the other group can explore. Ying Tianqing. Then the class monitor will bring the teacher a few offensive talents and 1 healing talent. Her thoughts coincided with Yilin's. A homeroom teacher's talent can help them avoid a lot of trouble. Let's discuss personnel arrangements tomorrow once we get new information. Yilin dismissed the 2 men and went to the trading market to buy some survival supplies for the wild. After searching around for a long time, I only managed to get 6 simple tents. Yilin didn't care. As long as he was strong enough, nothing was to be afraid of. Time passed little by little. Shang Lingling held up an epic treasure chest and came to Yilin. Yilin's eyes lit up. Putting everything else aside, Shang Lingling was a lucky star. As Shang Lingling opened the treasure chest, the purple light dissipated. Witch's Cloak, epic spirit power plus 20, chance to be immune to 1 instance of damage when attacked. Damage that is immune will be converted into additional mental energy. Once mental energy reaches 100 points, teleportation can be performed. Upon seeing this piece of equipment, he remembered that he had the weapon Curse Staff, rare. With 1 offensive and 1 defensive move, plus Shang Lingling's luck, it's simple and invincible. Shang Lingling was still bewildered, holding the cloak and staff in her hands, never expecting to find such high-level equipment. She immediately put it away, not daring to show it off. Her guilty look made her resemble a little thief. That night, Simu Xuan took the sweater off the wall, put it on, and went to the back of the wooden house to keep watch. Jiang Shuyin asked Yilin if he had anyone with him, and he nodded. Seeing this, she had no choice but to give up her thoughts. After all, she couldn't have Yilin all to herself. She had to give other female classmates who had similar ideas a chance. In the dead of night, Yilin lay in bed waiting for Xia Jiwei. He thought Xia Jiwei wouldn't dare to come and was preparing to choose someone else, since he hadn't yet obtained the 10 attribute points for today. Just as he was about to give up and got out of bed to open the door was open from the outside, and Xia Jiwei walked in cautiously, her body slightly bent. In the dimly lit room, Xia Jiwei bumped into Yilin. She cried out in pain. Yilin hugged her tightly and whispered in her ear. I thought you weren't coming. I didn't. Xia Zhuwei buried her head in Yilin's arms. Zhuwei, I want you. Xia Zhuwei raised her head upon hearing this, meeting Yilin's burning gaze. She shyly replied, Yilin lowered his head and kissed her, and Xia Zhuwei responded passionately. The two kissed so passionately that Yilin became increasingly bold. He pushed Xia Zhuwei onto the bed and threw the business suit aside. Just as he was supporting Xia Zhuwei's waist, preparing to begin, Xia Mushuan appeared behind Yilin as a black shadow outside the wooden house, and she raised her hand and slapped Yilin on the neck. Her goal was simply to knock Yilin unconscious. Yilin felt the Tao force on his neck and stopped what he was doing. Xia Zhuwei noticed the noise behind her and was about to turn around to see what was going on. The next second, she was knocked unconscious by Yilin. Her vision went black, and she collapsed onto the bed. Xia Mushuan transformed into a black shadow, preparing to escape, but Yilin suddenly turned around and grabbed her. Yilin looked at Xia Mushuan, who had transformed back into human form, and smiled wickedly. You came and think you can leave? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Xia Mushuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. What do you want to do? Let me go. Yilin sneered. Let you go? You wish. He pushed Xia Mushuan in front of Xia Zhuwei and whispered in her ear. You don't want Zhuwei to know that you like her, do you? You're threatening me. Xia Mushuan turned around and glared at Yilin. Yilin pushed her onto Xia Zhuwei, looking at her with the eyes of someone eyeing prey. You can understand it that way. After all, you don't want Zhuwei to lose all her friends because of this. Xia Mushuan's eyes froze, and her lips trembled. I'm sorry, I'll never dare to do it again. Yilin pinched her chin, his tone unfriendly. You think an apology is enough? You should know what I want. Xia Mushuan shook her head frantically. Impossible. Give up on that idea. Yilin stroked Xia Zhuwei's cheek, but she turned her head away, refusing to look into his eyes. In that case, I'll just have to wake Zhuwei up. Seeing this, Yilin straightened up and looked at Xia Zhuwei behind Xia Mushuan. Xia Mushuan shook her head and waved her hand. No. Upon hearing this, he immediately pulled Xia Mushuan into his arms. Xia Mushuan felt awkward all over as she felt Yilin's large hand, but she couldn't suppress the discomfort in her heart and endure it. Yilin kisit Jimuquan. The latter refused to open his mouth no matter what, and Yilin's temper was completely worn down. He turned Xia Mushuan around. Xia Mushuan's face gradually turned crimson when she saw Xia Zhuwei facing her. Yilin whispered behind her, like a demon. If you don't want Zhuwei to know about this, you'd better behave yourself. Xia Mushuan suppressed her discomfort and tried not to cry out, but she couldn't help but sob twice, tears welling up in her eyes. Her gaze fell on Xia Zhuwei, and her mind went blank. Time passed slowly, the sky gradually turned white, and 20 attribute points were obtained. Yilin lay on the bed, holding Xia Zhuwei, who was still asleep, in his arms. Xia Mushuan, on the other hand, was standing by the bed. Her eyes were cold, but the flush on her face had not yet faded. You better keep this a secret, or I'll make sure you suffer even if I die. After saying that, Xia Mushuan, whose legs were weak, turned into a black shadow and disappeared. Yilin's keen hearing sensed that she was washing her body with seawater outside. It was completely light. Yilin couldn't sleep either, so he opened the attribute panel to check his current strength. Attribute panel. Player. Yilin Captain. Landmark. Area A. Number 749. Talent. SSS level prosperity with many children. SSS level supreme ruler. Health points 100%. Constitution 49 plus 7, 56. Agility 33 plus 6, 39. Mental strength 30 plus 7, 37 plus 8. Jade pendant bonus. Yilin's face lit up with joy. His physique had broken through 50 points. He had a feeling that unless his health bar disappeared, he wouldn't die even if his head was blown off. Just then, Xia Zhuwei opened her eyes, covered her neck, and let out a soft groan. Yilin, what's wrong with me? Why did I suddenly faint last night? Yilin reached out and picked up a small curly hair from her cheek. He gave an awkward smile. It's nothing. You're just too tired. You'll be fine after a rest. Xia Zhuwei felt a little downcast upon hearing this. I'm sorry, Yilin. It's all my fault. Yilin patted her head and comforted her. It's okay. There's always time later. Cheer up. After he finished speaking, he took out the black leather jacket that he had prepared beforehand for the return of the package. Xia Jiwei's eyes lit up after hearing Yi Lin's introduction. She was initially worried that wearing a leather jacket would be suffocating, but it turned out to be so thoughtful that it keeps you warm in winter and cool in summer. Now everyone finally has clothes to wear. I could return the homeroom teacher's clothes, but the thought of the homeroom teacher returning her naked body for my sake made me feel a little embarrassed. Chapter 22, Arrival at Goblin Island. Xia Jiwei decisively used her talent, and a golden aura enveloped her black leather jacket. A dozen minutes later, Xia Jiwei sent him 650 items. Yi Lin felt that having too many things wasn't good either, since the trading market didn't have many items to begin with, and they couldn't possibly exchange them all. She left one item for Xia Jiwei and then left the room. Yi Lin ran into Baiya as soon as he stepped outside. "Good morning, Xiao Bai." He pinched Baiya's cheek, then touched her stomach. "I thought you'd forgotten about us, mother and daughter. Now that you have another woman, you don't care about being the rightful wife anymore." Baiya looked slightly resentful, but Yi Lin heard a hint of coquettishness in her voice. He took out a leather jacket and handed it to Baiya. The latter's face lit up with joy, and he couldn't wait to use it. The next second, in Yi Lin's eyes, the leather jacket was instantly put on by Baiya's body. The leather jacket clung to her skin, outlining her fair figure. Baiya spun around in front of Yi Lin twice, and then in Yi Lin's eyes, the leather jacket instantly turned into a black streak of light. A pure black ring appeared on Baiya's finger. Seeing Baiya's excited expression, Yi Lin knew what she was thinking. He said to her, "Go show it off, and then tell them to come to me to pick up their clothes." Upon hearing this, Baiya dashed out. Through the window, Yi Lin could see Baiya summon the clothes and then put them back. In less than 10 seconds, a long queue had formed in front of Yi Lin. After receiving the leather jacket, the girls started showing it off. They even woke up the girls who were sleeping. In no time, only one person remained unclaimed. Yi Lin came outside and immediately saw Xie Mushuan hiding on the roof. The moment he jumped onto the roof, Xie Mushuan pulled out a knife and held it to his neck. Yi Lin looked at Xie Mushuan's body, which bore his handiwork, various red marks and pinch marks, and smiled. He tossed her the leather jacket. "Put it on, if you don't want them to find out." Xie Mushuan's fingers trembled as she gripped the knife, her legs shaking as she recalled the madness of the previous night. Without hesitation, she sheathed her knife and put on her clothes. Yi Lin glanced at Xie Mushuan's outfit. It was aloof and sexy, with the leather jacket perfectly outlining her figure. When Xie Mushuan saw Yi Lin's unbridled gaze, her eyes turned cold, and she raised her leg to attack him. The long leg, accompanied by a strong gust of wind, slammed towards Yi Lin's face. Yi Lin raised his hand and grabbed her effortlessly. Just kidding. Although Yi Lin didn't know his stats, Xie Mushuan's physique was at most 20 points. He could crush her ankle right now if he wanted to. Yi Lin grabbed her ankle and moved closer to her. Xie Mushuan could feel Yi Lin's body temperature even through his leather jacket. Yi Lin held her with his other arm, trapping Xie Mushuan's legs. Yi Lin breathed a warm breath into her ear. "If there's a next time, I can't guarantee I'll keep your secret." Upon hearing this, Xie Mushuan's pupils contracted, and her tone softened for once. I'm sorry." Yi Lin kissed her for 2 minutes before letting her go. Xie Mushuan didn't want to stay a second longer. The moment Yi Lin let go, she used her skill and disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Yi Lin simply sat on the rooftop and watched them fish for the treasure chest. It's not that he didn't want to fish. His best result was 3 ordinary treasure chests in one afternoon. His luck is so terrible, he'd be better off fishing for 10 minutes than Xianglingling. Why should he bother making things difficult for himself? Yi Lin found Baiya and told her to use her talent every day and then tell him the important things. Baiya nodded, and she used her talent to unfold the star map. Prophet 1. We will arrive at Goblin Island in 30 minutes. Prophet 2. There's a rusty tang sword in the goblin's lair. Prophet 3. Beware of goblin attacks at night. Yi Lin's gaze fell on the second piece of information. There was no need to emphasize the rusty tang sword again. There might be something wrong with the sword. Half an hour passed quickly. Yi Lin and his group stood on the platform, but still couldn't see any trace of the island. As they were complaining, the hope passed through an invisible barrier. The outline of a small island suddenly appeared before them. Damn it, I'm just an island that can't appear in the blink of an eye. In this situation, I feel it's perfectly normal to see a ghost. That's right. Yi Lin stroked his chin, surveying the small island. Goblin Island looks no different from any other small island. Occasionally, a flock of birds would fly out of the forest. Area A, number 749, Hope. Will the ship stop at Goblin Island? An electronic light screen appeared in front of Yilin. Without hesitation, he decided to agree, recognizing that he couldn't let any opportunity to become stronger slip by. Goblin Island. This period lasts 3 days. Please return to the ship before the deadline. They soon docked on the beach, and everyone jumped off. Several girls even took off their leather jackets, revealing their bikinis underneath. I never thought I'd have the chance to sunbathe on the beach one day. Yeah, I'm so tired of being on the ship. The crowd chattered amongst themselves, having already forgotten about the goblin threat. After the last person disembarked, the Hope disappeared from the spot. What happened? The boat is gone. Squad leader, what do we do? Are we going to be trapped here? The noise from everyone talking at once was unbearable. Jiang Shuyan, with a stern face, shouted at the crowd, "Quiet." Yilin tried using the panel to see if it was still usable. In the end, only the attribute panel and the inventory space were usable, but that was enough. Yilin instructed everyone, "We need to stay here for 3 days, and we all need to work together to get through this." They have about 10 combat professions on their side. Yilin divided them into groups of 7, with 1 or 2 strong leaders for each group. With the help of their fine, iron broadswords, they were capable of fighting even goblins. Yilin found a shady open space and took out the 6 simple tents. They were then instructed to find some withered branches and rotten leaves. With accommodations arranged, staying for 3 days is not a problem. Moreover, they don't need to worry about food and drink, as there is enough food in the space. They only need to guard against goblins. However, waiting to die on the spot was not Yilin's style, and besides, he was still thinking about that rusty knife. I'm determined to venture into the goblins' lair no matter what. Yilin brought Jiang Shuyan, Xiamu Xuan, and Ing Tianqing with him. As for why Long Ichio wasn't brought along. Firstly, her skills could easily start a fire, and secondly, her strength was enough to protect the camp, allowing Yilin to have no worries. Yilin and his group of 4 plunged into the dense jungle. Yilin, who was leading the group, encountered a snake not far away. If Yilin hadn't been so observant, he would have definitely been bitten if he had walked past normally. Jiang Shuyan activated her innate skill, her golden eyes flashing. Name, Rascal Snake, normal. Health points, 70. Constitution, 6. Agility, 18. Mental strength, 0. Weakness, 7-inch mark. With Yilin's 56 points of constitution and the longsword's 15 points of constitution, it was defeated in 1 strike. Even so, there were still gains, including a quantity of snake meat. Chapter 23, The Struggle for the Unknown Fruit. The 4 continued walking. Yilin would occasionally leave a mark on the tree to prevent himself from getting lost in the forest. As they walked, Ing Tianqing suddenly asked, "Can you smell a fragrance?" The other 3 sniffed the air and nodded in agreement. Yilin, there's indeed a fragrance coming from the left. Let's go take a look. As the fragrance grew stronger, Yilin and his companions lay prone in the grass, watching a monster in the clearing not far away. A black giant ape lay under a small tree, on which sat a fruit that emitted a red glow. Name, Mighty 3-headed ape, mild misfortune. Health points, 650. Physical fitness, 45. Agility, 25. Mental strength, 25. Weakness, the eye in the middle. As time goes by, the fruit's aroma becomes more concentrated. The giant 3-headed ape warily looked around, fearing that something might happen and the fruit would be taken away. Yilin was signaling the 3 to prepare to make their move when suddenly something unexpected happened. A large snake, about 6 meters long, suddenly darted out from the bushes on one side. Jiang Shuyan quickly checked the information about the large snake. Name, Horned Serpent, minor calamity. Health points, 600. Constitution, 30. Agility, 40. Mental strength, 28. Weakness, eyes, the 7-inch mark, a point on the face. The horned snake bit down on the arm of the mighty 3-headed ape. Roar. The mighty 3-headed ape roared and flung the horned snake away. Hiss, hiss. The horned snake flicked its tongue, its cold, vertical pupils fixed on it. The mighty 3-headed ape, provoked, roared at it. The fragrance had already traveled for miles, seemingly attracting the attention of many monsters. The giant mountain ape realized it could no longer waste time and delay. He punched his chest twice with his fists, then lunged at the horned snake. It punched the horned snake in the head. The latter flew backward and shook its head. The mighty three-headed ape had no intention of holding back. It rushed over, pinned the horned snake to the ground, and began to punch it repeatedly. Just then, the poison in the arm of the mighty three-headed ape took full effect. It was unable to exert any strength in its entire arm, and the horned snake took the opportunity to coil around it with its body. Meanwhile, Yilin took advantage of their life-or-death struggle to send Xiamu Xuan to seize the fruit. Xiamu Xuan activated her innate skill and appeared on the treetop in just a moment. The moment she plucked the fruit, the two monsters that had been locked in combat instantly stopped. The mighty three-headed ape, its eyes bloodshot, charged down to the foot of the tree. However, by this time, Xiamu Xuan had already returned to Yilin's side. Hurry up. The moment Yilin finished speaking, they were surrounded by horned snakes. The horned snake was also furious, as it hadn't expected that the ants it had ignored would steal its fruit. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Yilin simply stopped what he was doing, took the fruit directly from Xiamu Xuan's hand, and put it into a spatial backpack right in front of the two of them. The horned snake and a mighty three-headed ape instantly went berserk and became violent. Yilin fights the giant three-headed ape alone, while Xiamu Xuan and Jiang Shuiyan deal with the horned snake. As for Ying Tianqing, she provided them with treatment from a safe location. Yilin held nothing back, unleashing his innate skill. Imperial might descends. Subsequently, its superior agility allowed it to continuously inflict shocking wounds on the creature. Yilin cut off its second head. Mighty cranium health points, 250 to 50. He didn't linger. Instead, he took advantage of the moment when the mighty three-headed ape went berserk and circled around to its back. Mighty cranium health points, 200 to 100. The giant three-headed ape had already lost an arm, and now Yilin had pierced its excretory opening with a single slash. On the other side, Jiang Shuiyan and Xiamu Xuan were teasing the horned snake. Jiang Shuiyan unleashed her SSS-level talent, Omniscient and Omnipotent. Omniscient automatically analyzes enemy skills/weaknesses/vulnerabilities, predicts attack trajectories within 3 seconds. With her first skill, Omniscience, Jiang Shuiyan can always dodge the horned snake's damage in the first instance. Even when she was knocked away by the horned snake, Ying Tianqing would immediately apply a healing spell. Even the horned snake couldn't withstand such a shameless attack, and its health quickly dwindled. Just as Yilin killed the giant three-headed ape and collected the dropped treasure chest, Ying Tianqing suddenly screamed. Yilin suddenly turned his head and saw a green figure carrying Ying Tianqing and running into the depths of the forest. Without hesitation, Yilin immediately gave chase. In less than 10 seconds, Yilin caught up with the goblin. He stood in front of the goblin, his eyes cold. The goblin, wielding a large club, charged towards Yilin. Yilin smashed its head open with just one punch. He caught the startled Ying Tianqing and then accepted the ordinary treasure chest. "Oh, I thought I'd never see you again." Ying Tianqing wiped away her tears, and Yilin could understand her feelings. "It's okay. I'm here. I won't abandon you." After offering a few words of comfort, Yilin picked her up and headed back the way he came without lingering. He heard fighting and shouting as soon as he got nearby. Yilin's eyes narrowed, and he quickened his pace. As soon as he arrived, he noticed that Xiamu Xuan and Jiang Shuiyan both had numerous wounds on their bodies. Yilin placed Ying Tianqing on the tree and leaped down towards the green goblin that was about to launch a sneak attack. With a single strike, he cleaved the nearly dead goblin in two. Dust billowed up, and Jiang Shuiyan saw Yilin breathe a sigh of relief. Name: Goblin Light Calamity. Health points: 600. Constitution: 38. Agility: 27. Mental strength: 25. Weakness: fear of fire and light. Yilin rushed forward and chopped off its left arm with a single strike. The goblin was enraged and roared. Suddenly, the goblins that had been attacking Xiamu Xuan and Jiang Shuiyan surrounded Yilin. Yilin looked at the goblins who were attacking him, but his eyes showed no panic. He relied on the damage reduction skill, Imperial Might Descends, plus the Constitution change after 50 points. They used a strategy of trading blows to kill the dozen or so goblins, leaving none alive. Seeing that the situation was dire, the remaining goblin abandoned its kin and fled. Yilin was entangled by the remaining 2 goblins, so he decisively threw the long sword in his hand at the fleeing goblin. The long sword whistled out and pierced its thigh. Unfortunately, it didn't kill it outright and allowed it to escape into the depths of the forest. Fortunately, after Yilin put the fruit back into his spatial storage, it did not attract any other monsters. The 4 of them did not linger. After collecting the treasure chests on the ground, they returned to the camp along the path marked by Yilin when they arrived. Upon returning to the camp, a group of girls saw the 4 injured men. They quickly surrounded the 4 people and inquired about their safety. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eerie green eyes were watching them from the grass where they sat. After a long while, they quietly left. The girls with some healing talent unleashed all their skills on the 4 of them. Yilin was almost completely drained by the milk. He sat on a large tree in the center of the camp, which Long Ichio had pulled up and reminisced about the battle that had just taken place. He clearly remembered that his left eye was scratched, but after treatment, there were no problems at all. Is this the terrifying physical condition after one's constitution exceeds 50 points? Squad leader, thank you. Ing Tianqing came to Yilin's side again to express her gratitude. Yilin waved his hand. You're one of my people. It's only right that I save you. Ing Tianqing, however, heard it in a completely different way. She intertwined her fingers, finally kissed Yilin on the cheek, and then ran away shyly. Yilin touched the lingering warmth on his face and watched the beautiful figure disappear into the tent. Chapter 24, The Goblin Night Raid. He brought in the leaders of the other 6 groups. They are Jiang Shuiyan, Hua Qing, Long Ichio, Xiamu Xuan, Yi Xiaoyu, and Jiang Xuanchuan. Yilin hadn't forgotten the 3rd piece of intelligence, the Goblin Raid at night. He first instructed a team, led by Jiang Shuiyan, to collect wood and build a simple wooden fence facing the leaves. Team 2, led by Hua Qing, created a ditch and set a trap for them. Yilin instructed Hua Qing to first lay down flammable dry grass inside, then sharpen the branches and finally lay down leaves and soil. Team 3's Yi Xiaoyu and Team 4's Xian Mushuan dug pits and ambushed each other 20 meters away from the battlefield. That evening, Yilin led Li Xiangyan and Yu Xiaowan, 2 human shields, along with 4 women with healing talents, to guard the camp. Those with less offensive capabilities stayed at the camp and used bows and arrows to deal with the goblins, while the others with more strength lay in ambush on both sides, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Yilin's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. If those goblins dared to come, he would make sure they never returned. After discussing the battle plan, Yilin dismissed the rest of the people, leaving only Jiang Shuiyan and Xia Zhuwei. Teacher, could you please take a look at the information about this fruit? Yilin took the fruit out of his spatial storage as he spoke. The moment the fruit appeared, the fragrance once again filled the surroundings. Jiang Shuiyan activated her talent, and the next second her face turned pale. This time, using skills on fruits consumes more mental energy than using skills on monsters. Name: Crimson Flame Fruit, Epic. Category: Spirit Fruit. Effect 1. Permanently increases Constitution by 50 points. Effect 2. Attacks inflict Crimson Burn. Each hit deals an additional 50% true fire damage, lasting 3 seconds, stacking up to 3 times. Restrictions: 1 tablet per person. Do not move within 3 hours after taking the tablet. Yilin looked at it quietly for a moment, then turned and handed the fruit to Xia Zhiwei. The latter took the fruit, and without him saying anything, Xia Zhiwei used her talent on her own. A moment later, under the gazes of Yilin and Jiang Shuiyan, she shook her head in frustration. Yilin took the crimson fruit from Xia Zhiwei's hand. Looking at these fragrant fruits, it would be a lie to say I didn't want to absorb them. But he still decided to give it to Long Ichio. After all, that girl was already quite strong. If she were to consume this crimson fruit, her combat power would exceed 100. Besides, Long Ichio only has his own woman. No matter how strong she is, she's still one of his own. After dismissing Xia Zhiwei and Jiang Shuiyan, Yilin immediately called Long Ichio into the tent. Joke! If you want to reap the rewards for free, you have to feed yourself first. Trading 50 for 10 is hardly a good deal. When Long Ichio saw the crimson fruit, his saliva dripped onto Yilin. Class monitor, I want to eat. I have something even tastier than this fruit. Class monitor, Eat slowly, I'm not in a hurry. Constitution +1. Mental strength +1. Mental strength +1. After dealing with Long Ichio, he watched as she swallowed the crimson fruit and began refining it. Yilin simply opened his attribute panel to take a look. Attribute panel. Player. Yilin Captain. Landmark. Area A. Number 749. Talent. SSS level prosperity with many children. SSS level supreme ruler. Health points 100%. Constitution 56 plus 3, 59. Agility 39 plus 4, 43. Mental strength 37 plus 3, 40 plus 8 jade pendant bonus. Yilin got dressed and walked out of the tent. He didn't sit idle either, occasionally digging holes here and cutting down trees there. As night fell, Long Ichio also finished refining the crimson vermilion fruit. Attribute panel. Player, Long Ichio. Landmark, Area A, Number 749. Talent, SSS rank Dragon Girl. Health points 100%. Physical fitness 106. Agility 33. Mental strength 16. Skills, Flaming Fist, Gilded Scales, Burning Heaven and Boiling Sea. Dragon's Domain, Candle Dragon's Illumination. Yilin looked at Long Ichio's stats and thought, wow, he's definitely a one-trick pony. The 42 people began to perform their respective duties, waiting for the goblins to walk right into their trap. Time passed slowly, and the nighttime temperature continued to drop. Fortunately, the black leather jacket worn by the girl lying in ambush provided warmth and protection. Otherwise, you'll end up like Yilin, shivering even while leaning against the fire. Fortunately, Xiaojiwei and Baya hugged him from both sides to keep him warm. Note, a constitution level of 50 or higher can withstand temperatures as low as minus 20 degrees Celsius. The current temperature is minus 1 degree Celsius. The goblin is still not here. Jiwei Xiaobai, I feel like I'm going to freeze to death. Yilin placed his hands on either side of the two of them, covering them with his large hands and occasionally rubbing his numb, frozen palms. Xiaojiwei asked anxiously, what should we do? Yilin curled his lips. Why don't we go inside the tent and exercise a bit? We can leave them here to keep watch. As soon as he finished speaking, Baya punched him on the head. This guy definitely did it on purpose. He was already on top, and now he wanted to, well, you know. It's like being brainwashed by gluttons. More than 100 goblins are heading towards the camp in the leaf forest from deep within the woods. One of the goblins spoke in a human voice. My little ones, there are lots of female soft-skinned monkeys on the beach. Feel free to play around. The group of underlings cheered and jumped for joy. After half an hour's journey, they approached the edge of the forest. A group of goblins with gleaming green eyes spotted the girl in a bikini in front of the campfire. The goblin leader, who had initially maintained some semblance of rationality, also went berserk. Charge! Kill all the males, leave the females. More than 100 goblins rushed out of the forest in an instant. The people who had been chatting in the camp quickly summoned their clothes, put them on, took out their weapons, and returned to their designated positions. The mindless goblins charged forward without hesitation. As they drew closer, the goblin charging at the front, wielding a wooden club, fell into a pre-prepared trap. More than a dozen goblins fell into the pit, and several of them were impaled by the log below due to inertia. Instead of stopping, they accelerated their sprint. Long Ichio in the camp unleashed her skill, burning the sky and boiling the sea. A fireball appeared out of nowhere and crashed into the deep pit. The fire ignited instantly upon contact with the flames, and as the fire grew larger, many goblins who had fallen into the pit and were unable to struggle were burned and screamed in agony. As more and more goblins broke through the first line of defense, Yilin immediately waved his hand, and the next second, more than 20 people took turns shooting arrows at the goblins blocking the fence. More and more goblins rushed into the encirclement, and Yilin shouted to attack. More than a dozen people jumped out of the ground 20 meters from both sides of the camp and charged towards the goblins. Xiemu Xuan transformed into a black shadow, wandering around Ben, reaping the lives of lone goblins one by one with her blade. Yi Xiaoyu pointed her finger, and a lotus flower bloomed, turning a large number of goblins with remaining blood into fragments. Yilin from the camp took the lead, rushing into the battlefield to block the goblins' advance. He was slaughtering everyone in his path when a goblin of unusual size swung its club at Yilin. Yilin subconsciously raised his knife. Click! A crisp sound rang out. The long sword shattered, and Yilin was sent flying. Yilin's HP, use. Goblin boss health, 1,500 to 100. Yilin coughed up blood. Luckily, he had a cheat code, or he would have died. Class monitor. Yilin. Squad leader. Chapter 25, Other Survivors. A golden light flashed in Jiang Shuyan's eyes as the information about the goblin appeared before her. Name, Goblin leader, ominous sign. Health points, 1,400. Physical fitness, 150. Agility, 40. Mental strength, 25. Skill, trample. Weakness, fear of fire and light. Ying Tianqing was preparing to use her healing skills on Yilin. Yilin was enveloped in golden light, entering a state of supreme immortality. Supreme unity. After being on the verge of death, the user enters the supreme, undying state for 5 breaths, becoming immortal and indestructible. Furthermore, the user's combat power doubles for the next 15 minutes, intimidating heaven and earth and deterring any challengers. Yilin only had 15 minutes, and he couldn't guarantee whether he could take down this guy. Long Ichio hadn't expected this unexpected turn of events, so she immediately activated Dragon's Domain. Yilin, who was fighting the goblin leader, missed his punch. Where did my huge goblin go? However, time was of the essence. After confirming the location of the goblin leader, he immediately turned his attention to the other goblins. With double combat power, Yilin could take down a clansman with a single strike. Within the dragon's domain, a scene of carnage and inferno unfolded. Long Ichio transformed into a giant dragon and relentlessly attacked the goblin leader. The goblin leader was terrified by what he saw and cowered on the spot, trembling. Even so, Long Ichio was still unable to kill it within 3 minutes. Fortunately, this was enough time for Yilin and the others to wipe out the goblins that were still struggling. The moment the dragon domain disappeared, Long Ichio and the goblin leader reappeared on the battlefield. The goblin leader, who had lost the will to fight, stared wide-eyed at the corpses of his kin. It suddenly stood up and tried to run away, but Yilin dodged and slashed at its face. The goblin leader couldn't dodge in time, and a deep, bone-revealing wound was slashed across half of his face. Goblin's hit points, 559 to 59. The others weren't idle either. They all went over to help. Yilin's deliberate arrangement prevented the goblin leader from having any chance to harm them. The 42 people took turns wearing it down. When their mental energy was depleted and they couldn't use skills, they kept their distance and used arrows to whittle down its health. Yilin charged at the goblin leader, knife in hand. Enemies meeting are bound to be furious, and the goblin leader, with only one eye left, raised his club and smashed it down on Yilin. Yilin dodged to the side, then leaped high into the air and flipped over to get behind it. A sharp blade strikes, chrysanthemums fall, leaving only withered petals and broken hearts. Tears of flowers fall, and hearts break. Only the hilt of the large sword remained outside. Many girls covered their anuses upon seeing this scene, wondering if Yilin might have some unique hobby. Does having hemorrhoids feel different? As the ominous level goblin fell, the world fell silent once more. Apart from the occasional roar heard in the forest, the only other sound was the burning of flames inside the pit. Yilin slumped to the ground, panting heavily. He felt that several of his ribs were broken, but fortunately, there was a force slowly healing the broken ribs. Under the direction of Jiang Xuan, Baya, and others, the other girls who were still able to move carried the injured back to the camp. So many treasure chests, they're all ours. Yu Xiaowan was so captivated by the sight of the treasure chests scattered on the ground that she couldn't move. It transforms into a perpetual motion machine, possessing inexhaustible ox-like strength. The next morning, Yilin stepped out of the tent and stretched. He discovered that everyone except the 2 female classmates who were on guard were asleep. He thought for a moment, then returned to the tent and woke Baya. Baya squinted her eyes, pouted, and said unhappily, "Ugh, what are you doing?" Quickly checked today's intelligence. Yilin hugged Baya and pinched her cheek. Baya, who hadn't had enough sleep, reluctantly unleashed her talent. Prophet 1. A fruit tree 40 kilometers to the east will bear fruit in half an hour. Prophet 2. Deep within the goblin lair lies a rusty tang sword. Prophet 3. It's not advisable to be alone at sunset. As soon as the results were displayed, Baya laid back down, resting her head on someone else's lap. Seeing this, Yilin no longer hesitated. He immediately stepped out of the tent, greeted the two female classmates on guard, and sped off towards the east and west forests. In less than half an hour, Yilin ran 40 kilometers. He leaned against a tree, constantly surveying his surroundings, occasionally picking up any treasure chest that appeared. This is something he just discovered. A treasure chest appears 20 kilometers into the forest. Yilin even picked up several rare treasure chests. Just as Yilin was at a loss, he heard a commotion coming from not far away and rushed over without hesitation. He was thrown back by the aftershock as soon as he got close. Yilin cursed under his breath, and only after maintaining a safe distance could he see the horrific scene ahead. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses littered the ground. Two formidable-looking monsters were locked in combat, their lingering power sending chills down one's spine. On a small hillside next to them, a small tree radiating a golden, sacred light caught Yilin's attention. The tree was laden with no fewer than a dozen fruits, and Yilin swallowed hard. With a final blow from the two monsters, they fell to the ground. Without hesitation, Yilin rushed out at top speed, his target naturally the fruit tree. Just when the foliage was less than a foot away from the fruit trees, a strange thing happened. An arrow carrying murderous intent flew toward his face. Upon seeing the toxin attached to it, Yilin hesitated for a moment but then dodged away. He didn't intend to take any risks. Yilin cautiously surveyed his surroundings, just as a dozen or so people dressed in various styles appeared from the bushes. The two pairs of eyes met, and the next second, the man in the lead spoke to Yilin. "Brother, we had our eye on this fruit tree first. You should go somewhere else." Upon hearing this, the people behind him began to chatter amongst themselves. The burly man beside him brandished a sledgehammer and glared menacingly at Yilin. "Brother, you, don't waste your breath on him. Just kill him if he's alone." Tiger is right. Even if Brother Jiang kills him, the things will still be ours. Just as Jiang Yu hesitated, the girl holding a bow, an arrow in the tree, suddenly spoke. Yilin remained silent and silently summoned his greatsword. Seeing this, Jiang Yu could only order everyone to prepare for battle. "Brother, I gave you a chance. If you don't cherish it, then go die." A major battle between the two sides is imminent. Yilin initiated the attack. Unleashing the skill, Imperial Majesty descends. The relaxed smiles on the faces of the dozen or so people on the other side turned serious. They discovered that they could only unleash half of their power under Yilin's strange pressure. Tiger charged towards Yilin, his height increasing by 2 meters, giving off a strong sense of pressure. Yilin dodged the hidden arrow that was launched from the tree. A sudden feeling of unease arose, and he instinctively turned to the side. Suddenly, Jiang Yu appeared behind him with a sword and thrust it out. Jiang Yu's face flashed with surprise, for this was the first time someone had dodged a sword strike. While he was distracted, Yilin had already rushed to the back row of them. Those guys with a constitution of less than 50 points had their necks slit by Yilin with a single stroke. Xiao Yao, the girl in the tree, was enraged and hid in the tree to prepare for an attack. Her move directly targets the soul. Once it hits, even someone with high mental strength will lose the ability to move. Yilin took a direct hit from Hu Zi and Jiang Yu and rushed to the tree where she was. "Madman!" Xiao Yao had to interrupt her spell casting to dodge. Yilin suddenly turned around sharply, his broadsword aimed at Hu Zi, who had no time to dodge. The long knife pierced his brain, drawing out a large spray of blood. "Tiger!" Jiang Yu's sword was getting faster and faster, and Yilin noticed that his damage was increasing. To avoid any accidents, he decisively gave up fighting them and turned to attack his underlings who were constantly sneaking up on him. In less than 10 seconds, the original team of 15 was reduced to only the 3 strongest members, including Jiang Yu. Chapter 26, Sister, I'm sorry. At this moment, Xiao Yao finished charging up her power and yelled at Yilin, "Go to hell." The arrow, exuding an eerie aura, shot out suddenly, accompanied by a streak of gray light. Yilin, who had just taken Hu Zi's hammer blow, was suddenly overcome by a wave of dizziness. He only saw that the tiger stomped the ground and created a gust of wind, which he figured was the cause of the mischief. The arrow pierced Yilin's body, and Jiang Yu and the other two breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Xiao Yao smiled arrogantly and said, "This is a rare item called Ghost Arrow. I didn't want to use it, but you asked for it." The next second, Xiao Yao, who had been mocking him from the tree, screamed and her eyes went vacant as she tumbled down from the tree. What did you do? With only half a head remaining, Tiger's eyes were filled with fear, and he was so frightened that he froze on the spot. She couldn't withstand the backlash and died, but that's not my fault. Yilin deactivated his second skill and turned his gaze to Jiang Yu, the only one still standing. Jiang Yu gave a bitter laugh. I lost. Just give me a quick death. He could tell that Yilin hadn't used his full strength yet, and besides, all his teammates were dead, so they didn't even have the right to fight again. Yilin remained silent. He killed Jiang Yu with a single slash and then took Hu Zi's life with a kick. He dared not waste any more time and immediately went to the fruit tree. In just a moment, he set his sights on the entire fruit tree. Before long, Yilin had put the entire tree into his spatial backpack, but this was just the beginning. Yilin collected the monster's corpse and the treasures that had fallen from the group of people into his spatial storage, much like a scavenger. Having done all this, he dared not linger any longer and quickly returned the way he came. As he approached, he saw a familiar figure, and a playful smile appeared on Yilin's lips. He covered himself in mud and blood, leaving only his handsome face. Then, Yilin stumbled and appeared in the bushes near the camp. Yi Xiaoyu, who was passing by, heard the noise and went to check. When she saw Yilin lying on the ground, her pupils contracted. She rushed to him, looking at Yilin, who was barely breathing, her voice choked with emotion. Yilin, what's wrong with you? Wait here, we'll go find Tianqing and the others. Holding Yi Xiaoyu's trembling hands, Yilin said weakly, It's no use now, sister, I'm sorry. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu burst into tears, wetting her delicate face. Stop talking. I'll take you back right now. As Yi Xiaoyu spoke, she reached out to pick him up, but Yilin grabbed her and pulled her back to his chest. Wait, Sister Xiaoyu, I have a question for you, Yilin said, patting the ground a couple of times. Immersed in her grief, Yi Xiaoyu naturally didn't notice Yilin's subtle actions. Ask me anything, whatever you want. After saying this, she closed her eyes, pressed her lips tightly together, and her sorrow was evident in her expression. Yilin rested his head on his chest, looking at her with indifferent eyes, but his tone betrayed his disappointment. Why have you been so cold to me for the past 6 months? Every time I see your expression, I feel so bad. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu's delicate body trembled slightly, and she tightened her grip on Yilin's hand, trying to keep the two from separating again. I'm sorry, little brother. It's all my fault. I love you too much. I can't control my feelings for you, so I tried to distance myself from you in this way. Yilin was stunned for a moment, and a crack appeared on his face. He had thought of everything, even that it was because of his secret sale of used stockings, but he never imagined it would be like this. Yilin paused, met Yi Xiaoyu's eyes, and said sincerely, I have one last question for you. Yi Xiaoyu stroked Yilin's face, which he had been longing for, and nodded. Little brother, you can say it, I'm listening. Yilin went straight to the point, without beating around the bush. Sis, when did you start liking me? Upon hearing this question, Yi Xiaoyu fell into reminiscence. Her eyes filled with complex emotions, a mixture of love and resentment. From the first time you started dating another girl, but I am your older sister, I was afraid that you would hate me and think that I was disgusting, so I started to intentionally or unintentionally distance myself from you. Yilin's eyes widened, and he said in a low voice, Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Although Yi Xiaoyu heard Yilin's words, her mind didn't process them for a moment. What do you mean? Yilin smiled awkwardly, smelling the refreshing milky aroma, and then pretended to be half dead again. She spoke weakly. It's nothing, sister. I have one last question. How could Yi Xiaoyu possibly refuse at this moment? She nodded in agreement. Yilin tightened his grip on Yi Xiaoyu's arm, bringing the two closer together, both able to feel each other's body heat. Could you please give me a kiss? Consider it my last kiss of the day. Yi Xiaoyu's tears rolled down in large drops. The next second, those alluring lips kissed him. The two kissed passionately until Yi Xiaoyu noticed the restlessness of Yilin's large hand. Only then did she have the energy to recall everything that had just happened, and the more she thought about it, the darker her face became. Yi Xiaoyu pushed Yilin away and punched him on the forehead. You, Yilin, you even lied to me. After saying that, she stood up and prepared to return to the camp. Yilin was not about to let go of the Rujiyamo, Chinese meat sandwich, that was about to be eaten especially since this was a rare opportunity to get closer to Yi Qiaoyu. He reached out and pulled Yi Qiaoyu, who was standing along with him. Yi Qiaoyu stumbled and fell into Yi Lin's arms. She struggled to no avail, then glared at Yi Lin. Yi Lin hugged her tightly and whispered in her ear, "Sister, I'm sorry, I've actually liked you for a long time too." Yi Qiaoyu, whose ear was being blew into by Yi Lin, felt weak and didn't even have the strength to struggle. Yi Lin looked at her pure face, enhanced by the aura brought by her talent, White Lotus. At this moment, an abnormal flush appeared on Yi Qiaoyu's pure face. She was like a fairy who had fallen from heaven to earth and tasted forbidden fruit for the first time. "Sister, I want you." Yi Lin bit her earlobe, and Yi Qiaoyu let out a soft hum. The black leather jacket transformed back into a ring, signifying Yi Qiaoyu's tacit approval of Yi Lin's actions. "No massage allowed. I'm your older sister." "Sister, my massage skills are top-notch." The forest is filled with the sounds of birds and insects, and animals thrive and multiply. "Sister, hold on to that big tree tight. Your little brother will be coming to find you soon." Yi Lin and his companion could even vaguely see what was happening inside the camp. As time went by, he accumulated 10 attribute points. Looking at Yi Qiaoyu, who was covered in dirt, Yi Lin decisively took out more than 20 bottles of mineral water from his spatial storage. He cleaned Yi Qiaoyu thoroughly from head to toe, and the two left the forest one after the other after confirming that everything was all right. Looking at Yi Qiaoyu, who was walking with a limp, Yi Lin thought about how his first outdoor activity was with his sister, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. "Our class monitor is back. Squad leader, please bring more people next time. We're so worried." "That's right." Lingling even cried from fright. "I don't." When Shang Lingling saw someone making fun of her, she mustered up the courage to refute them, but was swallowed up by the crowd. "Yi Lin, you're finally back. We thought something had happened to you." Jiang Shuiyin saw Yi Lin arrive at the camp and quickly went up to him to show her concern. Yi Lin shook his head. "I have some insights that I need to process. Let's stick together and not go it alone." He obtained information about the fruit from Jiang Shuiyin. Name, Golden King Fruit, Epic. Category, Spirit Fruit. Effect 1. Permanently increase attribute value by 100 points. Effect 2. There's a chance to obtain an S-rank talent, 0.000000001%. Restriction, only 1 tablet per person. Duration of action, approximately 5 hours after ingestion. Chapter 27, The Goblin Witch. Yi Lin decisively summoned the 8 people with the highest talent at present. There was no other way, simply because this Golden Emperor tree only had 9 Golden Emperor fruits. Xia Jiwei's talent was also unable to replicate these fruits. Once everyone had arrived, Yi Lin took out the fruit. Xiamu Xuan, Jiang Shuiyin, Long Yiqiu, Hua Qing, Shang Lingling, Yu Xiaowan, Jiang Xuanchuan, and Yi Qiaoyu. As for Wei Baiya and Xia Jiwei weren't chosen, they aren't strong in combat, so they're not needed for the time being. While Jiang Xuanchuan wasn't the only S rank, he was among the strongest in terms of combat power. Shang Lingling's SSS level talent, Luck, has no skills, but when Yi Lin sees the word probability, he thinks of that harmless little face. Apart from Long Yiqiu and Hua Qing, who stayed behind to patrol and prevent any accidents, the rest of the 7 tents began to absorb the Golden Emperor fruit. Time passed little by little. Not far from the camp, GCU crossed her legs and said to Hua Qing, "Sister Hua Qing, I'm going to the restroom." Hua Qing nodded. "Go quickly and be careful." Just as GCU finished relieving herself, a dark green figure appeared behind her. "Ah!" Hua Qing, who was still wielding her sword, suddenly turned around and immediately saw GCU being dragged into the forest by goblins. She rushed over immediately and slashed him across the head with a knife. The goblin was very fast and dodged away in an instant. Hua Qing immediately unleashed her skill, her pupils flashing pink. The goblin suddenly released GCU's hand, and Hua Qing pulled her back. Without hesitation, she slashed at it, but the blade passed right through it without any resistance. Fake! Hua Qing reacted immediately, and the next second, a blazing and domineering fire fist shattered the illusion in front of her. Only then did she notice a goblin wearing a black robe and holding a staff standing in front of her. Hua Qing, come back quickly. Long Yiqiu activated Golden Scales, greatly increasing her combat power, and rushed towards the old witch's face. But the next second, she was blocked by a huge creature that suddenly appeared in front of her. Hua Qing tried to break free from the old witch's mental control, but it was no use no matter what she did. You look quite good. With such rich spiritual energy, you would make a good vessel. The old witch's voice was sharp and hoarse, indistinguishable between male and female. Just then, a large sword flew towards the old monster with lightning speed. It raised its head slightly, and a creepy smile appeared on its lips. Then, carrying Hua Qing and the burly man who was about to be smashed to pieces, he turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared from the spot. Damn it! Yilin approached the goblin that had started the attack. Take me to your lair. Whether it understood or not, it darted away the next second, and Yilin and Long Ichio immediately followed. GCU, who was returning to the camp to report the news, happened to run into the others who had finished absorbing the fruit. Without hesitation, they rushed over, leaving Xia Zhuwei and Baiya, two of whom were of little use, behind to barely protect the camp. As for Shang Lingling, she awakened her new S-rank talent, Witch. So when she learned that Hua Qing had been captured and Yilin had chased after the enemy's lair, she mustered her courage and caught up with the main force. Attribute panel. Player. Yilin Captain. Landmark. Area A. Number 749. Talent. SSS level prosperity with many children. SSS level supreme ruler. Health points 100%. Constitution 160 plus 15. Weapon bonus. Agility 43. Mental strength 39 plus 8. Jade pendant bonus. Skills: kidney power, sexual intercourse, procreation, imperial majesty, supreme ruler, unification. Player: Long Ichio. Talent: SSS rank dragon girl. Health points 100%. Physical fitness 106. Agility 33. Mental strength 16. Skills: flaming fist, gilded scales, burning heaven and boiling sea, dragon's domain, candle dragons, illumination. Yilin and Long Ichio followed the goblin, and along the trail left by the old witch to a cave. As for why it can't fly, Long Ichio tried, but it's impossible to fly there. The area is off limits to air traffic. Besides, you need to go all out to fly. Who goes all out to travel? Yilin and Long Ichio saw the hundreds of goblins and charged in without hesitation. Bang! The two men descended from the sky like cannonballs, instantly killing several goblins. The goblins, who had been sleeping, immediately opened their eyes and rushed towards them with their weapons. Long Ichio transformed into a 5-meter-long giant dragon and roared at them. A fireball slammed into the densest cluster of goblins, the flames clinging to them like maggots, burning them until they rolled around on the ground. Yilin swept past them and rushed into the cave, handing the goblin over to Long Ichio. He went to the very inside of the cave. As soon as they entered the cave, they were met by a group of goblins. Without the slightest hesitation, Yilin swiftly swung his knife, splitting their heads in two. The more he killed, the more there were. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a 3-meter-tall goblin emerged from within. That aura clearly indicated a goblin leader of the ominous sign level. Yilin activated his talent and leaped into the air, slashing at its head. The goblin leader raised his eyes and threw a punch. The two were evenly matched. Just then, Siamu Xuan, Yi Xiaoyu, and the others arrived, and the goblins outside had been completely cleared away by Long Ichio. Jiang Xuan immediately called out to Yilin. Yilin, you go save Hua Qing first. We'll take care of the rest. Yilin nodded upon hearing this, then darted past the goblin leader, smashing his hammer down and raising a cloud of dust, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. As the smoke cleared, Yilin patted his chest and got up from the wall. Luckily, he managed to dodge, otherwise he would have been crippled if not killed. Everyone then noticed a goblin hiding in the shadows. Yilin recognized it at a glance as the goblin captain that had escaped from his grasp. After Yu Xiaowan grew larger, she rushed towards it and started fighting with it. Seeing this, he wasted no time and continued walking deeper into the cave. Soon he stopped in front of a wooden door, kicked it down, and wood chips flew everywhere. They interrupted the old, which was about to give medicine to the unconscious Hua Qing. Damn it, those useless bunch of good-for-nothings can't even guard a door properly. Yilin's gaze fell on Hua Qing. Fortunately, she was all right, only tied to a cross. As his gaze swept over the old witch, he noticed the corpses of Jiang Yu and the others not far behind her. Yi Lin didn't want to waste any time, so he picked up his machete and charged forward. The old witch conjured a fireball out of thin air, which he then extinguished with a single stroke. Yi Lin's HP, use, iki, ikinji. The moment the smoke cleared, Yi Lin appeared in front of the old woman. It knocked out its few remaining teeth with a single punch, and its face, hidden beneath the black robe, appeared before Yi Lin. His skin was bluish-black, his face was pockmarked, and there were a few strands of hair on his forehead. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." As the old witch finished speaking, her black robe fluttered, and streams of black energy emerged from her sleeves, transforming into black mist that rushed towards Yi Lin. Yi Lin neither dodged nor evaded, but slashed with his sword. The black mist split in two, but then quickly merged back into one. It's no use. You can't kill it with your methods. It will slowly gnaw at your soul. The old witch's shrill, piercing voice echoed in the empty cave, and Yi Lin felt a sharp pain spread throughout his body. Just as the black mist enveloped Yi Lin, a golden light flashed, and the black mist screamed and vanished. Chapter 28, Hua Qing's Kidnapping. What did you do? The old witch looked on in disbelief at what she saw. Seeing Yi Lin swing his knife at it again, it suddenly spoke. How about we make a deal? Yi Lin's strike was blocked by its staff, and it swung its sword again. You think you're worthy? While resisting Yi Lin's fierce attacks, the old witch tempted him with words. If you give me this woman and take me away from here, I can give you a legendary treasure chest. Yi Lin stopped in his tracks, his brow furrowing. What do you mean by taking you away? You don't actually think I was a goblin, do you? The old witch chuckled, and her words shocked Yi Lin for a moment. Just then, Shang Lingling, who had been hiding in the black leather jacket, saw the old witch quietly raise her cane and scold her. I will not allow you to hurt the class monitor. Yi Lin looked at the timid Shang Lingling standing bravely in front of him, and he felt gratified. Where did this little girl come from? Doesn't she know that children shouldn't interrupt adults? The old witch stared at Shang Lingling with a grim expression, but the next second, she looked somewhat surprised. I never imagined you had such a talent as a witch, but it's a pity your mental strength is too weak. It looked at Yi Lin again. What's your decision? Yi Lin's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he scoffed. You've said so much, but your ultimate move isn't ready yet? The old witch was taken aback, then burst into laughter. I didn't expect you to find out. Well then, Dai. Beams of light appeared above them from the four directions of east, west, south, and north, while a magic array was formed on the ground, enveloping the two of them. Yi Lin was about to take out a rare-grade talisman he had acquired by chance to destroy the broken formation. Suddenly, the beam of light in the eastern corner flickered, then went completely out of the light the next second. The formation lost its effect in an instant, and the old witch was stunned, her face turning ugly. I don't know what you've done, but you'd all die. The crystal at the tip of the old witch's staff shone brightly, and a terrifying aura enveloped the two of them. The next second, when the attack landed on Shang Lingling, it was completely absorbed by her witch cloak, blocking a fatal blow. Yi Lin has the supreme return to one cheat code that locks in health. Shang Lingling weakly unleashed a normal attack, and the barely perceptible spell landed on the old witch. It didn't even realize there was a problem before the next second. Shang Lingling's Curse Staff skill took effect. Curse Staff, Rare Spirit Power plus 25, Special Effect. There is a 1 in a billion chance to instantly kill an enemy when attacking them. The old witch's body turned into a pool of blood without even having time to say a last word. Yi Lin, Shang Lingling. Shang Lingling, holding Yi Lin's hand, asked in a daze, Did I kill it? But I didn't do anything. I just used a... Yi Lin gave an awkward smile. Meanwhile, the goblins outside were dealt with by Long Ichio and the others. Yi Lin looked at the group of people who came in with some injuries and took Hua Qing off the cross and handed her over to Tian Qing and the others for treatment. And then it's time to loot the supplies. Yi Lin first stored everything he could see into his spatial storage. However, after searching around, he couldn't find the rusty Tang sword or the legendary treasure chest the old witch had mentioned. Upon hearing this, everyone started searching as well. After a while, Shang Lingling's voice rang out from the corner. I found it. It's there. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin followed the direction of her finger and saw a rusty knife hanging from a ceiling. He quickly jumped up and tried to pull it off. Hey, everyone. Can you do me a favor? One by one, the crowd began trying to pull him down. Damn it, don't pull down my pants. One girl joked. Everyone, be careful. Now is not the time to do that. The girls burst into laughter upon hearing this. Finally, Yilin removed the knife that was stuck in a crack in the ceiling. Name, Blood Devourer. Rank, none. Category, weapons. Effect 1. Effect 2? Yilin frowned as he looked at the panel with 2 question marks. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he suddenly understood. In TV dramas, these hidden magical weapons all require blood to bind them to their master. Just as Yilin was about to stab himself, he stopped abruptly when he saw the rust on the blade. Will I get tetanus? He cautiously switched to a fine iron broadsword, and the next second, the sharp blade sliced across his arm, blood dripping onto the rusty, blood-drinking vessel. With a flash of red light, Yilin felt as if he was being drained dry, more exhausting than if he had sex 20 times in one night. Host, Yilin. Name, Blood Devourer. Rank, none. Category, weapons. Effect 1. Gain 1 attribute point after killing an enemy target. Effect 2. After killing an enemy target, there is a 0.000000001% chance to obtain the opponent's talent skill. Yilin saw the second one and couldn't help but laugh. He had already given up hope. Aside from Shang Lingling being able to trigger it, it's just decoration for everyone else. Unfortunately, this knife is already bound to him. Shang Lingling's voice rang out again. There seems to be a mechanism here. Yilin looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the stone wall had been opened. Shang Lingling took small, quick steps inside, and Li Xiangyan followed her. The next second, arrows shot towards them from both sides of the stone wall. The others dared not step in for a moment, and Li Xiangyan used her talent, Iron Wall, to try to protect Shang Lingling behind her. But when she launched the attack, all the arrows hit her. As for Shang Lingling, who was not far away, she had already walked to the innermost part before she could react. Why did he come in? After Shang Lingling finished speaking, she turned around and found that everyone was staring at her in a daze. Lingling, we won't go in. Just bring the things out. Yes, keep it up. Yilin clicked his tongue in amazement. People favored by Lady Luck are truly different. Soon, Yilin and the others saw a flash of red light, and Shang Lingling hopped out. Seeing this, Li Xiangyan looked unconvinced and stepped on it. With a click, the mechanism activated, and the entire cave shook violently the next second, clearly on the verge of collapse. Run! Without the slightest hesitation, Yilin and his group quickly ran outside. A loud bang followed, and dust billowed up, but thankfully no one was injured. Li Xiangyan looked utterly dejected, which made everyone burst into laughter. Jiang Xuan spoke up at the right moment. Everyone, go back first. Don't let the people in the camp worry too much. Yilin picked up Hua Qing, who was still asleep, and followed the main force toward the camp in the dark. They didn't encounter any foolish monsters along the way, which Yilin found a bit of a pity, as he was still thinking of trying out the blood-devouring ability. Soon they returned to the camp. Yilin put Hua Qing in the tent, and just as he was about to leave to warm himself by the fire outside, Hua Qing woke up. No, don't come near me. Hua Qing woke up with a start. The moment she saw Yilin, tears streamed down her cheeks, making her look incredibly pitiful. Don't cry, it's all over now. Yilin, who was being comforted, was embraced by Hua Qing. Chapter 29, The Upgraded Luxury Boat. Yilin, I thought I would never see you again. I was so scared. Don't be afraid, it's all over. I said I would protect you. Yilin listened to Hua Qing's intermittent sobs and gently patted her back to comfort her. Hua Qing's crying gradually subsided, and she soon fell asleep leaning on Yilin's shoulder. Yilin carefully laid her down and lay beside her, letting her hug him. He examined the contents of the legendary treasure chest that Shang Lingling had opened. Ship Modification Blueprint X1, Fishing Rod Legendary X1, Crystal Magic Core Cataclysmic X1, Soul Block X6, Iron Golem Blueprint Legendary X1. Yilin was overjoyed as he looked at the abundant materials. I must say, the boat modification blueprints and the legendary fishing rod alone made the trip worthwhile. Yilin replaced all the equipment and materials he didn't have. That night, Yilin spent the entire night at the trading market. Having too much stuff and not being able to use it all was a sin. The next morning, Yilin opened his eyes and saw Hua Qing lying on top of him. You're awake, class monitor, sir. What are you doing so early in the morning? Hua Qing's eyes were filled with tears. Class monitor, I'm not dirty at all. I have never been defiled by goblins. Yilin helped her up from his arms. I know you don't need to do this. I believe you. Hua Qing blushed and said aggrievedly, so do you think I'm the kind of girl who's easy to get along with? I've dated 8 or 10 guys, but none of them ever kissed me on the lips. I just thought it was fun. It's still my first kiss. Yilin was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect it to be like this. After all, Hua Qing's reputation at school wasn't very good. Although he didn't care about Hua Qing's actions, he still felt some resistance towards her, which was why he didn't choose her before. As a splash of bright red appeared, the barrier between the two vanished completely. Constitution +1. Constitution +1. Agility +1. Attribute panel. Player. Yilin Captain. Landmark. Area A. Number 749. Talent. SSS level prosperity with many children. SSS level supreme ruler. Health points 100%. Constitution 160 plus 2, 162. Agility 43 plus 6, 49. Mental strength 39 plus 2, 41 plus 8 jade pendant bonus. Skills, kidney power, sexual intercourse, procreation, imperial majesty, supreme ruler, unification. Yilin carried the blood devourer and traversed the forest, hunting monsters with each slash, leaving nothing but desolation in his wake. As he continued his hunt, he reached the other side of the island. As Yilin walked on the beach, he immediately spotted the makeshift campsite not far away. He went closer and saw that most of the corpses were lying haphazardly on the ground. Many of the corpses had been gnawed beyond recognition by wild beasts, and Yilin thought of Jiang Yu and the others whom he had killed yesterday morning. It's likely that this group of people was caused by his death. As Yilin walked, he suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. He looked up abruptly and saw a snake tens of meters long appear in front of him. Yilin didn't leave any survivors. With a single slash, a flash of cold light appeared, and the snake was cut in two before it could even react. Attribute panel. Player. Yilin Captain. Talent. SSS level prosperity with many children. SSS level supreme ruler. Health points 100%. Constitution 438. Agility 263 plus 1, 264. Mental strength 251. Skills, kidney power, sexual intercourse, procreation, imperial majesty, supreme ruler, unification. Feeling the pure energy transmitted to him by the blood devourer, Yilin just wanted to shout to the sky. Cool. He spent an entire day killing every monster he could find on the island. As a result, most of them hid, and Yilin, seeing this, became too lazy to look for them. Evacuation countdown. 4 hours, 59 minutes, and 56 seconds. Yilin estimated the time and decided it was time to go back. With his current agility, he could make the round trip in less than 10 minutes. He returned to the camp and addressed the group. There's nothing to do now, so everyone could do whatever they want. Upon hearing this, many girls put away their leather jackets and went to play on the beach wearing the swimsuits they had worn at the beginning. Yilin sat on the beach, watching this beautiful scene with great satisfaction. Black, white bikinis, cartoon, onesie nude, they have it all. Yilin, wearing sunglasses, lay asleep on the beach. Not long after, he found himself being lifted up by them. When Yilin opened his eyes, he found himself buried in the sand, with only his head sticking out. He quickly got up from the sand pile, and Hua Qing, seeing this, tackled Yilin and pinned him down. Many girls were quite adept at it, and even Jiang Shuyan, who was watching the show from the sidelines, smiled and scratched Yilin's head. With only 10 minutes left in the countdown, Yilin arrived at their cabin and began upgrading the Raft house to level 4. Area A, base number 749. Hope, level 3. Level 3. Function, provides a safe, warm, and comfortable environment in one room, accommodating up to 100 people. Materials required for level 4. 8,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 100 illusory sand crystals, 100 metal, 1 house construction blueprint, 1 ship modification blueprint. Yilin first had Xia Jiwei copy the ship modification blueprints. Ship modification blueprints times 126. Without hesitation, they immediately began the upgrade process. A burst of white light enveloped the entire wooden house and the stone slabs outside. Gradually, the originally small white light began to expand. A few minutes later, under everyone's watchful eyes, the white light disappeared, and in its place appeared a cruise ship. It's a size smaller than Xia Jiwei's luxury cruise ship, but it's still considered very luxurious at the moment. From an oddly shaped ship to a real ship. Area A, base number 749, Hope, Level 4. Level 4. Function 1. You can appoint a first mate and obtain a small amount of authority, construction panel. Function 2. Treasure chests encountered on the ship's hull are automatically stored in the captain's inventory. Function 3. Provides a safe, warm, and comfortable environment, as well as safety during sea voyages. Materials required for Level 5. 1 house construction blueprint, 1 ship modification blueprint, 10 cataclysmic grade items. Everyone boarded the ship, the countdown ended, and the Hope began to slowly drift away from the shore. Under the watchful eyes of a crowd, the Goblin island vanished without a trace. Yilin and the others also gained a general understanding of the ship. Unlike normal cruise ships, this ship has no complicated structure and is only divided into 3 parts. First, there is an internal rest area, where each person has their own private room, as well as 4 public shower areas. Secondly, there was an area for eating and chatting, and in addition, there was a deck area where one could observe external enemies and get some fresh air to look out at the sea. Just then, Xia Jiwei called Yilin to a control panel-like area at the bow of the ship. She pointed to the control panel in front of Jiang Shuyin and said, "Yilin, there's a diamond-shaped symbol here." Yilin's eyes darted around, and he took out a rhombus crystal magic core and put it in. Chapter 30, The 4 Great Seas. The next second, under their watchful eyes, the wooden plank next to them was opened. A roulette wheel appeared before them, and 2 pedals emerged from under the control panel. Yilin tried to take control, and as he stepped on one of the pedals, the boat began to accelerate. His eyes lit up. This meant they had the right of first refusal, whether it was to retrieve a treasure chest on the sea or to commit murder and robbery. These are all essential choices for becoming a monk or nun. But looking back, it seems a bit inconvenient to turn it into a ship. He had imagined it would become a large castle. Just then, an excited voice reached the ears of the 3 of them. "Sisters, there's hot water for a shower." Even Xia Jiwei ran over when she heard this. Yilin glanced at Jiang Shuyi's eyes and noticed that she was also eager to make a move. Yilin glanced at the control panel and noticed that the energy level, which was originally 99%, was steadily decreasing. It seems that the energy for this hot water is also provided by this magic core. After he told Jiang Shuyin to take a shower, he sat down in a chair. He found Du Xing's contact information. "Yilin, do you want the ship modification blueprints?" "Du Xing, my bro's cheating without me. Give me one, we're just missing this one." "Yilin, what do you have in exchange, or some important hidden rule?" "Du Xing, a key to a small secret realm, which I obtained by chance. I have no idea what's inside." "Yilin, that's interesting, tell me more about it." "Du Xing, besides the islands, I don't know if you've encountered them or not. Black whirlpools will appear at sea. Those are large-scale secret realms. Besides treasure chests, the secret realm also contains spirit fruits. There are 4 areas in total, with 2 teams allowed per area. Once you've obtained the items, kill everyone in the other 3 areas, and the dungeon will end, and your rewards will be distributed. This small dungeon is very likely to be a 2v2 arena. Do you want to switch?" Yilin made the exchange decisively. Du Xing might make a profit, but he would definitely not lose out. "Yilin, have you used it yet?" "Du Xing, big brother, it's no use going back on your word." "Yilin, I want to know what happened to your ship." "Du Xing, a boat? This thing can be called a boat? If I weren't the captain, I would have thought it was a wooden house on the sea." While Yilin was still in a daze, Du Xing suddenly said something he couldn't understand. "Du Xing, brother, which sea area are you in right now?" Yilin looked completely bewildered. "Yilin, what sea area?" "Du Xing, you didn't know the sea area rotates every 7 days? Don't be ridiculous." "Yilin, I just came from the island, I really don't know." "Du Xing, it seems we missed the rotation. There are 4 major sea areas: sun and moon, wind and snow, thunder and rain, and dream. This information is shared by the World Channel." "Yilin, I can understand the rest, but what does this dreamlight mean?" "Du Xing, each team enters a different dream sea area. Some have entirely black water, while others have a fantastic and magnificent surface." Yilin understood. They must be in the dream sea. After all, the name illusory crystal sand immediately suggests a connection to the dream sea. On the other side, Du Xing and the group behind him watched the white light gradually disappear under their feet in the polar night of the Sun and Moon Sea, and a small villa-like structure appeared in front of them. Du Xing, thank you, brother. We're practically living in a villa now. Yilin, don't contact me anymore. Yilin glanced at the ship's deck beneath his feet and remained silent for a moment. He would prefer to turn the ship into a small island, where he could occasionally play a couple of ranked matches in the wild. He took out the key to the secret realm. Small secret realm key. Use or not? Yilin glanced at the key that emitted a faint golden light and casually tossed it back into his spatial storage before plunging back into the trading market. Murong Shui, are you still going to change these ship blueprints? Yilin, what do you have? Murong Shui, a hidden rule and a dangerous level magic core. Yilin, these are the main materials for upgrading a level 4 base, and I'm currently the only one with extra to sell. Your bargaining chips aren't quite enough. In a stone house far away in the dreamy sea, Murong Shui frowned. Her younger sister, Murong Yun, who was standing next to her, also saw Yilin's message. She said with some displeasure, this person is too greedy. Sister, how about we don't exchange them? We're still a little short of the illusionary sand crystal anyway. Murong Shui shook her head. This is the only place that sells ship modification blueprints. Unless you get one yourself, who knows when the next one will be available. Murong Yun pouted, but, Murong Shui, we also have an epic treasure chest that we can trade. Murong Yun grabbed her hand and shook it. This is our last epic treasure chest. Why don't we open it? Maybe we'll get something. Murong Shui was conflicted upon hearing this, but finally made up her mind to trade it. Don't forget that last time we encountered a monster of the dangerous level. If it weren't for Teacher Sue, we would have been wiped out. Okay, whatever you say. Murong Yin could only hang his head in dismay. Murong Shui, a hidden rule, a critical level magic core, and an epic treasure chest. Yilin nodded slightly upon seeing this, indicating that it was still acceptable. Murong Shui, just a reminder, if you encounter a monster, it's none of our business. Yilin, this is nature. If they hadn't reminded him, Yilin would have almost forgotten that treasure chests could also yield monsters. The next second, he received the ominous grade magic core and the epic treasure chest. Rule: attacking the miracle merchant may bring misfortune. Miracle merchant. Just as Yilin was muttering to himself, Yi Xiaoyu came to his side. Brother, what are you thinking about? Yi Xiaoyu felt a little embarrassed facing Yilin, especially when she called him brother again. I'm thinking of you. Seeing Yi Xiaoyu's expression, Yilin felt a desire to tease her. Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? As Yilin spoke, he pulled Yi Xiaoyu into his arms, let her sit on his lap, and tested the temperature of her face with his fingers. A blush crept onto Yi Xiaoyu's usually aloof and noble face. Even the tips of her ears turned a light red. Little brother, don't be like that. There's still some girls on the deck. Her voice wasn't loud, but the other girls who had undergone physical enhancement could hear it clearly. A girl drying her hair on a hair straightener whistles and looks away. Nobody watches you anymore. Don't. Yi Xiaoyu grabbed Yi Lin's erratic hand, and the next second she felt a surge of energy. The waves splashed against the hull of the boat, coating the wooden planks with water droplets. As the ship continued its journey, the waves became increasingly turbulent. After a long time, the sea returned to calm, and the ships that had been sailing stopped on the sea. I'll go take another shower. Yilin told Yi Xiaoyu to leave, and then he gripped the steering wheel and started speeding on a boat. He kept searching for the treasure chest at sea, and just then, Baiyu appeared beside him. Let me play with it. Choose your skill first, then you can play with it. Upon hearing this, Baiyu had no choice but to summon the star chart. Prophet 1. There's an epic treasure chest 1,000 meters ahead. Prophet 2. There's a team 3,000 meters to the west. Prophet 3. Beware of the sea monster tonight. Chapter 31 Cat and Mouse Game. Yilin handed the steering wheel to Baiyu, explained the accelerator and brake to her, and then walked towards the deck. Baiyu happily stepped on the gas and drove west. Just kidding, I'm gonna show off. Yilin glanced back at Baiyu, then helplessly covered his forehead. He decided to go to the market to find materials that could be used to make iron golems. Once the iron golem was created, their safety at night would be significantly improved. A dozen minutes later, outside a level 2 wooden hut in a base, a group of people stared dumbfounded at the ship that slowly sailed past them. This is impossible. Their captain was utterly shocked, unable to believe what he was seeing. The two sides stared at each other, and the level 2 side started cursing, complaining about how unfair the game was. If Jiang Shuyan hadn't reprimanded Baiya, Yilin felt she could have continued circling around others for a while longer. Yilin came to Jiang Shuyan's side and told her about the first mate. Jiang Shuyan nodded in agreement. After all, Yilin couldn't do everything himself. Someone had to share the burden. Yilin granted Jiang Shuyan some permissions to the creation panel. He then called Xia Jiwei over and handed her all the magic cores he had. In this way, food was given to Baiya, construction to Jiang Shuyan, and Xia Jiwei was responsible for the magic cores and the scheduling of the pilots. However, since the materials for the iron golems have not yet been collected, the Night Watch personnel remain unchanged. After Yilin finished making all the assignments, he and several girls took a shower and returned to their own room. If he hadn't run so fast, he would have used face wash on those girls. Yilin, lying in bed, drifted off to sleep, completely ignoring the sea monster mentioned in Baiya's intelligence report. Putting aside her own formidable fighting prowess, the other girls alone could all be captains on their own. Therefore, Yilin specifically instructed that Jiang Shuyan be in charge of the entire operation. Time passed little by little. Yilin practically had a life-or-death struggle with his bed, and even meals were only given when Yi Qiaoyu woke him up. Around midnight, a loud bang came from the deck, and a terrifying figure was seen mixed in with the rain. Jiang Shuyan sent out 20-odd women who had no fighting talent to meet the enemy. After all, even without combat talent, their attack power is at least 35 points. Name: Wave Pattern Fish Monster, Light Calamity. Health points: 600. Constitution: 30. Agility: 30. Mental Strength: 30. Weakness: base of the dorsal fin. Behind it followed a dozen or so small, wavy fish monsters. Yilin specifically instructed that they should not kill them all at once, but rather practice slowly. Yi Qiaoyu leaned against the door frame, ready to eliminate any monsters that threatened their lives. After all, they only have a maximum of 40 points of physique, which is not enough to survive having half their head smashed. To reach that level, one's physique would probably need to be similar to Long Ichio's. Just then, a small, wavy fish monster, wielding a harpoon, charged at the face of the person whose talent was Spirit Plant Master from a tricky angle. Just as Yi Qiaoyu's vision was blocked, the sharp fork was about to pierce through her eye socket and forehead. A golden arrow pierced through the rain and went straight to its head, pinning it to the deck. The battle ended quickly, and with the healing efforts of Huang Fuyun and Ing Tianqing, the injured girl recovered in no time. After leaving 2 people to keep watch, the other girls left the deck and put away their leather jackets. Knowing that everyone doesn't like this, the clothes will automatically be removed upon returning to the rest area. As the night slowly passed, Yilin awoke from his sleep. He immediately noticed the unusual thing about the blanket. Constitution +1. Upon hearing the system's notification, he immediately threw off the covers. Through the moonlight streaming through the window, Yilin saw Jiang Shuyan on top of him. Teacher. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuyan raised her head and glanced at Yilin with seductive eyes. What's wrong, Yilin? Did the teacher hurt you? That's good. Jiang Shuyan straightened up, and Yilin, also seduced by her, couldn't sleep, so he decided to go all the way. Mental strength +1. Morning sunlight streamed into the cabin through the windows. Yilin opened his eyes and found that Jiang Shuyan was not by the bedside. He got dressed and went up to the deck to breathe in the fresh air. Everywhere I look, there are beautiful women to behold. What a blessing in life. Yilin got a deck chair and lay down on it, slowly fishing. Fishing rod, legendary, can be used to fish for treasure chests. Immortal chests, 0.001%. Legendary chests, 1%. Epic chests, 7%. Rare chests, 15%. Excellent chests, 20%. Common chests, 56.999%. He had nothing to do. Occasionally, he would glance at the World Chat channel, and as he scrolled up, he saw that someone had been discussing giant ships yesterday. Sukuin, I'm telling you guys, I really didn't lie. A giant ship just passed by our cabin. Changdayu, this is too impressive. It must be level 4. Our level 3 isn't this big. Wang Jiangwo, is it possible that he's not a player? Du Xing, impossible. That bastard is definitely a player. When Yilin saw Du Xing's name, a playful smile appeared on his lips. Just then, Baiya came to his side and spoke. The only useful piece of information is that there's a large secret realm 3 kilometers to the east, which will close in half an hour. Upon hearing this, Yilin immediately stood up, kissed Baiya, and walked towards the control panel. He instructed Li Ming to drive east. The boat began to turn around, and Li Ming floored the accelerator. The boat started to accelerate, and, at this speed, it would arrive in less than half an hour. Before long, Yilin saw a black whirlpool appear on the distant sea. The whirlpool exuded a chilling aura, and the surrounding seawater was repelled whenever it approached. Without hesitation, Yilin instructed Li Ming to drive straight in. Everyone felt a sudden dizziness, and the next second they were standing on the bluestone slabs. As soon as they came to their senses, an electronic mechanical voice echoed in their minds. Secret realm, cat kills mouse. Number of participants, 200. 1. Players are divided into 2 teams, red and blue, with 100 players in each team, 10 cats and 90 mice. 2. Identity and responsibilities. Cat can kill enemy mice and enemy cats. Rats can only collect treasure chests, cannot attack anyone. 3. Victory conditions. The first side to kill all 90 enemy rats wins. 4. Treasure chest mechanism. All treasure chests and items picked up by the mouse in the game will have their rewards doubled at the end of the game. Upon seeing this gameplay, Yilin immediately checked his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Player, Yilin Captain. Landmark, Area A, number 749. Talent, SSS level prosperity with many children, SSS level supreme ruler. Health points, 100%. Constitution, 438 plus 3, 441. Agility, 264 plus 4, 264. Mental strength, 251 plus 3, 254. Skills, kidney power, sexual intercourse, procreation, imperial majesty, supreme ruler, unification. Yilin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his attribute panel had not changed. Chapter 32, No Revenge, Left Overnight. Brother Xiao, there's so many girls over there, and they're all beauties in leather jackets. Upon hearing this, Yilin looked up at the person who had spoken. With his green hair and exaggerated pectoral muscles, he looks a bit intimidating. The green-haired man noticed Yilin's gaze, pointed at his head, and scolded him. You brat, you're their leader, aren't you? Here's your chance. Let's have a go with the girls behind you, and you'll win without lifting a finger. The green-haired man drew closer and closer, his finger less than 10 feet from Yilin. If you're having sex, and it's itchy, just cut it off. Don't keep bothering people here. If you ask me, this toad is ugly and playful, but it doesn't even take a piss and look at itself in the mirror to see what it looks like. The girls uttered one harsh word after another, making the other side feel inferior. Yilin gestured for them to be quiet. His gaze then swept past the green-haired man and fell upon the brother Xiao they were talking about. But all I saw was him silently fiddling with his fingers, clearly sharing the same thought as the green-haired guy. He simply raised his hand and grabbed Green-hair's neck, snapping it in one go, leaving him speechless. Ew. He killed Brother Wang Tao. Xiao Ting's gaze also turned fierce. Just then, Green-hair's corpse disappeared, only to reappear in front of them a second later. I didn't die. I'm alive again. Green-hair slumped to the ground, panting heavily, still vividly remembering the feeling of Yilin strangling him. The game countdown is down to 10 minutes. Please select 10 cats within the time limit. Seeing this, Yilin immediately said to Xiao Tung, we'll take all the spots. Xiao Tung and his group thought they had misheard. You greenhorn, all you do is launch a sneak attack. You think you can get 10 spots? Dream on. Yilin ignored the shouts and curses coming from the other side. For him, there's no difference between 1 and 10. The only difference is the way they're played. Xiao Tong suddenly spoke up. At most 50-50. Yilin had no objection. After all, they were going to die anyway. The two sides then began to select their own people. Xiamu Xuan, Long Yiqiu, Yi Xiaoyu, and Jiang Xuanchuan. The 4 people plus myself make a total of 5. Of the 5, Jiang Xuanchuan had the lowest physique at only 146. The 5 of them arrived on the platform, and the talkative GCU started complaining about the people opposite her again. They're so indecisive about choosing someone. Anyone who didn't know better would think they're picking women. They didn't select 5 people to stand on the platform until there were only 10 seconds left in the countdown. Start game. The moment the electronic sound ended, Yi Lin and his group of 10 appeared on an unfamiliar platform. He addressed the other 4. Proceed according to plan. Long Ichio immediately enlarged her body, which began to transform into a dragon. She tried it and found that she could fly. Jiang Xuanchuan took a step forward, stepped on Xiao Tung's head, grabbed Long Ichio's dragon claw, flipped over and mounted the dragon, summoned a bow and arrow, and disappeared from their sight. Enraged by being stepped on, Xiao Tung tried to turn his anger on others, only to find that they had all left. Xiamu Xuan used the map provided by the system to drive the enemy rats she found toward where Xiao Tung and the others were. Xiamu Xuan killed 2 at a time, which soon attracted the enemy's cat. You're asking for it. He swung his fist at Xiamu Xuan, then turned around at an extremely tricky angle. She thought of Yulin's face, took the punch from the other side, and kicked him hard in the groin. The latter collapsed to the ground in pain, but Xiamu Xuan didn't leave. She sat not far away and waited for him to recover. I'm going to kill you. The two chased each other, and Xiamu Xuan led him towards Xiao Tang's group like she was walking a dog. Once the person opposite her is about to give up, she will turn around and give them a kick. As for Yi Qiaoyu, she rejoined the main force. If anyone came to kill them, Yi Qiaoyu would immediately fight them. Yi Lin's task was even simpler. He was unstoppable, like a ruthless harvester. The other side quickly realized something was wrong and immediately gathered everyone together. The 3 groups of people looked at each other. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and kill the other side so we can end this stupid game. Yi Lin stood in front of the women, his gaze dark as he looked at Xiao Tung, who was covered in a mess. The next second, he rushed into Xiao Tang's group and started fighting. Old Kwai, why are they fighting amongst themselves? Who knows? It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. In less than 3 seconds, Yi Lin broke all their limbs and threw them in front of Lao Kwai's remaining few dozen men. Kill them all, and I'll give you a quick death. Yi Lin's voice was like a demon from hell, filling them with terror. With the last treasure chest looted, Yi Lin swiftly finished off the last accomplice. The machine started up again. Game over. Time, 9 minutes and 36 seconds. Number of survivors, 42. Completion rewards, rare treasure chests x 79. Excellent treasure chests x 357. Common treasure chests x 2579. Cherry tomatoes, eating them randomly increases stats by 1 point. Capped at 200 x 15866. This is a great success. These cherry tomatoes could be eaten as a meal. Beams of light enveloped the group, and the next second they reappeared on the sea surface. The Hope continued its journey out to sea, and Yi Lin had barely lain down when another accident occurred. Class monitor, there are a lot of people on the World Channel who are cursing us. GCU, who was in charge of managing the World Channel information, walked up to him to report. Li Chenghong, Yi Lin and his group in Area 749 are beasts. They even kill their own teammates. Be careful when you encounter them. Xiaotong, that's right, we only had a verbal argument, and he broke our legs and ordered the other side to kill us. Zhou, no way. Is Yi Lin really that ruthless? Xu Aoshan, how can there be such scum? Come out and apologize to them right now. This kind of person who tortures and kills others for fun is obviously mentally ill. Yi Lin, I'll remember you. You better pray you never run into us again. Zhen Liren, bro, are you that arrogant? What brand of garbage bag is that? It can hold so much. Yi Lin closed the chat panel. He was too lazy to argue with these idiots. Anyway, he would kill as many of the others as possible, except for his own people. Although he didn't care, the group of girls, who had nothing else to do, immediately joined the argument. The entire chat channel was in an uproar, with a barrage of profanities filling the entire chat page. Murong Yun and Murong Shui opened the chat channel, thinking they had entered an 18+ content. An hour later, GCU and more than 30 others were silenced for 24 hours. Just when Yi Lin thought the matter was over, the two groups collided. He looked at the familiar faces appearing on the deck, a smile playing on his lips, thinking that the other side was just unlucky. The clash between the two groups triggered battle. What a small world. GCU, who was full of anger and just wanted to vent her anger, was given a punching bag. Yi Lin even suspected that this was Shang Lingling's talent playing tricks. After all, The probability of this is no less than that of an asteroid hitting Earth. Chapter 33, The Unknown Monster. Jiang Shuyan immediately organized everyone and arranged them into battle formation. If the tiger doesn't show its power, we'll take it as a sick cat. Brothers, let's attack together. Li Chunghong tossed his green hair, speaking arrogantly. Yilin ate cherry tomatoes while quietly watching them. The battle was about to begin when Xiao Tong summoned a fireball and hurled it at the back row. Yi Xiaoyu activated her innate skill, and a white lotus flower collided head-on, extinguishing the fireball. The moment the smoke cleared, Li Chunghong rushed in front of Yu Xiaowan, and the two began to fight without saying a word. The rest of the people started fighting amongst themselves, each slashing the other until one of them died. As the fight continued, Xiao Tong realized that something was wrong. There were at least 10 people on the other side who hadn't made a move yet. On the other hand, their own team of over 60 people could barely keep up with the opposing team. Xiao Tong dodged to the side, his brain racing, and the moment he saw Yilin, he immediately ran towards him. Upon seeing this, Yilin's eyes narrowed slightly, and a murderous intent surfaced. The next second, witnessed by both groups of people, Xiao Tong slid down to his knees, 2 meters away from Yilin, and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Brother, we were wrong. We looked down on you and offended you. Could you spare our lives? The scene fell into complete silence, and Xiao Tong, kneeling on the ground, felt his heart pounding wildly. Yilin sighed, showing no pity whatsoever. He was no saint, and he crushed the man's bowed head with a single stomp. The others on deck froze, muttering to themselves, "It's over. Everything is over." Seeing this, Yilin could tell that Xiao Tong was undoubtedly their captain. Time passed slowly, and the 30-odd people remained safely on the deck, with nothing happening. Just when he thought Xiao Tong wasn't the captain, a surge of waves suddenly appeared on the once calm sea. The ship swayed precariously in the sea. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, enormous octopus tentacles crawled all over the bed. Jiang Shuyan, who had collapsed not far from Yilin, narrowed her eyes and her voice trembled. Name? Health points. Constitution. Agile. Mental strength. Weakness. Talent. Skill. Jiang Shuyan fainted after just one glance. Fortunately, the octopus wasn't targeting them. It simply raised its tentacles, grabbed the person opposite it, and stuffed them into its mouth. The sound of bones being chewed was clearly audible to everyone present. Help! Don't eat me! I don't want to die! Screams and pleas for mercy rose and fell, but the monster's tentacles did not stop moving in the slightest. In no time, the group of people were completely devoured. Yilin's gaze met the octopus's open eyes. Those eyes gave off a strange feeling. He could even clearly sense the curiosity and scrutiny in the octopus's eyes. Yilin's mental strength won. Just by exchanging a glance, Yilin felt his mental energy being rapidly depleted. His 200-plus mental energy was completely consumed in less than a second. He felt he might have died if he hadn't closed his eyes in time. It continued to retreat slowly into the deep sea, and the once turbulent sea returned to calm. I have no idea what level this monster is. It's terrifying. Yilin breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the girl who had collapsed unconscious on the deck. They had no choice but to carry them back to their rooms one by one. Only after doing all this did he have a chance to lie down and rest in bed. But every time he closed his eyes, the terrifying eyes of that octopus would appear in his mind. Yilin subconsciously opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Player. Yilin Captain. Landmark. Area A. Number 749. Talent. SSS level prosperity with many children. SSS level supreme ruler. Health points. 1%. Unknown curse. Constitution. 446. Agility. 270. Mental strength. 1/256. Skills. Kidney power. Sexual intercourse. Procreation. Imperial majesty. Supreme ruler. Unification. Yilin was so shocked that he fell off the bed. I was actually cursed by that damned bastard. 1% of my health. Does that mean I'm as fragile as a rock, dying at the slightest touch? He was on the verge of tears, feeling that life had lost all hope. To be on the safe side, he could only hide behind his wives and be the sixth one. In the end, he couldn't withstand the mental pressure and went to sleep. The next morning, Yilin woke up to find the air somewhat silent. He saw Baya walking towards him and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you all? Why do you all look so listless?" Baya looked up at Yilin upon hearing this. "We all had nightmares last night." Yilin patted her head and comforted her. "Dreams are always the opposite of reality. You must be under too much pressure. Just get some rest." Baya hugged Yilin and nodded slightly. Yilin noticed that her lower abdomen was slightly protruding, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. It's only been less than 7 days. How can a pregnancy be so obvious? Could it be due to the influence of this survival game? Yilin was completely baffled. He went to the deck and began fishing with a legendary fishing rod that Xia Jiwei had copied yesterday. As for the items of the same quality derived from her skills, except for special items, Yilin let Xia Jiwei keep them herself. When he has nothing to do, he will browse channels while eating fruit. This way of doing things on Xinyu, a Chinese online marketplace, was imitated by other girls. For a moment, it didn't seem like a survival game at all, but rather a relaxing vacation spot. Time passed slowly, and nothing much happened in the past 2 days. Aside from eating, sleeping, exercising, fishing, or at worst fighting monsters, they haven't encountered any new secret realms or islands. On the morning of the 3rd day, Yilin pushed Baya and Hua Qing away and covered them with blankets. He checked his new attribute panel. Attribute panel. Player. Yilin Captain. Landmark. Area A. Number 749. Talent. SSS level prosperity with many children. SSS level supreme ruler. Health points. 1%. Unknown curse. Constitution. 498 plus 3. 501. Agility. 306 plus 6. 312. Mental strength. 289 plus 1. 290. Skills. Kidney power. Sexual intercourse. Procreation. Imperial majesty. Supreme ruler. Unification. Yilin looked at his physique with satisfaction. It had finally broken 500. If cherry tomatoes didn't stop adding attribute points, he would have eaten them as a meal. What a pity. As for the other girls, even the lowest attribute score exceeded 200. Yilin strode into the bathroom with an air of indifference, only to bump into Xiemu Xuan taking shower. Looking at her curvaceous figure, Yilin's previously calmed heart began to burn with passion once more. Xiemu Xuan also noticed Yilin's gaze and immediately used her skill to try to leave, but her wrist was grabbed. "What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" Yilin's gaze was fixed on Xiemu Xuan's hot figure. The latter looked unwell, unsure whether to cover himself with one hand or not. The two became entangled in the bathroom, with Yilin showing no mercy whatsoever. Xiemu Xuan could only bite her lip tightly to keep herself from making a sound. After all, most people were still asleep at this time, and she didn't want to be discovered, especially by Xia Jiwei. "Do it yourself. Impossible. You don't want Jiwei to know either, do you? You, king bastard." Chapter 34. This machine is a bit shady. Yilin used his mental power to sense his surroundings and found that there was no one else on the deck. He took Xiemu Xuan's hand and led her off the deck. Outside, the air was thick with fog, and the occasional sound of crashing waves could be heard. The two walked barefoot on the deck, which was wet from last night's rain. With each step Xiemu Xuan took, her fair, jade-like feet would splash up a small patch of water. Xiemu Xuan forcefully broke free from Yilin's hand and said angrily, "Enough, you pervert. How many more times do you want to do this?" She clutched her chest, which was heaving due to her rapid breathing, bit her lip, and looked at Yilin with trepidation. Seeing Xiemu Xuan's alluring expression, Yilin pushed her to the side of the boat and whispered in her ear, "Yilin, listen to what I say." Xiemu Xuan, "Impossible, don't even think about it." After she finished speaking, she turned around and prepared to leave. Yilin wouldn't give her that chance. He stepped forward and hugged her from behind. Xiemu Xuan exclaimed in surprise, a hint of embarrassment and annoyance flashing across her face. "Can't. You have no say in this matter." Yilin admired the scenery outside the boat as he went. Even this, you can't do it." Xiemu Xuan said that, but her legs were already weak, and she didn't even have the strength to stand up. After disgusting Yilin, she activated her skill and quickly escaped. Yilin had just finished dressing and left the deck to return to the rest area. Many girls had already woken up, and he greeted them as he passed by. Yilin knocked on the door when he reached Jiang Shuiyan's room. "Ooh, it's me, the teacher." Upon hearing Yilin's voice, Jiang Shuiyan quickly opened the door. "Squad leader? What brings you here?" Yilin looked up and saw Jiang Xuanchuan sitting on the upper bunk with her hair disheveled. Even her clothes were still half hanging on her body, revealing a large expanse of her skin. Yilin coughed and looked away from his homeroom teacher, who was staring at him. "Teacher, please take a look at my panel." Jiang Shuiyan's gaze fell on his control panel. The next second, that charming face instantly lost all color. She quickly pulled Yilin to the bedside and then closed the door. Jiang Shuiyan sat down next to Yilin, close to him. "Is there anything bothering you? Can this curse be lifted?" As she asked, she touched Yilin's body with concern, as if worried that he might be missing an arm or a leg. Yilin felt Jiang Shuiyan's concern, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He held her hand and comforted her. "Don't worry, teacher. I'm fine now." Although Jiang Shuiyan heard that Yilin was all right, the worry on her face did not lessen at all. "Then this curse." Yilin shook his head, but then said, "There aren't many things that can threaten me right now, so there's no immediate danger. Perhaps a solution will be found in time, or will dissipate on its own." Jiang Shuiyan nodded helplessly. That was all she could do. However, she repeatedly reminded Yilin to prioritize his own safety in case of danger. The two left the rest area and, as they passed the bathroom, saw only a few girls preparing to take a shower. When they arrived on the deck, they found that most of the girls were already eating breakfast and fishing for treasure chests. Seeing this, Yilin lay back down on the deck chair, took out his fishing rod, and started fishing. Time passed slowly, and just as Yilin was feeling bored, Xia Jiwei came to him. Yilin looked at the pure and lovely Xia Jiwei, then glanced at Xia Mushuan staring at him from the corner, and his lips twitched. "Jiwei, what's wrong?" Xia Jiwei took a machine out of her spatial storage and placed it on the deck, saying, "This machine was bestowed upon Yilin last night by using my innate skill Rebirth." Yilin examined the machine and obtained its information. Unorthodox exchange machine. Rare, pay 1 diamond magic core to exchange your desired old item for another. Simply put, it's a trade-in program. Baya and the other girls also noticed the commotion on Yilin's side. Upon learning that the machine could be traded in for a new one, Baya immediately spoke up. "Our in-style clothes were wrinkled and too small, so we all took them off and changed into new ones." Everyone agreed with Baya's statement that it was they who brought everyone together. Xia Jiwei asked with some concern, "Won't this machine be as frivolous as its name suggests?" GCU waved her hand dismissively. "What's there to be afraid of? How indecent can it be?" Long Ichio, who was next to her, put her arm around GCU's shoulder and chimed in, "That's right, if we can't fit in, we can all just go around naked. We're all good sisters anyway." Although the others blushed, none of them refuted Long Ichio's words. If only 1 or 2 people are naked, they might complain, but if everyone is naked, it doesn't matter. Long Ichio stripped off her clothes in front of everyone and stuffed them into Yilin's hands. With Long Ichio leading the way, there was soon a second and a third. Yilin swallowed hard when he saw this scene on the deck. In the end, only the homeroom teacher was left being watched by everyone. In front of Yilin and so many female classmates, Jiang Shuiyan awkwardly unbuttoned her in-shirt and handed it to him. Yilin held the 41 sets of clothes that the girls had just taken off, which were still warm and had a faint fragrance emanating from them. Reluctantly, I put it into the replacement machine and then paid with a magic core. The machine started to sway, but soon stopped moving under the expectant gazes of the women. 41 beams of white light appeared at the exit below the machine and landed in the hands of the 41 women. Everyone's faces flushed red as they looked at the clothes that had gone from ordinary swimsuits to more revealing outfits. Things have changed, but it has become not only sexier, but also more transparent, and comes in all styles, making it more diverse than before. Sexy camisole style, lace see-through style, maid uniform style, nurse/flight attendant style, tight-fitting bodycon style, open crotch convenient style, bodysuit mesh style, seductive nightgown style, role-playing style. Can that be changed back? This is too revealing. Xia Jiwei held a bunny girl outfit, her face flushed crimson. Unlike ordinary bunny girl outfits, this is QQ, New York. Jiang Shuiyan held the sexy slip dress, looking helpless. She was a teacher. How could she wear such a thing in front of her students? Yilin's gaze fell on Long Ichio, who had already put on her bikini and even winked at him. Seeing this, the others, though still afraid, also put it on. Yi Xiaoyu used the crowd to avoid Yilin's gaze. But by some carelessness, it still caught Yilin's eye. She was wearing a white, transparent wedding dress, and her barely there appearance seemed to be teasing Yilin. The girls turned their backs to Yilin as they prepared to leave the deck, a move that left Yilin deeply disturbed. The reason is simple. Many girls only have a thin rope supporting their backs. However, the girls quickly got used to their new clothes and were already able to greet Yilin. Chapter 35, Poisonous Forest. Time passed by bit. As evening fell, Yilin, who was exercising, was startled when Baya opened the door. "Little Bai, what you doing? You scare me. You'll be crying now." Baya looked at Yilin, who was twisting his waist and looking dissatisfied, and for a moment forgot the purpose of her visit. Hua Qing raised her head, looking at Baya with delicate eyes, and chuckled. "What? Do you want to come along too?" Baya spat. She said to Yilin. The boat suddenly went out of control. Baya paused and added, "I just realized that I didn't use my talent skill today." A look of worry crossed her face, and she immediately handed Yilin the information about his innate skills. Prophet 1. Arrive at Poisonous Forest Island in 10 minutes. Prophet 2. Heart-eating flowers exist on the outskirts of the forest. Their stamens can be used to make antidotes to combat the poisonous miasma. Prophet 3. A fiend-level poisonous spider lurks in the heart of the poisonous miasma forest. Just as Yilin finished reading, that emotionless voice entered everyone's ears again. Area A, number 749. Hope. Arrival at the Poisonous Forest Island. 3 days stay. Please return to the ship before the deadline. Yilin frowned. So fast. And why wasn't there a selection button like when he first landed on the island? However, he had no time to think about it, as the 10-minute countdown to disembarkation began. Yilin had no choice but to put on his clothes and go out with Baya and Hua Qing. Upon arriving at the deck, they found Jiang Shuyin and her group standing there. The moment she saw Yilin, she immediately came over. "Yilin, look outside." As Jiang Shuyin spoke, she pointed to the small island that was just a stone's throw away. Yilin looked in the direction she was pointing. A layer of green miasma, visible to the naked eye, appeared from the outside in, its color gradually darkening. "Yilin, don't go down yet. Let us scout the way for you first." As soon as Jiang Shuyin finished speaking, she led a group of girls off the boat first. Less than a minute after disembarking, a girl who was near the depths of the miasma exclaimed in surprise. "Teacher, I've been poisoned. I lost a drop of blood, and the indicator says the longer I stay, the more blood I lose." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuyin and Yilin frowned, caught in a dilemma. If we go down there, we must resolve the miasma problem as quickly as possible. If we don't go down, who knows what terrible things might happen once the countdown ends. Just then, Ying Tianqing suddenly spoke up. "Class monitor, teacher, I have a solution." The other girls looked at her, completely bewildered, not knowing what they were talking about. Ying Tianqing pulled Huang Fuyin out of the crowd and explained to Yilin and Jiang Shuyin. "I overheard your conversation with the teacher by chance." Upon hearing her words, Yilin immediately understood why Ying Tianqing had suddenly said she had a solution. He only told Jiang Shuyin about the curse, but she overheard him. "Tianqing, do you have any ideas?" Jiang Shuyin's glasses gleamed, and she was a little uneasy, afraid that her method wouldn't work. Ying Tianqing said to them, "Xiaoyin's innate skill is Life Link, which can help the class monitor share the poison gas in the miasma for a period of time. We just need to prepare the antidote pill as soon as possible." Yilin nodded. This was the only option at the moment. As the countdown dwindled, Huang Fuyun, urged by Ying Tianqing, stepped forward and activated his innate skill on Yilin. Yilin could vaguely sense an invisible thread, yet imbued with the breath of life, binding him and Huang Fuyun together. The moment the lifeline was completed, he saw Huang Fuyun's once vibrant energy wilt. Yilin could sense that her life points were only half remaining. Seeing Huang Fuyun's pale face and her beautiful, furrowed brows, he suspected that she was affected by that unknown curse. Fortunately, everything went as Ying Tianqing had envisioned, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. With the countdown ending in the last second, the last 3 of them disembarked. Behind them, the enormous Hope ship on the sea disappeared just like it had on Goblin Island. Jiang Shuyin wasted no time and immediately began making arrangements. She led a team of physically strong people to search for the heart-eating flower, which could be used to make an antidote. The rest of the people cleared weeds and built camp. As for Yilin, Jiang Shuyan arranged for him to be placed on the outermost edge to minimize his inhalation of miasma. Yilin had no choice but to be a good student and obediently listen to the teacher. 2 people remained with him, Huang Fuyun and Baiya, who was heavily pregnant. Baiya grabbed Yilin's ear and demanded, "What exactly are you hiding from us?" Yilin said nonchalantly, "It's nothing, I was just cursed by that strange octopus." Given Baiya's sensitive nature, Yilin didn't think his lies could fool her. Rather than doing that, it's better to be honest. Baiya's face turned pale, and even Huang Fuyun beside her was startled. "What curse? Is it serious? How are you feeling right now?" Baiya held his hand, her face filled with worry. "There are no problems for now." Yilin patted her hand and offered a few words of comfort. On the other side, Jiang Shuyan and her group of 7 arrived at the edge of the forest. At this point, their health points continued to decrease after inhaling the miasma. "Teacher, look, there are flowers here." Following her daughter's voice, Jiang Shuyan saw the heart-eating flower bushes hidden by the grass. When she saw Yu Xiaowan about to pick the fruit, she immediately pulled her back. "Everyone, please don't touch it yet. Let me check it first." As soon as Jiang Shuyan finished speaking, she displayed her innate skill under the watchful eyes of a group of girls. The next second, information about the heart-eating flower appeared in front of her. Name: heart-eating flower. Category: exotic flowers. Effect 1. The flower stamen is highly poisonous. Ingestion will cause excruciating pain to the heart. Effect 2. The flower stamen can be combined with the petals to create an antidote pill using the corresponding talent skill. Note: when picking, be careful not to touch the stamens, otherwise the skin will rot and ulcerate. Jiang Shuyan frowned upon seeing this information. She immediately took out the gloves and wooden boxes that she and Xia Jiwei had collected and made from materials in her spare time and distributed them to everyone. She was the first to step forward and demonstrate for everyone, explaining some points to note. Jiang Shuyan first wrapped the flower stamen with petals, then picked the heart-eating flower and put it in a wooden box. Soon, the 7 of them returned to the beach with the heart-eating flowers they had dug up. "Yilin, teacher, how was it?" Jiang Shuyan nodded to Yilin, but then shook her head as if she had thought of something. Yilin looked at the homeroom teacher's contradictory actions and asked in confusion, "Is something wrong?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuyan sighed. "We have managed to pick the heart-eating flower, but none of us have the talent to make antidote pills." Yilin and the other girls fell silent after hearing her explanation. Just then, the remaining girls in charge of building the base returned to them. When they heard that the antidote pills could not be made, they all stared at each other in disbelief. "Everyone, maybe I can." Chapter 36, The Witch Merchant Lingling. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Shang Lingling hiding in the crowd. She noticed everyone's eyes were on her and immediately panicked, not knowing what to do with her hands. Yilin stepped forward to Shang Lingling and patted her head. "Take a deep breath and don't panic." Shang Lingling felt the strength coming from her shoulder, which made her feel safe. She nodded. "The fruit I ate on the island awakened a new S-rank talent, which, my intuition tells me I can use it to make antidote pills." Everyone gasped when they heard that Shang Lingling had awakened her second talent, and then they all showed expressions of envy. Even Yilin showed a hint of surprise, knowing that Long Ichio hadn't been able to awaken a new talent during the all-person talent advancement process. He never expected that Shang Lingling would awaken her second talent with such an almost impossible probability. Seeing the stunned crowd, Baiya reminded them, "Now is not the time to be spacing out. Quickly let Lingling try." Yilin came to his senses and nodded to Jiang Shuyan, who then handed all the heart-eating flowers stored in the wooden box to Shang Lingling. Without wasting any time, Shang Lingling immediately used her witch talent upon receiving the wooden box. Under everyone's gaze, Shang Lingling's originally gentle features suddenly turned sharp. A faint yet captivating silver-blue halo appeared deep within her pupils. The silvery blue halo vanished in an instant, replaced by a deep purple. A thin, translucent film of light formed on Shang Lingling's originally pink and tender skin. As the light faded, she slightly raised her chin, and a sudden breeze opened the wooden box in her hand. The heart-eating flower inside was broken down into 2 energy clusters, one green and one red, by that subtle breeze. As purple light flowed in Shang Lingling's eyes, the next second, The blue and red colors merged together. Half an hour later, Shang Lingling raised her hand. An effused energy ball appeared in her hand. As she opened her palm, dozens of dark purple antidote pills floated in her hand. Jiang Shuiyin activated her talent to take a look. Name: Jidu Pills. Effect 1. Resist the invasion of miasma after taking it. Effect lasts for 1 day. Side effect: each time you take it, you will suffer excruciating pain for 1 hour at midnight every night. Hearing Jiang Shuyin's explanation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, they could resist the miasma in the air. They didn't take the excruciating pain seriously at all. Yi Lin turned to Shang Lingling, who had an indifferent expression, and asked, Lingling, we only have 14 pills left. Can you still train? Shang Lingling's eyes flickered, but that trace of emotion was quickly assimilated by the aura emanating from her body. Her tone became completely calm. Okay. After she finished speaking, she beckoned and summoned the remaining heart-eating flowers. A moment later, he had 28 more antidote pills in his hand, making a total of 42 pills, just the right amount. Yi Lin took the antidote pill, but before he could examine it carefully, Shang Lingling's aura quickly dissipated and she lost consciousness. If he hadn't acted quickly, Shang Lingling would probably have had a close encounter with the beach. After distributing the antidote pills, Yi Lin swallowed one himself and then fed another to Shang Lingling. The moment Yi Lin swallowed the antidote pill, he could clearly sense that the miasma in the air had no effect on them. Aside from the faint green tinge emanating from the air, all that remained was the unpleasant sensation of the air clinging to the skin. Yi Lin picked up Shang Lingling and carried her to the camp they had built. He placed the unconscious Shang Lingling inside the tent and turned to go outside. The sky had already darkened, further shrinking the already limited field of vision. If it weren't for Long Ichio, who was their fire starter, it wouldn't have been so easy for them to survive on just those damp, rotten logs. With the base marked out and basic sentry posts set up, the basic construction of the camp was considered complete. Everyone gathered around the campfire to keep warm and chat. Amidst the cheers and encouragement of the crowd, Hua Qing blushed and performed a show for them. Hua Qing, dressed in a see-through lace outfit, began to dance on tiptoe. Her graceful figure was faintly visible in the flames. Hua Qing skipped over to Yu Xiaowan, reached out and took off Yu Xiaowan's bunny girl ears, put them on her own head, and blew kisses to everyone. Next, I'll invite a friend to come with me. After she finished speaking, several girls excitedly raised their hands. Sister Hua Qing, I can do it. Don't try to take it from me. I'm a professional dancer. Mom, I choose you. In their eyes, Hua Qing, who had awakened the SSS level, White Fox talent, was no less charming than Yi Lin. Then, under everyone's gaze, Xia Jiwei was pulled up by Hua Qing and joined the dance. In one of the sentry posts in the distance, the two sentries were taking turns relaxing. Li Xiangyan kept his eyes on the forest to prevent any unsuspecting creatures from attacking the camp. What she didn't know was that behind her, Xia Mushuan was staring intently at Hua Qing, who was holding Xia Jiwei's hand, her eyes filled with anger. Damn vixen! Xia Mushuan cursed and tightened her grip on the knife. Hua Qing, who was dancing with Xia Jiwei, felt a chill down her spine and subconsciously let go of her hand. At this moment, Shang Lingling, who had been unconscious inside the tent, opened her eyes, feeling dizzy. Hearing the noise outside, she stepped outside. Before she could react, the two sisters Li Meng and Li Ying let her sit down by the campfire. Before Shang Lingling could even settle in her seat, they stuffed a bunch of roasted meat into her hands. Xiaoling, you're our hero. This was specially saved for you. So hurry up and eat. Yeah, Lingling, you look so cool when you use your talent, like a witch from a mysterious tribe. We're so envious of you. Shang Lingling gave an awkward smile. Yes. She only remembered that after using her talent, she was surrounded by a silver-blue glow, and she couldn't remember anything after that. After taking a bite of the grilled meat in her hand, her eyes lit up and all her doubts vanished. Seeing Shang Lingling enjoying her meal so much, Li Meng teased her. Isn't it delicious? This is snake meat that the class monitor brought back last time. Shang Lingling, who had been enjoying her munching, suddenly stopped, her eyes welling up with tears. Cease. It's all your fault. You scared Lingling to tears. Li Ying took the skewer of snake meat from Shang Lingling's trembling hands and tossed it at Li Meng with a huff. The latter gave an awkward smile. I didn't mean to. Li Meng said this, but the smile on her face just wouldn't stop. After all, how can we not have some fun on such a boring night? At that moment, Long Ichio, who was on guard duty, suddenly heard a faint sound coming from the forest. Before she could react, a stream of green, viscous liquid was aimed directly at her face. Long Ichio immediately pulled GCU, who was standing nearby and hadn't reacted yet, away. Where they had been standing, the viscous liquid clung to the ground, making a sizzling sound. It is immediately apparent that it contains a highly toxic substance. Long Ichio dared not be careless, as she was still unaware of just how many of these ghostly things there were. She took a deep breath and shouted, "Enemy attack." Chapter 37, The Venomous Millipede. The people sitting around the campfire suddenly stood up. Bang! A loud explosion came from the forest not far away. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Long Ichio standing outside the camp, her whole body engulfed in flames. At this moment, she was cautiously looking into the depths of the fire pit she had created. In less than a second, Yi Lin and his group arrived at her side. Under their wary gazes, a giant centipede crawled out of the deep pit. Those countless feet moved in perfect unison as they crawled. As it slowly crawled out of the pit, the entire ground trembled slightly. It was over 10 meters long, and its entire body was dark black, with its black shell gleaming with a cold, hard luster under the moonlight. Name, highly venomous millipede, critical level. Health points, 3,000. Physical fitness, 400. Agility, 400. Mental strength, 400. Skills, 1. Thousand-legged strangulation, 2. Heavenly corrosive poison mist. Weaknesses, belly eyes, soft belly. Yi Lin frowned. This guy was at the dangerous level, just like the Goblin on Goblin Island. How could it be so strong? Could it be that there are stronger and weaker players between each level? But the difference is too big. Before he could think further, the highly venomous millipede opened its massive mandibles, emitting a foul stench. Its sharp inner teeth are exposed when it opens and closes, dripping green venom that corrodes the ground, producing thick white smoke. Before anyone could react, the highly venomous millipede launched an attack. It moves extremely fast, its body is strangely agile, and when it twists and turns, it is like a living black giant whip. Wherever it passed, vegetation was crushed into dust, and the air was filled with a fishy and poisonous smell. Everyone be careful. Yi Lin took out an epic quality bow from his spatial storage. I drew my bow and shot an arrow at its belly eye. The arrow grazed past, but it dodged it by turning its head. The arrow grazed its hard outer shell and bounced away. However, with Yi Lin's 701 points of constitution and the special effects of the bow and arrow, it still managed to inflict considerable damage on it. The injured, highly venomous millipede remained rooted to the spot, and for a moment, an eerie calm returned to both sides. The venomous millipede's cold, eerie green compound eyes held no emotion, only the pure, predatory glint of its predator. When Shang Lingling and a few other timid girls met its gaze, their hair stood on end, and they involuntarily took a step back. Shadow. Only 2 words reached everyone's ears, and the next second, a dark shadow appeared above the head of the highly venomous centipede. The person was none other than Siemu Xuan, who was wearing a leather jacket. The monster noticed the ant that had suddenly appeared above its head and frantically shook its head, trying to fling her away. But Siemu Xuan seemed to be rooted there, and nothing she did could change her mind. Let's do it. At Yi Lin's command, the group, who had been prepared, unleashed their skills on it. The highly venomous millipede had to endure Siemu Xuan's attacks from above, while also dealing with the skills and damage from Yi Lin and his group. It made a sickening sound coming from its mouth. The next second, it unleashed the skill, Heavenly Corruption Mist, centered on itself. Siemu Xuan's expression changed, and she quickly dodged. Her leather jacket was completely corroded after only a small amount of the substance was touched. The area affected by the poisonous fog was still expanding. Seeing this, Yi Lin took out a small blue ball from his spatial storage. He hurled the blue ball at the highly venomous millipede that was constantly releasing poisonous mist. Ice Seed. Rare can briefly freeze fog in the air. As blue ice crystals spread across its body, even the surrounding poisonous fog was frozen. At this moment, Long Ichio seized the opportunity and unleashed 4 skills in succession. Gilded scales, dragon's domain. Candle dragon illuminates the world, burning heaven and boiling sea. Long Ichio, whose entire body was covered in dragon scales, dragged the bloodied, highly poisonous centipede into her domain. In less than a quarter of an hour, the highly venomous millipede was beaten to death by Long Ichio, punch after punch. Under the suppression of the domain, the highly venomous centipede was unable to unleash its other skill, centipede strangulation. Looking at Long Ichio reappearing in front of him, Yi Lin sighed. He intended to do it himself, but Bai Ye and Jiang Shuiyan stopped him. Yi Lin opened his attribute panel in frustration. Attribute panel. Player. Yi Lin Captain. Landmark. Area A. Number 749. Talent. SSS level prosperity with many children. SSS level supreme ruler. Health points. 1%. Unknown curse. Physical constitution. 501 plus 66. 567. Agility. 312 plus 78. 390. Mental strength. 290 plus 66. 356. The added points are attribute points earned when a male protagonist eats cherry tomatoes on the ship. Maximum 200. Skills, kidney power, sexual intercourse, procreation, imperial majesty, supreme ruler, unification. Ugh, this curse is such a nuisance. If it weren't for this curse, he wouldn't have chosen to freeze the poisonous fog first, and then let Long Ichio clean up the mess. Yi Lin left the rest of the battlefield to them to clean up, while he returned to the camp to warm himself by the fire. As time passed, the bright moon overhead became clearer and clearer. As Yi Lin lay on Bai Ye's lap, a sharp pain shot through his heart, a sensation as if he were being gnawed at by 1,000 ants. He groaned, enduring the pain. However, the other girls couldn't stand it, and in no time, a large number of them lay sprawled around the campfire. The screams were incessant, so loud they were heartbreaking to hear and brought tears to one's eyes. Yi Lin gasped for breath, trying to ease the pain in his chest. 10 minutes later, the stinging sensation gradually disappeared. He forced himself to stand up and looked around the camp. Except for a few who remained conscious, most of the girls had already fainted from the pain. Yi Lin first checked Bai Ye's condition and found that she was just weak and there was nothing seriously wrong, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Long Ichio, Xianmu Xuan, and the others gradually recovered. Under Yi Lin's command, they carried all the girls who were still unconscious outside into the tent. After everything was finished, Yi Lin sat by the campfire and was in charge of keeping watch. He looked at the blue, rare treasure chest that had been dropped by the venomous centipede in his hand and sighed. They were lucky that they didn't encounter the centipede during the period of excruciating pain. Otherwise, they would have suffered heavy losses. Yi Lin opened the rare treasure chest, and a blue light flashed. Rare treasure chest. Centipede Venom X1. Ominous Grade Magic Core X1. Highly Venomous Centipede X1. Poison Bead, Rare Grade X1. Yi Lin took out the poison bead and examined it, discovering that it was a functional magic item. Poison Bead, Rare, can absorb poison attribute attacks within a certain range. Limitation. Cannot absorb toxins exceeding the rare level / innate toxins / law level toxins. He played around with it for a bit, trying to absorb the miasma in the air. Use, start, enable. No matter how Yi Lin shouted or made any movements, the poison bead remained completely still. Just as he was completely confused, a panel popped up. Poison bead cannot be used before leaving the island. Yi Lin put the poison bead into his spatial backpack. His lips twitched. The poison bead was unusable on the island before he could leave. He had originally thought he could use the poison beads to absorb the miasma in the air. After all, only half a day has passed, and the antidote pill needs to be taken once a day, which means that he will have to experience the excruciating pain twice more. Chapter 38, New Talent Fruit. The next morning, Yi Lin woke up in the tent. When he went outside, he found that everyone had already begun to collect supplies and fortify the camp under Jiang Xuan's orderly arrangement. The only person who was free was Bai Ye, who was pregnant. Yi Lin came up behind Bai Ye and patted her on the shoulder, which made her look guilty. "What are you doing?" Bai Ye's hand movements froze, and her heartbeat slowed down. When she turned around and saw that it was Yi Lin, she punched him in annoyance and cursed. "You bastard! You scare me to death. Don't you know pregnant women can't take a fright?" After Bai Ye finished speaking, she patted her chest, her eyes filled with resentment. Seeing Baiye's expression, Yilin chuckled and teased. Are you doing something bad behind my back? Baiye looked speechless and waved her hand helplessly. No way. I just had a little discomfort in my chest, but I'm fine now. Hearing that she was uncomfortable, Yilin quickly asked, Are you really all right? Should I rub it for you? Baiye asked suspiciously. Are you deliberately trying to take advantage of me? Yilin uttered nonsense with a straight face. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm that kind of person? If you could help me remove that piece from my chest, your words would be more believable. Baiye rolled her eyes and slapped Yilin's hand away. Yilin felt the lingering warmth in his hands and sighed with emotion. You've grown quite a bit. What do you mean? Mine is already big. After Baiye finished speaking, she pinched him in an annoyed tone. What intelligence do you have today? I haven't used it yet. After Baiye finished speaking, she summoned her star map and unleashed her innate skill. Prophet 1. Crew member Hua Qing will be poisoned in 3 hours. Prophet 2. There's a special fruit tree 3,000 meters east of the forest. Prophet 3. Tonight at midnight, the monstrous venomous spiders in the center of the forest will riot for unknown reasons. Poisoning. Yilin froned. Putting aside the fact that they were all in pairs, Hua Qing's physique had already exceeded 300. If it was a monster attack, how could only one person be poisoned? Yilin didn't understand for a moment, but it was a simple matter. He could just remind him later. After saying something to Baiye, he turned and left. With nothing else to do, Yilin took a stroll around the camp twice. Just as he arrived at the site of yesterday's battle, he saw Yu Xiaowan transformed into a giant, carrying a large tree to reinforce the camp. Good morning, squad leader. When Yu Xiaowan saw Yilin, she quickly raised her hand to greet him, her 2 pink pigtails swaying with her movements. Yilin remembered that the girl next to her was named Chen Aoqing. This guy has always been indifferent to me. However, Yilin didn't insist on anything. He believed in his own charm, and besides, he couldn't handle too much of it, so he might as well share it with the audience. Chen Aoqing glanced at Yilin, then turned and left to continue with her work. Seeing that nothing was wrong, Yilin went to find Hua Qing, who was picking heart-eating flowers. The moment the latter saw Yilin, she immediately put down her work and ran to him to be affectionate. Class monitor, did you come see me? This place is a bit inconvenient. Let's go somewhere else. Hua Qing put her arm around Yilin's shoulder, her voice sweet and coquettish. Upon seeing her flushed face, Yilin froze in place. He cleared his throat, told Hua Qing about her poisoning, and then turned and fled as if his life depended on it. A little bit of Lu, a type of Chinese martial arts, is pleasant, but too much Lu is harmful to health, and a powerful Lu will be reduced to ashes. Yilin returned to his original spot, but as for the fruit tree, he had no solution for the time being. Half an hour later, Jiang Shuyan walked into the tent, and the first thing she saw was Yilin lying inside. Yilin, what do you need to see the teacher about? When Yilin saw the homeroom teacher enter, he showed no mercy whatsoever. If it turns to ashes, then it turns to ashes. Yilin is not suitable. There are other female students outside. It's okay, teacher. Let's keep our voices down. After Yilin finished speaking, he kissed her, getting straight to the point. Constitution +1. Mental strength +1. Attribute panel. Player. Yilin captain. Constitution 567 plus 3, 570. Agility 390 plus 3, 393. Mental strength 356 plus 4, 360. He wasted no time and continued working immediately after finishing. Enough, Yilin. I can't take it anymore. Yilin hugged Jiang Shuyan, whose body was flushed red, and the two lay in the tent, panting heavily. You can't wear your pants like that anymore, or the teacher will get angry. A hint of anger flashed across Jiang Shuyan's face. She still had things to do, and Yilin had wasted so much of her time. I'm sorry, teacher. It's just that you're so tempting. As Yilin spoke, he lifted her chin and kissed her. If you do this again during the day, the teacher will really get angry. Okay, if it won't work during the day, then it will be at night. Jiang Shuyan finished dressing, but did not object, clearly acquiescing to Yilin's idea. What exactly did you call me here for? It can't just be about this, can it? Jiang Shuyan took a sip of water, rinsed her mouth twice, and then spat it out on the ground, looking completely puzzled. There is a special fruit tree 3 kilometers east of the forest. I would like to ask you, teacher, what you think about it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuiyin remained silent for a moment, considering whether or not to bring people over. After all, Yilin's life force is cursed, so we can't let him take risks. Jiang Shuiyin hesitated for only a moment before making up her mind. She had to try and get this special fruit tree. They can't rely on Yilin forever. Besides, with their current attributes, they can easily escape unscathed unless they encounter an extremely powerful monster. Yilin, you stay at the camp. The teacher will take some people to try it out. After Jiang Shuiyin finished speaking, she left, leaving Yilin lying naked on the ground. Led by Jiang Shuiyin, the group of 10 hurried eastward toward the forest. Teacher, where are those special fruit trees? Yu Xiaowan followed beside her, touching her chin and looking left and right. Everyone, please be careful. It should be in this area. Jiang Shuiyin's golden eyes swept around, her gaze settling on the bushes in the distance. A faint light emanated from the spot, and the group exchanged glances before quietly crept over. Everyone, please be careful. Your safety is the most important thing. New. Soon, their gaze settled on the special fruit tree in the middle, which emitted a green glow. Name, the fruit of 10,000 poisons, epic. Category, spirit fruit. Effect 1, permanently increase attribute value by 100 points. Effect 2, there's a chance to awaken the SS talent, poison body, node. Awakening a new talent will override the lower level talent. Great, it's a talent fruit. Jiang Shuiyin was overjoyed, as this meant that their team had another opportunity to add a combatant. Jiang Shuiyin, watch out. Just as Jiang Shuiyin was feeling smug, an arrow flew past her eyes. If the arrow had deviated even an inch, it would have very likely hit her. The sudden commotion brought them back to their senses from the fruit tree they had just been looking at. A lizard, about a meter long, was pinned to a tree by an arrow. The lizard kept thrashing its body, trying to break free. Chapter 39, The Socially Living Poisonous Lizards. Name, Poison Lizard Light Calamity Level. Health points, 500. Constitution, 30. Agility, 30. Mental strength, 50. Weaknesses, abdomen, eyes, low temperature, fire. The next second, dark green venom gushed from its body, and the golden arrow on its back was completely melted away. Just as it was about to escape, Yi Xiaoyu released a white lotus that blocked its retreat. Long Ichio's fist burst into flames as he stepped forward and smashed its head with a single punch. Afterwards, they prepared to go and pick the fruit. Just as they took 2 steps, a sharp, piercing sound rang out from the trees not far away. Jiang Xin and the others looked up and saw a lizard, even larger than before, staring fiercely at them. Name, Venomous Lizard, critical level. Health points, 3,500. Physical fitness, 300. Agility, 305. Mental strength, 450. Skills, venom spray, poison bite. Weaknesses, abdomen, eyes. Everyone be careful. The moment Jiang Shuiyin finished speaking, everyone immediately dispersed. Suddenly, a glob of dark green venom spurted from his mouth, so fast that it corroded their original spot in the blink of an eye. Long Ichio immediately used her talent, scales covering her entire body, and with a push of her feet, she quickly approached the poisonous lizard. The fist was aimed directly at the venomous lizard's face, but the lizard dodged it in time. The large tree, which was at least a meter thick, was snapped in half. Don't worry about me, just take the fruit and go. After Long Ichio finished speaking, 2 crimson beams of light enveloped her and the poisonous lizard. The next second, a person and a beast were pulled into her domain. The poisonous lizard sensed the intense fire element in the air, and its movements slowed down for a moment. Before it could react, it was punched in the head by Long Ichio. Poison lizard health, 3,500 to 400. With the support of her domain, Long Ichio, with her nearly 500 points of constitution, still managed to inflict considerable damage on the poisonous lizard. The poisonous lizard did not sit idly by and wait for its death. Dark green venom seeped from its body. Just as Long Ichio approached, the venomous lizard coated its teeth with venom, clearly activating its venomous bite skill. Upon seeing this, Long Ichio immediately withdrew his hand and unleashed the skill, Candle Dragon Shines in the World. Her body gradually transformed into a 5-meter-long dragon, and her original hands turned into sharp claws. The poisonous lizard was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Faced with the suppression of Long Ichio's dragon might, it didn't even have the right to move for a moment. Its head was slammed into the ground by Long Ichio's sharp claws. The venomous lizard went completely berserk and, despite its injuries, began tearing at Long Ichio's dragon body. The two sides engaged in a primal struggle, and in no time, both were covered in wounds of varying sizes. Fortunately, although the venomous lizard's stats were higher than hers, she could slowly recover from her injuries in the domain, so the two were locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, outside, the fruit had just been harvested and placed into a spatial backpack. Just as Jiang Xuan was preparing to lead everyone to evacuate and retreat along the road, Yu Xiaowan suddenly spoke up. "Teacher, should we wait for Ichio?" Yes. Although Sister Ichio is strong, let's wait a bit for safety's sake." The others agreed. After all, they were a team and wouldn't abandon their teammates. Jiang Xuan nodded upon hearing this. Although the poisonous lizard was stronger than Long Ichio overall, she did not believe that Long Ichio would lose. Just as they were waiting, a jet of dark green venom shot towards the unsuspecting Hua Qing at a tricky angle. Even Yi Xiaoyu, who was closest, couldn't provide any assistance in time. Just as the venom was about to engulf Hua Qing, a black figure suddenly appeared beside her. Before Hua Qing could react, Xiamu Xuan moved her away. Ouch! Hua Qing was thrown off the tree by Xiamu Xuan, landing heavily on her bottom. Everyone's gaze turned to the large tree where Hua Qing had originally stood. Then they saw another poisonous lizard, its tongue lolling out as it stared at them. Just as tensions were running high, one poisonous lizard after another emerged from the dark leaves. Jiang Xuan and the others turned pale. Although the dozens of them were only at the light calamity level, there were still two dangerous level poisonous lizards staring at them menacingly. 3 venomous lizards of the critical level were far beyond their ability to handle. Just as both sides were getting ready to fight, Long Ichio suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. "You haven't left yet." Long Ichio had her back to the swarm of poisonous lizards and was clearly unaware of her current situation. She was holding the venomous lizard by its head, its scales shimmering with a faint red light. Her blood-soaked appearance made her look like a returning god of war from the battlefield. "This guy's head is really hard. My hands are tired from hitting it." Long Ichio suddenly felt a series of cold gazes fixed on her, and then glanced at the crowd who looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. Even someone as slow-witted as her could sense that something was wrong. The moment she turned her head, all the poisonous lizards sprang into action. Dozens of streams of venom formed a giant net that sprayed towards them. Long Ichio lost her composure for a moment and even forgot to dodge. GCU, who was closest to her, immediately pulled her back. However, this also resulted in her thigh being splashed with venom as she rushed out. In an instant, the black leather jacket made a sizzling sound, and then her thighs visibly turned black. "See you, Student G." The scene instantly descended into chaos, with both sides engaging in a fierce fight. Xiamu Xuan also took advantage of the chaos to rescue Ji Siu, who was injured on the battlefield. Ying Tianqing, who was following at the back of the group, immediately helped Ji Siu up from her arms. He immediately used his innate skill to heal the poisoned area on her thigh. Once she came to her senses, Long Ichio's eyes were filled with rage, and she instantly activated her skill and charged forward. As their battle dragged on, they were horrified to discover that the number of poisonous lizards around them was steadily increasing. "Don't linger in the fight. Let's escape to a safe place first." Under Jiang Xuyan's organized command, their formation gradually became stable. Hua Qing exhausted all her mental energy to perform a large-scale hypnotic spell. "Run now." Under this strict control, they managed to escape several hundred meters in just a few seconds. Without hesitation, the group of venomous lizards, now free from hypnosis, quickly followed the scent emanating from the girls. On this forest's home turf, they simply couldn't outrun these lizards. Within minutes, they were surrounded. Behind Yu Xiaowan, who was using her talent, Giant, GCU raised her hand and released a swarm of lizards that formed an earthen wall to block her path. The sudden change in terrain caused the lizard swarm to halt their pursuit for a moment. Without hesitation, they fled the encirclement without looking back. The 3 venomous lizards, led by the ominous level ones, roared angrily. The 3 of them ignored the remaining dozen or so tribesmen and chased after them over the earthen wall. The group turned back every now and then to use their skills in an attempt to slow them down. After a while, Jiang Shuyan, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped. Chapter 42. For a moment, the fleeing crowd was puzzled. Just as the pursuers were about to catch up, the homeroom teacher stopped at this critical moment. Jiang Shuyan said with a serious expression, "There's movement ahead." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the dense thicket of trees. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A chilling voice rang in their ears. The next second, a large black snake appeared in their field of vision. Name, Black Ember Serpent, critical level. Health points, 4,000. Constitution, 440. Agility, 500. Mental strength, 380. Skills, Ember Poison burns body, shadow prison. Weaknesses, 7-inch mark eyes. The venomous python raised its cold, vertical pupils and stared at them, its eyes like those of someone looking at their prey. The jet black scales emitted a chilling light as it writhed. A piercing shush-cha-cha sound sent chills down one's spine. Teacher, what should we do next? A girl's voice trembled as she faced the giant python, which was dozens of meters long, and her legs went weak. The others weren't much better off. At this moment, the 3 poisonous lizards behind them caught up as well. The venomous python stared coldly at them, and the 3 venomous lizards behind them. Jiang Shuyan and the others were now trapped like turtles in a barrel. Behind her glasses, her eyes shifted from initial panic to composure. For a time, the 3 parties maintained this strange balance. The eerie atmosphere was broken when the 3 poisonous lizards hissed. Their 3 spinning attacks sprayed venom at Jiang Shuyan and the others. The venomous python also saw them as prey and charged towards the leader of the group. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoyu and her dozens of followers, caught in a pincer movement, found themselves in a dilemma. Li Xiangyin used her talent, copper skin and iron bones, and then took out a rare-grade shield from her spatial storage to block the venom of the poisonous lizard. Yu Xiaowan put down the injured GCU and took the initiative to meet the venomous python. The 3-meter-tall Yu Xiaowan faced off against the Black Ember Serpent, and for a moment, it seemed like they were evenly matched. In the ensuing battle, thanks to their coordinated efforts, they managed to put up a difficult but manageable resistance. Just as Li Xiangyan was caught off guard, a poisonous lizard attacked from the side. It looked like the outermost female student was about to be scratched by its sharp claws. The next second, the poisonous lizard, still hovering in the air, was flung away by the Black Ember Serpent's tail. The already severely injured venomous lizard died instantly from this attack. Before anyone could react, the venomous python swiftly approached the corpse and devoured it. Having regained some strength, the Black Ember Serpent lost its desire to play around. It opened its mouth and spewed out a blackish-gray poisonous mist, which ignited upon landing, forming a poisonous black flame. Flames engulfed Jiang Shuyan and dozens of others, as well as the 2 poisonous lizards. Feeling the scorching flames, Yi Xiaoyu frowned. She lifted her fingers slightly, and countless white petals scattered and fell. The petals fell on them, bringing them a refreshing feeling and relieving the sluggish energy in their bodies. All the girls emitted a faint white light, completely isolating them from the black flames. Taking advantage of the opportunity, they joined forces to kill the 2 poisonous lizards, but they were also covered in wounds and had no strength to resist. The black serpent used its tail to encircle them, raising its head as if to swallow them all whole. "We're doomed, teacher. We think we're going to die." "I don't want to die. I haven't even experienced the taste of love yet." "Mom, I want to be your daughter again in the next life." When Jiang Shuyan met Jiang Shuanchuan's gaze, her face turned pale. She gazed longingly in the direction of the camp, then turned her gaze to the group, preparing to lead them in a desperate fight. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. A long blade, wreathed in blood-red flames, hurtled through the air at incredible speed. The sharp blade pierced the body, and the venomous python, which had been opening its mouth wide in preparation to eat, was now embedded in a large tree not far away by the long knife. The women, who had initially looked on with despair, turned their sorrow into joy upon seeing this scene. Jiang Shuyan breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily, I made it in time." The moment Yi Lin landed, he was excitedly hugged by several girls. "Squad leader, you're finally here. I thought I'd never see you again." "Yeah, class monitor. Look at our wounds. Boo-hoo, it hurts so much." "Younger brother, Yilin met Jiang Shuiyin in Yi Xiaoyou's gazes and nodded slightly. Yilin received her message while they were being chased, otherwise he wouldn't have arrived so quickly. Just then, the roar of the black ember serpent shattered the tranquility of their long-awaited reunion. Black flames began to erupt from his body, his eyes became bloodshot, and his personality became manic. This unusual appearance clearly indicates the use of skill. The black venomous python lowered its head and tore off the blood that had pierced its body. As the blood-swallowing vessel was ripped out, a patch of flesh and blood was torn off, and a knife was roughly thrown to the ground. Seeing this, Yilin told everyone to calm down and face the berserk giant python alone. Jiang Xuan was a little worried. After all, the curse on him had not yet been lifted. Yilin simply shook his head, gave her a reassuring look, and then rushed over. He raised his hand, and the blood swallow trembled twice before returning to his hand. Blood Devourer's blade, refined by blood energy, struck the hard scales of the black ember serpent. There were no sparks as I had imagined, only the sound of knives piercing flesh. Yilin dodged and weaved, and the already injured black ember serpent was on the verge of death without even touching the hem of his clothes. Yilin stepped onto the tree trunk, and then used the momentum to stab at the giant python's eyes. The black ember serpent hissed in agony as Yilin completely blinded its cold, vertical pupils. As Yilin raised his knife and brought it down, he swallowed the black ember serpent with his blood and coiled it around its neck. Click! With a thud, the head of the black ember serpent was completely severed. If it weren't for the need to be cautious and prevent himself from messing things up, Yilin would have killed it immediately, even at the risk of injury. Yilin, how are you? Little brother, are you hurt? Yi Xiaoyu and Jiang Shuiyin immediately went to check on Yilin's injuries. The latter shook his head, looked at GCU whose thighs had turned black, and quickly spoke to them. This is not the place to talk. Let's go back and talk. Yilin carried the injured GCU on his back and led them back to the camp as quickly as possible. He immediately summoned all the girls with healing abilities in the camp to treat GCU. I breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there were no problems. After everything was arranged, Jiang Shuin handed over the fruits of her labor to Yilin. Yilin was somewhat surprised to see that this myriad poison fruit could awaken a talent. This is not a minuscule probability. After all, not everyone is Shang Lingling. After much deliberation, Yilin discussed it with Jiang Shuiyin and decided to give the 10,000 poison fruit to GCU, who was injured while saving someone. Firstly, it's a reward for her bravery in saving lives. Secondly, it's an attempt to change her D-level talent. If it truly evolves into an SS-level talent, it will add another powerful combat member to the team. Chapter 41 seems to need to teach you a profound lesson. In the afternoon, Yilin handed the heart-eating flowers he had collected to Shang Lingling. The latter nodded, activated his talent, and his pupils once again glowed with a silver-blue light, which then turned purple. Each of the heart-eating flowers was separated and transformed into an antidote pill once again. After doing all this, Shang Lingling's vision went black, and she lost consciousness again. After settling her inside the tent, Yilin picked up the antidote pills and distributed them. He arrived at GCU's tent and bumped into her as she came out. GCU excitedly hugged Yilin's shoulders and then kissed him on the cheek. Squad leader, I've awakened a new talent. Upon hearing this, Yilin glanced at her attribute panel. Attribute panel. Player. GCU. Landmark. Area A. Number 749. Talent. SS rank 10,000 poisons body. Health points 100%. Body condition 306. Agility 251. Mental strength 288. Skill. Domain of 10,000 poisons. Return of 10,000 poisons to their source. 10,000 poisons domain. Draws upon the body's primal poisons to form a poison domain that ignores most defenses, causing the poisoned person's soul to be burned by the poisonous fire, resulting in excruciating pain. All poisons return to the source. Devours all toxins, poisonous techniques, and poisonous treasures, transforming them into one's own essence and attributes. The more severe the injury, the faster the recovery after devouring poison. GCU looked at the antidote pill in Yilin's hand, patted her full chest, and spoke confidently. Squad leader, I don't need this antidote pill. I can absorb toxins and become stronger anytime now. As she spoke, she unleashed her innate skill, return of all poisons, right in front of Yulin. The next second, her whole body gradually emitted a green light, and then the miasma in the air condensed into a drop of pure venom, which she absorbed. Seeing this, Yilin had no choice but to put the antidote pill into his spatial storage. From this perspective, the antidote pill is still insufficient against GCU's 10,000 poisons body. After all, the detoxifying agent has no side effects, while the detoxifying pill not only has a time limit, but also requires enduring the excruciating pain. That's true. How can an item compare to talent? Squad leader, how's it going? Yilin looked at GCU, whose face was full of smiles, seeking praise. Without hesitation, he gave a thumbs up to express his praise, exclaiming, "Fantastic." After saying goodbye to GCU, he idly strolled around the campsite. Yilin walked to the vicinity of the makeshift toilet and saw a dark figure suddenly appear not far away. It was none other than Siemu Xuan. He saw Siemu Xuan acting suspiciously and immediately hid. She went into the restroom and came out less than a minute later. Just a few minutes after Siemu Xuan left, and as Yilin was about to leave, Hua Qing went into the restroom. Ah! Upon hearing Hua Qing scream, Yilin immediately realized something was wrong, rushed to the toilet door, and flung it open. Hua Qing was lying on the ground with her clothes half off, and a small green snake was curled up in the corner. Hua Qing cried as she saw Yilin enter. "Class monitor, Hua, I've been bitten by a snake. Am I going to die?" Yilin frowned, looking at Hua Qing, who was crying with tears streaming down her face, and reached out to help her up from the ground. Fortunately, they had abundant resources, and their temporary camp used simple toilets. Otherwise, instead of helping her up, they would have dragged her out first. "Oh, squad leader, you must not forget me after I die." "Okay, shut up and stop crying. You're not going to die." Yilin was speechless, putting aside the fact that the snake wasn't venomous. Even if it were, they wouldn't die from it given their current physical condition. Really? Hua Qing heard Yilin's words and finally calmed down from the shock she had just experienced. "If you're worried, go finding Tianqing and the others for treatment." Yilin glanced at the small green snake that had suddenly appeared, and then thought of Siemu Xuan, who had been acting suspiciously earlier, and he already knew the answer in his heart. He dismissed the still-crying Hua Qing and reached out to grab the green snake in his hand. He arrived at the edge of the camp under Siemu Xuan's jurisdiction. Within minutes, the culprit hiding in the tree branch was found. Yilin threw the snake directly at her. Siemu Xuan's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashed, and the green snake was cut in two. "Did you do this? You'd better give me a reasonable explanation." Yilin's voice was as cold as ice. "There's nothing to explain." Siemu Xuan raised her eyes, her gaze filled with undisguised ferocity. Meeting Yilin's gaze, he unconsciously explained, "I just couldn't stand her, so I was just teaching her a lesson." "Get down here." "What if I don't?" "That's not up to you." Yilin pressed on relentlessly, his tone filled with barely suppressed anger. "If you dare to let snakes bite your own teammates today, what about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow, are you going to betray everyone?" "I won't." Siemu Xuan gritted her teeth upon hearing this, her tone stubborn. Yilin's tone remained unyielding. "Get down and come with me to apologize to Hua Qing." "Yilin, don't go too far." Siemu Xuan gripped the short blade tightly, her gaze turning icy. The atmosphere on the field became tense and confrontational. The next second, the two blades clashed, and the two sides fought fiercely in the woods. "Who do you think you are? If you weren't the captain, do you think you could have survived until today? You're just a coward who only bullies his own kind. It seems I have no choice but to beat you into submission today." Yilin swallowed the blood and returned it to his spatial storage, clenching his fists into a fighting stance. Seeing this, Siemu Xuan tacitly agreed with Yilin's idea. The two fought with knives and fists, and at first glance, they appeared to be evenly matched as neither of them used their special abilities. But Yilin's physique was ultimately not something Siemu Xuan could fake. The battle ended when Siemu Xuan was captured by Yilin. "I lost. You can let me go now." Siemu Xuan's face showed increasing shame and anger. She just wanted to escape this bastard's clutches as quickly as possible. Yilin, however, was not about to grant her wish. "I told you, if I don't punish you today, I won't be able to teach you a lesson." He retrieved the items from the 5-in-1 treasure chest that Xia Jiwei had fished out of the sea. Whip X1, handcuffs X1, wax, blindfold X1, collar X1. Xiamu Xuan's tone changed upon seeing these props. You, what do you want to do? Seeing Xiamu Xuan's flustered look, Yilin nodded to her. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out from the depths of the forest. Oomph. Do you think I'm that kind of person? I advise you to give up on that idea. Xiamu Xuan suppressed her discomfort and glared at Yilin. He kept cursing the bastard in his heart, even though he didn't have any strange attributes. Isn't it insulting that he brought out these props? Yilin looked down at Xiamu Xuan and said, Oh, is that so? Why didn't you say so earlier? He put away the props. It seemed this set could only be left to someone destined to own it. Now you can let me go, right? If I don't go back soon, people will become suspicious. Yilin raised an eyebrow. You're always elusive, so even if we stay here all night, no one will know. Xiamu Xuan's face turned pale. Could it be that this guy wanted to stay all night? How could she possibly stand it? Chapter 42, Strange Movements in the Heart of the Forest. The sound of flowing water could be heard from the depths of the forest from time to time. Yilin looked closely and saw the stream cascading down from the canyon, creating a stunningly beautiful scene. It's getting late. It's time to go back for dinner. Yilin spoke to Xiamu Xuan, who was leaning against a tree with a rosy complexion. The latter didn't say anything, but subconsciously tightened his thighs. Damn it. You better keep your word. Yilin chuckled and patted her thigh. Don't worry, I keep my word. As long as you apologize obediently and promise it won't happen again, your affair will remain a secret forever. Xiamu Xuan gritted her teeth, picked up a bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and then left the spot. Yilin watched as she began to walk unsteadily and laughed heartily twice. Hearing the bastard's laughter behind her, Xiamu Xuan almost fell over and quickly used her skill to leave. Soon after, a group of people gathered around a campfire in the center of the camp to eat dinner. GCU was showing off her new talent to a few close girlfriends. Xiamu Xuan picked up her food and used her skill to leave. Yilin watched as she didn't dare to take a single step, a smile playing on his lips. Xiaji Wei, Yilin, your barbecue. Yilin took the roasted meat from her hand, and the moment their fingers briefly touched, a blush crept onto the latter's face. Yilin was stunned, looking at the flustered Xiaji Wei, and didn't react for a moment. Little did they know, the moment their fingers touched, Xiaji Wei had already decided what to name the child. Have you seen enough? Baiya pinched his weak waist in annoyance. Yilin gasped in shock. This girl had a really strong grip and showed no mercy whatsoever. That's enough, that's enough. Baiya's tone was somewhat disappointed. Are you disgusted by my out-of-shape figure? It's all this kid's fault. Otherwise, why haven't you been doing that with me lately? After she finished speaking, she took Yilin's hand and placed it on her chest. Yilin felt ashamed. Could these symptoms be the anxiety disorder of pregnant women that is often mentioned online? Feeling the warmth from her palm, Yilin was momentarily stunned. It must be because of the second stage of pregnancy. It felt much bigger. He met Baiya's gaze and immediately comforted her. How could that be? It's not because you're pregnant with our baby that you need to be careful for your and the baby's safety. With Yilin's comfort, Baiya slowly began to abandon those messy thoughts. Then after I give birth to the baby, we'll do it again, no? 10 times. Baiya gestured with her hands as she spoke, afraid of being taken advantage of. Yilin chuckled and pinched her cheek. Don't say 10 times, I'll do whatever you want, even 100 times. Little did Yilin know that he would soon regret what he said that day. Time passed slowly, and the matches crackled under the flame. The moon hangs high overhead, and the time for that heart-wrenching pain draws ever closer. After Yilin arranged for GCU to watch over the camp for them, everyone waited on high alert for the onset of that excruciating pain. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the dense forest where the moonlight cannot reach, amidst the thick miasma, a tangible, dark green poisonous fog churned beneath the decaying leaves. The entire space was covered by a dense web of spider webs, with highly toxic slime clinging to the threads. At that moment, a dangerously virulent fly flew through the night and inadvertently touched the thread. The next moment, no matter how much he screamed and struggled, he could not break free from the large net. Within seconds, the poisonous fly turned completely black and gave up struggling. In the very center of the spider web, a giant spider, over 10 meters long, is perched on it. This poisonous spider is the same bone-eating spider that Baiya mentioned in her intelligence report. Its 8 compound eyes were blood red, Its fangs dripped with black saliva, and every movement of its massive limbs made the spiderwebs buzz. It made no unnecessary movements when it approached its prey. Its huge mouth opened slightly, and a faint, sweet-smelling venomous gas escaped from it. The bone-eating spider swallowed the entire poisonous fly whole, leaving only a slight bulge in its abdomen. Apart from the pool of blood, there was no other trace of it. Just as it returned to its position, an unusual movement occurred on the ground in the very center of the spiderweb. A black coffin, entangled in spider silk, was emanating an eerie aura. The coffin was covered with alluring blood-red butterfly patterns, with crimson roses entwined among the butterfly wings. The crimson rose seemed to have gained its own consciousness, taking root in the ground and beginning to plunder nutrients. Even at the farthest point of the island, a venomous snake desperately tried to escape, but was still bound by a suddenly growing crimson rose and sucked dry. In just a short while, a faint scent of blood began to waft through the entire forest, and all the monsters on the island became its nourishment. The blood coffin frantically devoured vital energy, making the patterns on its surface even more vibrant, faintly emanating a heartbeat-like pulse. It was as if fresh blood was slowly flowing on the petals, continuously providing energy for the blood butterflies. The dust and spider silk clinging to the surface of the blood coffin evaporated in an instant. The bone-eating spider was suddenly bound and had its energy absorbed by the crimson rose. But as the overlord of this small island, how could it just stand by and wait to die? It let out a sharp, piercing roar, the sound waves shattering the blood-red roses that bound it. For a time, the two sides were deadlocked. At that moment, a slight, unusual sound was heard. The blood coffin slowly opened. A pale hand gripped the edge of the coffin, and a figure slowly stepped out, his clothes stained with blood, his aura as cold as the underworld. She simply stood there quietly, her eyes coldly fixed on the enormous spider. "What kind of monster are you? Why are you in that coffin? And why can't I sense the presence of the other companions on the island? What have you done?" The woman spoke in a flat tone, as if recounting something commonplace. They were nothing but a bunch of ants, yet they all became nourishment for my life. "Damn humans die." The bone-eating spider, enraged, pounced, but the woman paid it no heed. Just then, she sensed a faint life force. Her tone suddenly became excited, and her voice sounded sickly. "Master, I can finally feel your presence." The spear of the bone-eating spider pierced her body, yet the woman remained in that sickly state. "Damn humans, how dare they treat me with such contempt?" The bone-eating spider hadn't finished speaking. A flash of blood-red light appeared in the woman's eyes. There were no earth-shattering spells, no deafening roars. The bone-eating spider's body suddenly froze, and the next second, it disintegrated inch by inch from its head to its limbs. Even the spider silk beneath it turned to ashes. The bone-eating spider, a creature of the calamity level, was instantly killed before it could even let out a complete scream. "Noisy," the woman coldly withdrew her gaze. Then, the blood coffin transformed into a beam of blood-red light, piercing straight into her chest and merging with her body. Her wounds were completely healed the instant the blood coffin merged with her body. The next second, her figure gradually faded away. In no time, it finally coalesced into a normal-sized blood butterfly, with the rose patterns on its wings still faintly visible. The blood butterfly flapped its wings, following the mysterious aura, cutting through the dark forest and flying straight towards the sea in the moonlight. Chapter 43, Exploring Changes Within the Forest. Meanwhile, Yi Lin and a group of girls in the camp were writhing on the spot, tormented by the excruciating pain. GCU stood by the campfire, her face pale, watching over them with a worried expression. She had experienced that feeling herself and knew how difficult it was for Yi Lin and the others. The key issue is that GCU can't do anything yet, and she's worried that her haphazard actions might backfire. Just as GCU turned around to check on the other girls, a butterfly took flight from the edge of the forest and gracefully landed above the campsite. Then, in a direction that GCU couldn't detect, it flew straight to Yi Lin, who was lying on the ground. Tormented by the excruciating pain, Yi Lin was completely unaware of the blood-red butterfly that suddenly appeared on his chest. The blood butterfly's wings flickered briefly before disappearing into his chest. Time passed slowly, and Yi Lin and the others recovered from the side effects. Class monitor, teacher, how are you? GCU quickly handed them a bottle of mineral water. Yilin waved his hand, about to say something, when he suddenly froze. He looked around at the air and asked in confusion, "Why has the miasma in the air disappeared?" GCU scratched her head. "Well, I don't know either. It's just that when you guys had your attacks, the miasma gradually dissipated." Everyone was stunned by GCU's words and didn't react for a moment. Although Yilin didn't know what had happened, overall, it was a good thing for them. The absence of miasma means that on the last day, there's no need to take the antidote and experience that excruciating pain. Everyone, let's rest first. We can talk about anything else tomorrow. Yilin and his group assigned shifts and then went to the beach alone. He felt a burning sensation in his chest, but he didn't take it seriously, assuming it was just the effect of the excruciating pain. "Yilin, what do you think of this situation?" Xia Jiwei's voice suddenly rang out, startling Yilin, who was sitting on the beach. He turned his head to meet the homeroom teacher's gaze and shook his head. "I don't know. I'll go into the forest tomorrow morning to take a look. After all, there must be some clues to why these poisonous miasmas have suddenly disappeared." Xia Jiwei nodded upon hearing this. Her tone suddenly became low, and there was a hint of sadness in her voice. "When will this end? We're not going to live like this forever, are we?" Yilin gazed silently at the boundless sea before him, without uttering a word. No one can predict these things. They might end up buried in this sea someday. Yilin felt the softness on his arm. Neither of them spoke, and they just sat there quietly. "Yilin, I miss my mom and dad." Xia Jiwei's voice grew weaker and weaker until she finally closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Yilin picked up Xia Jiwei and carried her back to the tent in the camp. After settling Xia Jiwei in, he returned to his tent and lay down for less than 3 minutes. A figure, using the moonlight, lifted the tent flap and crawled inside. Yilin felt the smooth skin on his body and didn't react for a moment. Just as he was about to ask who the person was, a kiss silenced his lips. Yilin simply gave up resisting and began to enjoy life to the fullest. Noticing that the person on his body was not very skilled, Yilin was quite patient and slowly guided them. She could no longer hold on, so she covered Yilin's face with her clothes and fled from his tent as if escaping. The next morning, Yilin got up and immediately saw the red stain on the mat beneath him. Recalling the shadow from last night, he had no clue what was going on, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He went outside for a quick wash and then led Jiang Shuyan, Long Ichio, and GCU, who volunteered to join him, into the forest. The four walked and stopped, but all they saw were one monstrous, desiccated corpse after another. "This," GCU gasped, her voice trembling slightly. "It's like some kind of terrifying force that instantly drains them dry." Jiang Shuyan's expression turned serious as she stated her judgment. They exchanged a glance and became even more cautious. It took the four of them several hours to explore even a small patch of forest. Not a single living creature could be seen. They were all corpses drained of their life essence. They gained nothing but a few ordinary fruits. Long Ichio, munching on fruit, asked nonchalantly, "Do we want to go any further?" Yilin nodded. "We still have to stay for another day and a half. If we don't figure things out, we might be the ones who end up as mummies." After he finished speaking, he led the three of them toward the center of the forest. An hour later, Yilin and his group of four arrived at the site where the bone-eating spider had died. They sensed something unusual about this place just by getting close. Jiang Shuyan suddenly spoke up. "Everyone be careful." As her gaze fell upon that open space, the plants there exuded a bewitching color. "Teacher, what's wrong? Why are you making such a fuss?" Long Ichio asked, puzzled. "All the plants in this area are highly poisonous." Upon hearing this, Yilin and the other two subconsciously took 2 steps back, following her lead. On the contrary, GCU's eyes brightened, and she took the initiative to step forward. Jiang Shuyan was about to speak up to dissuade him, but Yilin stopped her. GCU placed her hand on the grass, and then she saw the plants carrying the deadly poison slowly wither. All the toxins contained within it converged into GCU's body. GCU turned around happily and gave him a smile. "Squad leader, I feel like I've become even more amazing. It's good that you're all right." The three breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the next second, GCU was scolded by Jiang Shuyan. After confirming that there was no longer any danger in the forest, the four returned to their camp. After they announced the good news to the camp, The atmosphere throughout the camp became cheerful. The girls took out food and prepared to cook a big meal to celebrate. One of them even pulled out a ball from somewhere. For a moment, those who didn't know better might have thought it was a beach party. Yilin lay on the bench watching them play in the water at the beach, dressed in their sexy and alluring clothes. However, the next second, Yilin was pulled into the water by them and forced to fight a water battle with them. The seawater soaked their clothes, revealing their graceful figures in full glory. Many bold girls even openly took advantage of Yilin. Yilin, who had struggled to climb ashore, quickly hid. He quietly found a corner to admire this breathtaking view. Just then, a burning sensation came from my chest again. Yilin frowned slightly, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't detect anything unusual. This left him momentarily confused as to what had happened. Yilin even had Tianqing and Murong Shui check him over and over again to make sure he was fine. Yilin assumed that his heart had not yet recovered from the excruciating pain. Chapter 44, Snow-Covered Sea. Yilin didn't stay idle in the following period, exercising from time to time. The evening arrived as promised. After a day of playing, the girls all went to sleep early, provided there were no external threats. Yilin arrived at the campfire, where there was another person opposite him. Chun Ouching met Yilin's gaze, and neither of them spoke, simply warming themselves by the fire in silence. Chun Ouching, you. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Yilin decided to speak up to break the deadlock. There's no way I'd do it with you. Forget about it. Chun Ouching's tone was unfriendly, and her eyes held a subtle distance. Yilin was stunned. What? Did he look like the kind of person who went around in heat? Sensing Chun Ouching's attitude, Yilin wasn't one to fawn over someone who wouldn't listen. He nodded. I just wanted to say that it's getting late, so you should get some rest. After Yilin finished speaking, he turned around and went back to his tent. A barely perceptible hint of embarrassment flashed across Chun Ouching's face, but she still believed that Yilin was just making up an excuse to save face for her. Yilin, who was exhausted after a long day, entered the tent less than half a minute before a snoring sound came from inside. Hearing the sounds coming from Yilin's tent, Chun Ouching paused for a moment, her hand holding the tree branch still. The night passed slowly, and the next morning, Yilin and the others got up early. There are about 10 hours left until the end of the 3-day period. When Jiang Shuyan learned that Ji Siyu could enhance herself by using the poison of the heart-eating flower, she began to arrange for everyone to pick it together. As time passed little by little, Yilin, who was idly tidying up the props in his space, was pulled up from the bushes not far away by Long Yichio. Hey, what are you doing? Class monitor, what do you think I want to do? I haven't done anything like this in ages. Yilin was like a helpless little boy. Constitution +1. Mental strength +1. Attribute panel. Player. Yilin Captain. Landmark. Area A. Number 749. Talent. SSS level prosperity with many children. SSS level supreme ruler. Health points. 1%. Unknown curse. Constitution. 570 +2. 572. Agility. 393 +3. 396. Mental strength. 360 +5. 365. Skills. Kidney power. Sexual intercourse. Procreation. Imperial majesty. Supreme ruler. Unification. As everything settled down, Yilin walked out of the grove, supporting his back. Before he could even catch his breath, Yi Xiaoyu, dressed in a semi-transparent wedding dress, approached him. Seeing Yilin's appearance, Yi Xiaoyu bit her lip and said irritably, "Can't you control yourself a little? Look at the way you are now." Upon hearing this, Yilin's eyes twitched. He stepped forward and hugged Yi Xiaoyu tightly, whispering in her ear, "What, sister, are you worried that your brother won't be able to satisfy you anymore?" Upon hearing Yilin's audacious words, Yi Xiaoyu quickly reached out to push him away. "How could this be Huh? What did you say?" As Yilin spoke, he tightened his grip on his hands. Yi Xiaoyu felt Yilin's body temperature. Her head was spinning, and she couldn't even speak properly. Are you only concerned about my younger brother?" Yilin scooped her up in his arms and led her into his tent. No, there are too many people. People will gossip." Yi Xiaoyu buried her head in Yilin's chest and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Looking at his sister in her transparent wedding dress, Yilin could no longer contain his emotions. For a moment, the two of them forgot that they were in a tent. Jiang Shuyan glanced at the group of girls gathered not far from Yilin's tent and dismissed them in a huff. At this moment, Jiang Shuichuan came to his mother. Hearing the sounds coming from inside the tent, her face turned bright red. Jiang Shuiyan looked at her girl with a puzzled expression. Is there something wrong? Jiang Shuichuan clasped his hands together and said in a voice barely audible, Mom, I'm ready. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuiyan nodded with satisfaction. It's good that you're ready. When the time comes, we must hold on to Yi Lin's heart tightly. She was happy. After all, it was her daughter's idea, but she had been hesitant to make a decision. Now that she's finally ready, even she feels a little excited. When Yi Lin and Yi Qiaoyu came out of the tent, there was less than half an hour left in the countdown. They quickly cleaned up the camp. A group of people stood on the beach waiting for the countdown to end. Evacuation countdown. 1 second. The Hope reappeared on the beach, and people lined up in an orderly fashion to board the ship. Although the ending was somewhat inexplicable, GCU did awaken an SS-level talent, so it wasn't a wasted trip. The Hope sailed back into the sea, and the crew felt like they were dreaming as they watched the disappearing island. If they hadn't been with Yilin, they might have died somewhere long ago. Otherwise, how could he have awakened such an enviable talent? At this moment, Xia Jiwei took the initiative to bring a recliner to Yilin. Yilin didn't stand on ceremony and decisively lay down, picking up his fishing rod to start fishing for the treasure chest. Seeing this, the others also found their own spots, chatting and fishing in 2s and 3s. Suddenly, the ship was filled with the voices of a group of beautiful women. Yilin closed his eyes and listened. What a beautiful sound. Xia Jiwei came to Yilin's side and handed him a legendary item. Yilin, I obtained this item after leaving the island by upgrading my 3rd skill, Divine Gift. Divine Gift. One item can be upgraded in quality every 7 days. Yilin took the prop from her hand. It was a blueprint. Humanoid puppet blueprint, legendary, spirit rank. Yilin's eyes narrowed. This must have been obtained by upgrading the extra Iron Golem blueprints. But there's an extra spirit rank now. He thought he'd jump straight to the next level. Yilin used it directly, and soon, information about the blueprints appeared in his mind. 1 piece of sunken sea blackwood plus 1 piece of sea soul jade flakes plus 1 piece of mermaid skin plus 20 pieces of deep sea algae silk plus 1 piece of black mermaid skin. Rhombus crystal magic core determines the puppet's combat power. This, Yilin frowned. Apart from the magic core, he didn't recognize any of the others. He had never even seen them in the trading market. He had no choice but to continue browsing the trading market, looking for any bargains he could find. It was approaching evening. Lying on the bed, Yilin abandoned the idea of creating the humanoid puppet in a short period of time. She thought of Xia Jiwei's alluring face and was considering how to win her over behind Xia Mushuan's back when, suddenly, Hua Qing rushed into the room, pulled him up, and headed towards the deck. Yilin didn't react for a moment, only seeing Hua Qing's white body swaying left and right in front of him. He reached out his other hand and slapped it. Hua Qing stiffened, her face flushed with shyness, and she quickened her pace. Yilin came to the deck and saw the women gathered around the railing, looking down. Seeing this, he stepped forward, came up behind the petite Shang Lingling, hugged her from behind, and looked down at the sea. The sea gradually changed from its original deep blue to pale white. The next second, a mechanical sound rang out. 4 domains rotate. Snow-covered seas. Chapter 45, The Upgraded Hope. Yilin's gaze remained fixed on the sea, watching the surrounding scenery change. Snowflakes, as white as jade, drifted down from the sky. A snowflake landed on him, accompanied by a cold wind that brought a biting chill. The other girls were shivering from the cold and didn't hesitate to bring out their leather jackets. Although the cold environment didn't affect Yilin much, he symbolically put on a coat that had been made in advance. Yilin asked everyone to go back inside to discuss matters. The moment the door closed, everyone could clearly feel the cold being shut out. It's so cold, I don't even want to go out now. After the girl finished speaking, she sat down in the chair, hugging the back of the chair tightly with both hands, as if she would rather die than leave. Yilin rubbed his temples, opened the construction panel, and checked the base's upgrade requirements. Area A, base number 749, Hope, level 4. Level 4. Function 1. You can appoint a first mate and obtain a small amount of authority, construction panel. Function 2. Treasure chests encountered on the ship's hull are automatically stored in the captain's inventory. Function 3. Provides a safe, warm, and comfortable environment, as well as safety during sea voyages. Materials required for level 5. House construction blueprint times 1. Ship modification blueprint times 1. Diamond magic core times 100. Illusory sand crystal times 5,000. Frost snow crystal times 5,000. Wood times 10,000. Stone times 10,000. Apart from occasionally acquiring a few frost crystals on the trading market, all other materials already meet the requirements. That makes sense, as this item is a key material for upgrading and very few people trade it. Yi Lin frowned. He didn't really want to waste his precious copying opportunity on this upgrade material. He opened the panel and went to the trading market, where he listed cherry tomatoes for purchase in exchange for frost crystals. Anyway, the remaining cherry tomatoes can no longer provide them with attribute points. The moment cherry tomatoes were listed on the trading market, many people with extra snow crystals immediately initiated transactions. Yilin used only about 100 cherry tomatoes to exchange for enough frost crystals, plus a lot of other miscellaneous items. With everything ready, Yilin immediately began constructing the ship's hull. Area A, base number 749, Hope, level 5. Level 5. Function 1. First mate, Jiang Shuyan, gains a small portion of authority, construction panel. Function 2. A manager can be designated, and the manager can obtain a small portion of authority, trading market. Function 3. Obtain 1 base entry. Function 4. Treasure chests encountered on the ship's hull are automatically stored in the captain's inventory. Function 5. Fishing pool inside the ship, connected to the sea, with a chance to catch fish. Function 6. Provides a safe, warm, and comfortable environment, as well as safety during sea voyages. Materials required for level 6. 10 house construction blueprints, 10 ship modification blueprints, 1,000 rhombus crystal magic cores, 10,000 illusory light sand crystals, 10,000 frost snow crystals, 10,000 mystic pattern snow crystals, 10,000 sun and moon shining stones, 1,000,000 wood, 200,000 stones, 100,000 iron blocks. The white light lasted for more than an hour. As Yi Lin waited, the burning sensation in his heart returned, and the blood butterfly disappeared into the white light at a speed invisible to the naked eye. When the white light faded, everyone standing on the deck was dazzled by the scene before them. The ship has been expanded to be several times larger than before, and its overall appearance is far more impressive. Yi Lin immediately noticed that as the ship was moving, it was enveloped in a faint, almost transparent blue light membrane. The biting cold wind and flying snow from just now were all kept out by this invisible barrier. Feeling the warmth and comfort within the barrier, completely unaffected by the harsh weather outside, Yi Lin and the others felt refreshed and relaxed. All eyes turned to the center of the deck. There suddenly appeared a square pool, the water so deep that the bottom could not be seen, and schools of fish could even be seen swimming by. This pool must be the newly upgraded area specifically for fishing for treasure chests. Yi Lin stepped forward and reached out to touch the water, but as he got closer, it seemed as if he encountered an obstacle. He tried giving up, presumably to prevent anyone from falling in. Just as he was thinking, a fish leaped out of the water and landed on the deck. Jiang Shuichuan picked up the lively fish from the ground, her voice tinged with excitement. Squad leader, there's fish. The others also gathered around Jiang Shuichuan, their hearts filled with excitement as they looked at the fish. It's important to know that aside from the very few pieces of meat that can be obtained from treasure chests, the only other source of meat is from killing sea monsters. Even though they had seasonings, it was still terribly unpalatable. But things are different now. There's another channel to obtain legitimate meat. After Yi Lin and the others calmed down, he led them to continue exploring. He went to the stern and took the stairs to the top deck. He immediately recognized it as a control panel, except it also had an automatic speed adjustment function. Yi Lin glanced at it and left. Back on the deck, he immediately led the women into the cabin. The moment they stepped down the stairs, the group's eyes lit up. Just recently, on a level 4 ship, the passageways were crowded, with 2 people living in each room along the row. But now the ship's passageways are spacious enough to accommodate everyone. Yi Lin glanced at the door and saw that a name was hanging on the door of each room. It was clearly a one-person, one-room arrangement. Yi Lin casually opened a room with Li Xiangyan's nameplate hanging on it. With a click, the door opened. Xiaji Wei, who was next to him, peeked out. She couldn't take her eyes off it at first glance. Although it wasn't as good as the equipment she had before she survived, it was still pretty much the same. Seeing this, Baiya reached out to open the room with the Huaqing nameplate to see what it was like. The next second, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't turn the doorknob at all. What's going on? I can't open it. Baiya asked Yilin, puzzled. Jiang Xian adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and said with a hint of doubt, they should only be able to book their own rooms. Yilin is the captain, so he's a special case. Everyone agreed with her statement and began looking for their own rooms. All the girls were assigned a clean, tidy, and private room. Yilin walked to the innermost part and saw a sign hanging on the door of that room. Yilin. He glanced at it and opened the door directly. As soon as he stepped inside, he discovered that the room was a whopping 200 square meters. Yilin browsed around carefully and found that there was all kinds of furniture and beds. He went to the bathroom, opened the door, and saw that the wet and dry areas were separated, and the bathtub was large enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people. Just then, a woman's voice rang out from a room not far away. Huh, why is there nowhere to take a shower? Yu Xiaowan went to the bathroom to take off her clothes and shower, but she couldn't find a place to shower. When the other girls heard what Yu Xiaowan said, they all looked around the other rooms and found that they were all the same. Where's the shower? What a piece of crap. It's not like they're going to build a public bathhouse just for the class monitor, is it? Chapter 46, The Mysterious Blood Coffin. The noise was deafening. Hearing the commotion outside, Yilin immediately went out of the room. He went into the corridor and, hearing the chattering women's voices, quickly covered his ears and shouted at them. Everyone, please be patient. There's still a few floors to go. Let's line up and see them first. Hurry up and line up. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Jiang Xuan gave her daughter's bottom a light slap. Jiang Xuan playfully took her arm and gave her a sweet smile. Okay, teacher. The girls, who had been noisy and disorganized, were reorganized under Yilin's direction. After they finished exploring the basement level, Yilin led them up the stairs to the second basement level. As soon as they got downstairs, Yilin and the others saw the round table set up in the center again, which looked spacious enough for 50 people. Moreover, the kitchen is equipped with a wide variety of kitchen utensils. Yilin looked at the place where the iron gate had been closed. He saw a large empty area over there and immediately thought of raising livestock. Yilin opened the iron gate and went inside, arriving at a secluded area. As he approached, a panel appeared in front of him. Lack of soil, unable to grow crops. Yilin was taken aback and immediately thought of the soil block he had obtained from the legendary treasure chest on Goblin Island some time ago. He took out the dusty clods of soil from his warehouse and placed them inside. After Yilin saw that it was ready to plant, he took out the unknown seeds he had gotten for free from Du Xing and the Golden Emperor fruit tree and planted them. After confirming with Jiang Xuan and the others that there would be no results for the time being, he decisively led them away. Yilin had just stepped down to the 3rd floor when he found it completely dark inside. Snap! Shang Lingling accidentally touched the wall switch, and the next second, all the lights in the room turned on. Their eyes were stunned by the layout inside. The bathroom I had been longing for had vanished without a trace, replaced by a steaming hot spring. There are many rocks on the shore that complement the hot spring. There's also a quaint wooden house not far away. The girls couldn't take their eyes off Yilin, and their gazes towards him carried a hint of ambiguity. Yilin sleeps tight. What did this mean? They wouldn't even spare him while he was taking a bath. This kind of suffering should be borne by the families watching this screen. Upon seeing the hot spring, Yu Xiaowan jumped in without saying a word. Everyone come quick, this feels so good. She closed her eyes with a look of enjoyment. Seeing her satisfied expression, the girls, who were already itching to go, could no longer contain themselves and all ran towards the hot spring. Squad leader, come down here quickly. Yeah, class monitor, this is a good opportunity to relax. I even know how to give massages. As Yilin watched the girls with delicate skin soaking in the hot spring, one after another trying to seduce him, his nose started bleeding uncontrollably. He shook his head. Yilin was a gentleman. How could he do such a thing? Just as he took a step to leave, he tripped over thin air and fell into the group of girls in the hot spring. Oops, I didn't mean to. Yilin emerged from the water, a sly glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Huang Fuyun took his hand and entered. That's right, class monitor, you didn't mean to. Yes, I can see it, it's an air trap. Huaqing swam to Yilin's side and took his other hand. He felt the softness on his arm. His brother had come to visit. Huang Fuyun, squad leader, don't push me. Yilin looked slightly embarrassed upon hearing this, and immediately broke free from their clutches, heading towards the wooden house in the distance. Yilin pushed open the wooden house door, a look of surprise on his face. The temperature inside was the opposite of the heat outside. The cold air hit his face directly, making him shiver. Yilin's gaze fell on the black and red coffin in the very center, and he was momentarily stunned. No, a coffin. He took a deep breath and strode over to the blood coffin. With each step Yilin took, the blood on the floor congealed a little more. The closer you get, the more obvious the eeriness becomes, as if you're being watched. His gaze fell on the blood coffin, and the next second, information about it popped up. Entry: blood coffin, unique. Entry effect: none. Yilin's vision went black, and his consciousness continued to sink. He didn't know how much time had passed before he was able to open his eyes. What came into view was complete darkness, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. What kind of hellhole is this? Yilin couldn't utter a sound, and could only mutter a curse in his heart. Just then, a seductive and alluring voice rang out in the darkness. This is inside the blood coffin. Boo! Yilin pricked up his ears, trying to find the source of the sound. The sound seemed to come from all directions, and its origin could not be found at all. Damn it, what the hell? Am I going to die? It's not a good thing to talk behind someone's back, and besides, I'm not a ghost. She seemed to be able to read Yilin's mind directly. Yilin was startled. How did you know what I was thinking? Can you read minds? I don't know any of these unorthodox methods, because I am your heart. The moment she finished speaking, Yilin felt a cold hand placed on his heart. What do you want from me bringing me here? Feeling her fingertips tracing his body, Yilin felt a chill run down his spine and could only pray that she meant him no harm. After all, at this moment, he was like a fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. My name is Shui. Please remember it, Master. The moment the blood-stained clothes fell silent, Yilin felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his brain lost its ability to think. He clearly felt his heart being held in someone's hand, drawing out a spray of blood. As expected of my master, I will cherish it. After saying this, Shui kissed his heart. Her movements were graceful and composed, as if she were handling a beloved toy. She slowly ate Yilin's heart, and after she finished, she licked her blood-red lips with a lingering sense of satisfaction. Yilin had already stopped moving, and even his pupils were dilated. Blood-stained clothes held Yilin in their arms, their eyes glazed over, their once beautiful faces now showing signs of illness. Master, it's your turn to favor me. After she finished speaking, she kissed Yilin's bloodless lips. The next second, Yilin's entire body began to become illusory, and then he transformed into a white humanoid monster. Master, please be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. Whiteleaf Forest raised his hand and ripped off the blood-stained right arm, tearing off a large piece of flesh and blood. Master, you look so handsome when you eat. Blood-stained face flushed as she looked at the white leaf forest that was gnawing on her arm. As it ate, Bloodclothes was reduced to nothing but a head in the end. Blood-clad woman still wore that sickly expression, Master, it's about time. Let me completely merge with you and become your heart. The white-leaved creature opened its blood-red maw and swallowed the blood-stained clothes whole. In no time, the sound of the blood-stained clothes disappeared completely. The white foliage gradually disappeared, returning the area to its original state, and the previously empty chest was restored to its former state. Chapter 47 SSS Level Talent, Blood Coffin. Yilin's consciousness began to return. He opened his eyes and saw a group of girls, led by his homeroom teacher, Jiang Shuiyan, surrounding him and asking him how he was doing. He rubbed his chest, which ached inexplicably, and sat up in bed. What's wrong with me? Squad leader, you scared us to death. You fainted inside the cabin. Yes, if Lingling hadn't suddenly wanted to find you, we wouldn't have known. It's easy. You made me so angry. If something happens to you, what will happen to the children and everyone else? Baya touched her slightly rounded belly as she spoke, looking worried. As Yilin listened to the girls' rambling conversation, a surge of heat rose in his chest. Jiang Shuin interrupted everyone in time, looking at Yilin and asking, Yilin, what happened to you in the cabin? A sharp pain shot through Yilin's head as memories of his time inside the blood coffin surfaced in his mind. He didn't intend to say anything about it. He simply shook his head and told everyone to leave. When he was all alone, Yilin lifted the burning patch on his chest and saw a pattern of a blood coffin appear on his heart. Yilin recognized it at a glance as the blood coffin inside the wooden house. He was utterly puzzled. Shouldn't the blood coffin be an attribute obtained from upgrading a level 5 base? How did it end up on him? Yilin opened his attribute panel and glanced at it. The next second, he was stunned and stood on the bedside table. Attribute panel. Player. Yilin Captain. Landmark. Area A. Number 749. Talents. SSS level Many Children. SSS level Supreme Ruler. SSS level Blood Coffin. Health points. 1%. Burning Heaven level Curse. Maximum health. Constitution. 500 ans plus 500. 1000 ans. Agility. 312 plus 500. 812. Mental Strength. 290 plus 500. 790. Skills. Kidney Power. Sexual Intercourse. Procreation. Imperial Majesty. Supreme Ruler. Unification. How did this blood coffin become my talent? Adding 500 to each of my 3 attribute values. Yilin was so surprised he couldn't close his mouth, his fingers trembling as he tapped the skill description for the talent, Blood Coffin. SSS rank talent, Blood Coffin. Talent skill 1, Resurrection. Sacrifice your organs to revive the dead and heal bones. Talent skill 2, Devouring Form. Summons a blood coffin to absorb blood energy, which can be converted into corresponding attributes to enhance one's own strength. Talent skill 3, Blood Butterfly. Effect unknown. Cost unknown. Yilin became incoherent for a moment. What? Is Master dissatisfied with my abilities? The voice of the bloodstained man suddenly rang out, startling Yilin, who was in a daze. Where are you? Stop playing tricks. Yilin appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Master, are you afraid of me? It really saddens you. Blood-clad man chuckled softly, his voice seemingly omnipresent. Yilin took a deep breath, and his previously agitated state of mind completely calmed down. His voice was cold. Although I don't know what you want to do, since you call me Master, you have to let me see you. Upon hearing this, Shui's breathing became rapid and her voice became high-pitched. Master is so eager to see me so soon. I'm shy. Yilin, Master, close your eyes and visualize the blood coffin in your mind. Bloodstained Chloe's voice became light and cheerful, like a wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return. Following the description given by the bloodstained clothes, Yilin meticulously pieced together the many details of the blood coffin in his mind. The next second, everything went black before his eyes, and he reappeared in that dark place. However, unlike the situation not long ago, this time he was able to open his eyes and see the surrounding scene clearly. That feeling of being at someone's mercy has vanished, replaced by a strong sense of security. Owner! Yilin heard the sickly voice in the blood-stained clothes and looked up toward the source of the sound. The blood-red coffin hung above his head, its patterns shimmering. Even more bizarrely, a regular rhythmic pulsation could be faintly heard emanating from inside the blood coffin. Yilin took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and said to her, "Answer a few questions for me first." Bloodclad was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. "Master, I am all yours. Don't mention a few. 10 or 100 is no problem." The words in the blood-stained clothes reached his ears from inside the blood-stained coffin. Yilin's eyes darted around, and after a moment's thought, he asked, "Shouldn't you be an attribute from the base's upgrade? How did you become my talent?" After I awoke, I fell into a deep sleep because my energy was too weak. It just so happens that the energy generated during the upgrade of the ship attracted me to unconsciously merge into this ship. The explanation for the bloodstained clothes was reasonable, leaving Yilin speechless for a moment. Yilin was silent for a moment before speaking. "Then why did you call me Master? And what's the story behind saying you'd become my heart?" "Well, Master is my master. And as for the reason, I'm afraid I can't explain it." The moment the blood-clad figure finished speaking, the blood butterflies on the surface of the blood coffin flew to Yilin's front. The next second, in his eyes, the blood butterfly transformed into the figure of a woman. The woman's skin was so white it was almost transparent, but her lips were so pale they looked as if they were stained with a thin layer of blood. She looked up, a faint smile in her eyes. That face, capable of captivating all living beings, harbored an extreme and obsessive possessiveness. However, As she moved and remained still, her body became flickering between light and shadow, clearly indicating that she was not a physical entity. Bloodstained Clothes raised a hand and gently stroked Yi Lin's face, from his cheek to his chin, and finally her jade-like fingers stopped on his chest. She didn't speak, but licked her lips, then leaned down and pressed her ear close to Yi Lin's muscular chest. The suffocating pressure emanating from the bloodstained body was so powerful that it was impossible to look directly at it. But the moment she looked up at Yi Lin, a sickly tenderness spread across her eyes, sweet yet dangerous. Yi Lin felt like a poisonous flower blooming in the abyss, beautiful to the point of being deadly, and also capable of causing utter destruction. Yi Lin felt the familiar burning sensation in his chest, and his tone softened. "Would you hurt me?" "Don't worry, master. I won't let anyone hurt you. Not even me." As Shui spoke, she tightly embraced Yi Lin with both arms, as if she could possess him entirely. Then, under Yi Lin's watchful gaze, Shui released his grip, and a long sword immediately appeared in his sight. Yi Lin narrowed his eyes. He recognized the knife as the Blood Devourer at a glance. "Master, my strength has not yet recovered. This sword is not bad. Let it accompany you to become stronger." Yi Lin took the blood swallow from her hand. The moment Yi Lin got his hands on it, he noticed that the Blood Devourer felt different to him. The original Blood Devourer had some rust on its blade, but now it is not only incredibly smooth, but also possesses a powerful force. Chapter 48 Our Treasures. Host, Yi Lin. Name, Demon Blade, Blood Devourer. Rank, Epic, upgrades as the host's strength increases. Category, Weapons. Effect 1. All attribute points plus 100. Effect 2. After killing an enemy target, you will gain all attribute points of one of their attributes. Note, there is no limit to the number of attribute points you can gain, but be careful not to have your sanity consumed by evil forces. Effect 3. After killing an enemy target, there is a 0.000000001% chance to obtain the opponent's talent skill. Yi Lin smacked his tongue, and Shui swallowed, saying that this was a level above. Putting aside the fact that the rank increases with strength, the fact that there is no upper limit to the acquisition of attributes is already terrifying. Yi Lin suddenly remembered the heaven-burning curse and quickly asked Shui, "Bloodrobe, do you know how to break that curse?" The man in the blood-stained clothes shook his head. Yi Lin was somewhat disappointed, but this was within his expectations. "I can lift this curse, but I need the essence and blood to restore my strength." As Shui spoke, she pointed to the blood swallow in Yi Lin's hand and said, "This knife has already established a connection with me. As long as I absorb a large amount of blood essence through it, I will have a chance to restore my strength." "So how are these levels divided? And what is your strength?" Yi Lin quickly asked all his questions at once. Blood Robe. The realms are divided as follows: Minor Disaster, Light Calamity, Ominous Sign, Cataclysm, Great Calamity, Heaven Burning, Domain Destroying, Realm Burial. Master, you are cursed by the 9th level of the Burning Heaven realm. Starting from the Calamity level, the realm is further subdivided into the 1st to the 9th level. As for whether there are higher realms after the Burial realm, I have no idea. Yi Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined he was still the smallest of the small Karakos. "What about your previous level? How much strength can you still exert now?" He quickly looked at the woman in blood-stained clothes, a woman who is unbelievably beautiful. Since she has a way to lift the curse of the Burning Heaven level, she must be at least at that level. "I was previously at the 7th level of the Burial realm, but now I only have the strength of the Minor Disaster level to preserve my original power." After speaking, Shui's tone was somewhat downcast. She looked up at Yi Lin with her watery eyes. "Master, please become stronger quickly so that I can recover my strength faster." Before Yi Lin could say anything, the blood-stained clothes were restored and transformed into blood butterflies, flying back into the blood coffin. Yi Lin regained consciousness and found himself back in his room. The scene just now felt like a dream. The incredibly beautiful woman seemed to have never existed. But when he looked down, he saw that he was still holding the demon blade Blood Devourer, which had already changed. Coupled with the changes on his own panel, all of this was telling him that the woman and the blood coffin were not a dream. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Yi Lin snapped out his thoughts, got up, and opened the door. The door opened, and Ning Tianxing appeared in the doorway carrying dinner. Class monitor, This is the dinner the teacher asked me to bring to you. Thanks. Yi Lin took the tray from her, only to find that Ng Tianqing was still standing at the door and had not left. Yi Lin asked, puzzled, Tianqing, is there anything else? Ng Tianqing suddenly became coy. Class monitor, I have something good. Yi Lin became interested upon hearing this and asked, what good stuff? Upon hearing this, Ng Tianqing, feeling guilty, pushed him into the room and then quietly closed the door. Tianqing, what are you doing? After Yi Lin saw Ng Tianqing enter the room, he suddenly began to take off the few clothes on his body that could cover his private parts. Class monitor, is it good-looking? Ng Tianqing covered her body, looking shy. How could Yi Lin, a veteran cadre, withstand such a test? Beautiful. Tianqing, you're so pretty. Squad leader, this is my first time. Don't be afraid. Yes, take it slowly. What Yi Lin didn't know was that two other people knew what had happened in the room. Xia Jiwei withdrew her hand from the door and put the bottle of milk into her spatial backpack. She left looking dejected. Yi Lin's inner world, the sound of blood-stained clothes gritting their teeth, came from inside the blood coffin. The master can only be this servant's. You shameless women, just you wait. Yi Lin's heart was pounding outside. He felt exceptionally energetic today. At night, Yi Lin, who was sleeping with Ng Tianqing in his arms, was awakened by the noise of fighting outside. He got dressed and went outside to the deck, where he immediately saw several of the monsters' corpses on the ground. On the deck, two girls had several wounds on their bodies, while Xiamu Xuan left not far away after dealing with the remaining three monsters. In her haste, Jiang Shuyan rushed to Yi Lin's side without even getting dressed properly. She looked at the two of them, glanced around, her eyes narrowed, and her tone became stern. Where are Huang Fuyun and Liang? No wonder Jiang Shuyan was so angry. The two people who were supposed to be on duty had disappeared. If those two girls hadn't gotten up in the middle of the night, those monsters might have sneaked into the inner room. Just then, Huang Fuyun and Liang, their faces flushed red, arrived on the deck. The group took a closer sniff and noticed a faint scent emanating from them. Jiang Shuyan's face turned black with anger. You two are on night duty and mining in pairs. You're both not allowed to eat tomorrow. No, teacher, we were wrong. We won't dig in the toilet next time. Jiang Shuyan didn't blame them for pleading and left with the girls who had been woken up. Liang and Huang Fuyun looked at Yi Lin pitifully. The latter waved his hand helplessly, saying that helping the mine was fine, but pleading for them was out of the question. Only Liang and Huang Fuyun remained on the deck. Xiaoying, what do we do now? What can we do but keep mining? We won't have any food to eat tomorrow anyway. Huang Fuyun pouted and shook her numb arm, but my hand is numb. Upon hearing this, Liang whispered in her ear, we'll use our mouths together. Huang Fuyun blushed and nodded when he heard Li Ying's bold idea. The night passed quickly. When Yi Lin arrived on the deck in the morning, he saw a puddle of water that hadn't been completely washed away next to the clutter in the corner. Yi Lin frowned it. Surely those two guys hadn't been mining all night? He shook his head. It shouldn't be that bad. Yi Lin walked to the railing, admired the snowflakes floating on the sea, and then turned back to the fish pond to fish. Du Xing, brother, this is top quality stuff. Yi Lin became interested upon seeing Du Xing's message. Yi Lin, what is that? Du Xing, the red legendary treasure chest. Yi Lin, what do you want? A legendary fishing rod. To be honest, this is only the second time Yi Lin has received information about a legendary treasure chest. Du Xing. Hey bro, wait for me a minute, I'll be right back. Du Xing, who was still in the sun and moon sea, immediately gathered all the supplies. He found the seller in the transaction and sent him a message. Du Xing, beautiful lady, I really want this. Murong Shui, how much can you afford? Chapter 49, Yi Lin loses his mind. After some haggling, Du Xing finally managed to acquire the legendary treasure chest for Murong Shui by spending most of his savings. He turned and went to find Yi Lin. Du Xing, bro, want to trade now? Yi Lin, either way is fine. Legendary treasure, chest, X1. Trade, fishing rod, legendary, X1. The transaction was completed in no time, and Yi Lin looked at the legendary treasure chest, radiating red light, in his hand. He felt an itch in his hands, a strong urge to open them, but just as he reached out, he had a bad feeling. Garlic bird, garlic bird. Yi Lin summoned the goddess of fortune, Shang Lingling. He handed the treasure chest to Shang Lingling and said to her solemnly, Lingling, it's time for you to perform again. Shang Lingling placed the treasure chest on the table, then clasped her hands together and offered a devout prayer. A flash of red light, and the treasure chest was opened. Illusory mask, legend once worn, it can perfectly transform into anyone or anything you've ever seen. Its aura, voice, and even wounds can be replicated. The duration of each transformation depends on the user's mental strength. Marine Locator, legend it can continuously receive the coordinates of the base, no matter where it is in the sea. There was nothing else besides these two legendary items. Yilin curiously examined the two items. After Yilin used the ocean locator, a red light disappeared into the ship's hull. The dashboard in his hand showed that it was 0 m away from Hope. Yilin looked left and right, but couldn't find anything special about the dashboard. I simply left it in my backpack and ignored it. Then, Yilin picked up that illusory mask. The white mask changed according to his mood, and the next second, under the gaze of all the girls on the deck. Yilin's entire body was enveloped in white light, which dissipated as the light faded. The girls noticed that Shang Lingling had appeared in Yilin's original spot. Shang Lingling's face was full of surprise, and she covered her mouth in astonishment. Not only do they look alike, but they are also identical in height and hair length. Hua Qing had a plan in mind. Class monitor, do you think the size might be the same? She said this and prepared to reach out and touch it. No. Shang Lingling blushed and stepped forward to block the girl who was itching to make a move. Yilin touched it and nodded. It should be the same. Upon hearing Yilin's words, Shang Lingling ran away in embarrassment, leaving only a group of people on the deck. They exchanged smiles. Just as they were chatting and laughing, Xia Mushuan interrupted them. There's a monster at sea heading this way. Upon hearing this, everyone went to the bow of the boat. 10 monsters were staring menacingly at their ship. As they drew closer, the monster's form became increasingly clear. They are covered with thick, snow-white fur, and beneath their sturdy limbs are a pair of large bear paws. The leading bears straightened up and roared in their direction. Everyone could clearly see the black claws protruding from their bear paws. Name: Frosty Snow Bear, critical level. Health points: 2,500. Physical fitness: 400. Agility: 400. Mental strength: 400. Skills: 1. Freeze 2. Frost Claw. Weaknesses: eyes flame. The two sides met, but this time, unlike before, they could not directly board their ship. A selection panel appeared in front of Yilin. Active offense / passive defense. Seeing the frost bear scratching incessantly at the hull, he immediately initiated an attack without hesitation. Instantly, beams of light appeared and enveloped them all. On a spacious platform, Yilin and his group, along with a dozen or so frost bears, stared at each other. Before anyone could speak, a fierce battle was about to erupt. Yilin took the initiative to meet the lead frost bear. With the enhancement of the Demon Blade Blood Devourer and the addition of his innate skill, Imperial Might Descends, he killed it in less than 4 strikes. The Demon Blade Blood Devourer emitted a red light, continuously absorbing the essence and blood from the corpse of the frost bear, turning it into a dried-up corpse in a short time. Yilin's panel also began to change. Attribute panel. Player: Yilin Captain. Landmark: Area A, number 749. Talents: SSS level Many Children, SSS level Supreme Ruler, SSS level Blood Coffin. Health points: 1%, Burning Heaven level Curse, maximum health. Constitution: 1005 plus 100, weapon bonus. Agility: 814. Mineral Strength: 793 plus 400, 1193. Skills: Kidney Power, Sexual Intercourse, Procreation, Imperial Majesty, Supreme Ruler, Unification. Yilin felt his mental strength increase significantly, and he became more energetic. His eyes lit up when he saw the group of frost bears. These weren't monsters at all. They were clearly a group of walking attribute points. He grabbed the blood swallow and charged in, hacking and slashing. Just as Chen Aoqing was about to be ambushed and injured by the frost bear, Yilin controlled his strength and kicked her away, then used a knife to send the little bear to reunite with its family. Chen Aoqing got up from the ground, rubbing her sore bottom, and angrily pointed at Yilin. But when she met Yilin's bloodshot eyes, the words of her curse stuck in her throat. Yilin killed all 10 frost bears, and his attributes underwent an astonishing change. Constitution, 1005 plus 1600, 2605 plus 100, weapon bonus. Agility, 814 plus 1200, 2014. Mental strength, 1193 plus 800, 1993. D. All of you die. Yilin let out a roar, like that of a wild beast. After absorbing a large amount of essence blood, Showdown emitted a dense black aura. When Yilin looked at the women, his eyes revealed a murderous intent. At this critical moment, Xiamushuan quickly appeared in Yilin's blind spot. She kicked the blood-swallowing pill out of Yilin's hand. Without the control of Showdown, Yilin felt a sharp pain in his head and rolled on the ground, clutching it. It took a long time for him to recover. What's wrong with me? Yilin got up from the ground and then realized that he was lying on the deck, not in the battle space. He looked up and found that the girls were all keeping a few meters away from him. Why are you all so far away? Yilin had no recollection of the moment when he pointed a knife at them. Jiang Shuiyin cautiously asked, "Do you remember your name?" "Teacher, what do you mean by that? I am Yilin. How could I forget my own name? What just happened?" Yilin scratched his head in confusion and sat down on his recliner. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Next, Jiang Shuiyin and her group talked at once, adding their own embellishments to the story of how he killed the frost bear. The scene depicts the moment when he was about to attack them, but Xiamushuan kicked the knife away, saving him. Yilin was stunned. Looking at the demon blade blood devourer in his spatial backpack, he showed a hint of lingering fear. Chapter 50 Hot Spring Mother and Daughter Flowers. Yilin, you are not allowed to use this knife anymore. Safety is the most important thing. Jiang Shuiyin spoke in a serious tone, her glasses flashing with a sharp and cold light, each word carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. Baya, Yizi, we're already doing pretty well right now, so please don't do anything foolish. After repeated requests from Jiang Shuiyin and the other girls, Yilin finally agreed to let them not use the knife unless it was absolutely necessary. He sank into his inner world and came to the blood coffin once more. When Yilin opened his eyes, he saw Shui lying there, still playing with a blood swallow in her hand. Neither of them spoke first. They simply gazed at each other. It's unclear how much time passed, but Yilin was the one who broke the silence. "Aren't you going to give me an explanation? I wonder what kind of explanation my master wants from me." After speaking, Shui stood up and was beside Yilin in the blink of an eye. Yilin asked coldly, "Why can this knife control me?" He had anticipated serious side effects, but he hadn't expected them to be this severe. "Master, I only broke the seal on this sword. Besides, I reminded you not to become obsessed with its power." Blood-clad hand put blood swallow back into Yilin's hand. Yilin picked up the blood swallow again and felt that familiar power, but he wasn't as happy as he had been at the beginning. "But the side effects are too great. I only killed 10 before I completely lost consciousness. If it weren't for me, do you think that woman outside could have freed you from Showdown's control?" After Shui finished speaking, she took his other hand and placed it on her face, looking quite pleased. Yilin felt the smooth, creamy skin in his hand and couldn't resist pinching it. Bloodclad's ear tips instantly turned red, and she let out a soft hum of enjoyment. "Don't make those weird noises." Yilin awkwardly tried to pull his hand away, but she held it tightly. Seeing the increasingly crazed look in the bloodstained clothes, he quickly closed his eyes to bring his consciousness back. The bloodstained figure in the inner world remained in the same position, looking completely content. In the end, he even sniffed his fingertips, still not satisfied. "Yilin, come and have lunch." Jiang Shuichuan was instructed by her mother to come to the deck and call Yilin for dinner. Yilin looked at Jiang Shuichuan's face and felt that it looked more and more familiar. "Have you seen enough? Go eat." "Okay, sure." Yilin withdrew his gaze and followed her to the dining area on the second basement level. He went to those clods of soil specifically to see if the seeds had sprouted. Sure enough, it was still a bare patch of soil, and Yilin even began to wonder if the seeds had expired. With the last dish served, lunch officially began. Yilin had no appetite at all, so he simply ate a little something and left. He returned to his room, intending to take a short rest. He slept for a full 8 or 9 hours. He glanced out the window. It was already night, and snowflakes were still falling outside, unchanged. With nothing to do, Yilin decided to go soak in a hot spring. He picked up his clothes and went down to basement level 3. As soon as he came down the stairs, he saw 7 or 8 girls inside. Yilin was caught in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. Jiang Shuyan noticed Yilin at the door and asked for everyone's opinion. Many of the girls had soaked long enough, so they wrapped themselves in towels and left Yilin's side with their heads down. At this time, only 4 people remained in the hot spring: Jiang Shuyan, Jiang Shuanchuan, Li Ming, and her younger sister Li Ying. Yilin, let's go for a soak together, but you can't touch me. Yilin nodded and decisively went inside. He didn't mind that it had been soaked in water, putting aside the fact that, given their constitution, they wouldn't smell even if they didn't bathe for 10 days or half a month. Furthermore, the hot spring water is automatically changed all the time, so there's nothing to worry about. Yilin was soaking in the hot spring, surrounded by the warm water. The twin sisters Li Ming and Li Ying were on his left, while Jiang Shuyan and Jiang Shuanchuan were on his right. Even through the misty fog, Yilin could see the beautiful sight of them naked above the hot spring. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. Jiang Shuanchuan's eyebrows and eyes seemed very similar to Jiang Shuyan's. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were mother and daughter. After soaking for a while longer, Li Ming and Li Ying left together. At this time of day, almost no one else comes, and only the 3 of them remain in the hot spring. Jiang Shuyan and Jiang Shuanchuan exchanged a glance, as if they had made up their minds. The 2 took a deep breath and swam to Yilin. Yilin could even vaguely see those long legs through the water. Jiang Shuyan spoke up. Yilin, there's something I want to tell you. Yilin was taken aback at first, then nodded. Teacher, you can say whatever you want to say. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuyan took the initiative to hug Yilin and said with some difficulty, Yilin, actually Xiao Chun is the teacher's biological daughter. Yilin nodded first, then looked at the 2 of them with surprise. Teacher, what are you doing? Yilin, your teacher didn't mean to hide it from you. After she finished speaking, she pulled Jiang Shuanchuan in front of Yilin. 2 beautiful women embraced Yilin from both sides. He could also vaguely sense that Jiang Shuanchuan's body was trembling slightly. Yilin put his arms around the 2 of them, tightening his grip slightly, feeling the softness on his arms, and teased, No wonder you 2 look so alike, teacher. Fearing that Yilin would misunderstand her mother, Jiang Shuanchuan immediately explained, My mother did it all to avoid suspicion. Yilin lifted Jiang Shuanchuan's chin, his tone turning stern. You've been lying to me for so long, I'm going to punish you properly. Yilin, Xiao Chun and I are willing to accept any punishment together. Upon hearing this, Yilin closed his eyes and remained silent. Jiang Shuyan and Jiang Shuanchuan exchanged a glance and nodded to each other. Unlike Jiang Shuyan, who exudes the mature charm of a woman, Jiang Shuanchuan has a more youthful and innocent air about her. The night passed slowly among the 3 of them. To have a better all-night conversation, they went to the flat area above the hot spring and to the wooden cabin that had been turned into a sauna that day. Stop mining. In the middle of the night, Li Ming noticed something was wrong with her younger sister, so she secretly followed her to the 3rd basement level. But to their surprise, this guy was incorrigible, so they had no choice but to drag the gold miner who was spying away. Yilin, with his mental strength, naturally noticed this scene, and he simply smiled. Jiang Shuanchuan, Dad, Mom. Yilin, Mom, little sister. Jiang Shuyan, husband, son. Constitution +1. Constitution +1. The next morning, Yilin hadn't even opened his eyes yet. He noticed Jiang Shuyan and Jiang Shuanchuan beside him and got up. Yilin's breakfast consisted of milk and a seafood feast. As for Jiang Shuyan and her daughter Jiang Shuanchuan, their breakfast was also very plentiful. After their meal, they came up to the deck. Before Yilin could even take out his fishing rod, a system notification broke the peaceful morning. Chapter 51, The Materialization of Health Bars. Strands of 7-colored illusory light intertwined and condensed once again into a treasure chest suspended in the deepest part of Yilin's sea of consciousness. Ding! Member Jiang Shuyan is pregnant with a child and will receive a special reward. The moment the mechanical voice finished speaking, the 7-colored treasure chest opened automatically. Physical health bar, 7 colors after killing an enemy target. All of their health will be stolen. Even if you're chopped into pieces, you can recover as long as you have a single drop of health left. Yilin's eyes widened. It was like a timely rain. This way, he would no longer be threatened by the curse, since it was unknown how long it would take for Bloodrobe to regain his strength. He couldn't wait to open the properties panel. Attribute panel. Player. Yilin Captain. Landmark. Area A, number 749. Talents: SSS level Many Children, SSS level Supreme Ruler, SSS level Blood Coffin. Health bar 1. Constitution, 2609. Agile, 2017. Mental strength, 1996. Skills: kidney power, sexual intercourse, procreation, imperial majesty, supreme ruler, unification, revival, devouring minister, blood butterfly. Ha! Yi-Lin was overjoyed to see the curse disappear. The other girls on the deck also heard the system message, and they were all surprised. The teacher is pregnant. When did the class monitor and the teacher start having that kind of thing? Yu Xiaowan tugged at his pigtails, looking puzzled. As the frontline member of the team, he was only responsible for eating and fighting and didn't care about anything else. Jiang Shuichuan stared blankly. I'm going to be a big sister. Even Jiang Shuiyin, the person involved, was completely bewildered. Although this was within her expectations, she did not expect it to happen so quickly. However, everyone quickly accepted the situation and offered their heartfelt congratulations to Jiang Shuiyin. After chatting with Jiang Shuiyin for a while, Yi-Lin still thought that the health bar visualization reward was personal. Unexpectedly, after asking around, he found that almost everyone's health points had been converted into health bars. This undoubtedly further enhanced their combat effectiveness. Yi-Lin couldn't wait to test out his newfound ability. He found Bai Yi in the crowd and asked curiously, Xiao Bai, you haven't used your skills today, have you? Quickly check if you'll encounter any secret realms or islands, or even monsters. Bai Yi rolled her eyes at Yi-Lin. Good grief, while others would rather avoid monsters altogether, this guy is eager to find them. Although that's what he was thinking, his hands didn't stop moving at all. In a short while, 3 new pieces of information appeared on the mental panel. Prophet 1. There's a large tribe about 300 kilometers away, led by a dangerous level yeti, with a number of about 20. It is not recommended to go there to your death if you do not have sufficient strength. Prophet 2. 20,000 kilometers to the west, there's a secret realm at sea, where a frostbone demon spirit of the 3rd tier of the Calamity Realm resides. Defeating it will yield a Frostfire talisman. Keep it. It may come in very useful. Prophet 3. You will encounter a group of ghost pirates at night. Don't sleep too soundly, or your crew may be injured or killed. Yi-Lin received the information from Bai Yi and, without hesitation, immediately went to the control panel. He turned the boat around and headed directly towards the Yeti's habitat, speeding away as fast as he could. There's absolutely no need to worry about fuel. The cataclysmic magic core obtained from the legendary treasure chest was copied by Xia Zhui. It is an inexhaustible resource, so they don't have to worry about fuel at all. The Hope sped across the sea at an extremely high speed. Unbeknownst to them, a level 3 base could only watch their ship's silhouette from afar, caught in a cycle of internal strife. Yi-Lin's boat arrived at the vicinity of the Yeti's habitat in less than half an hour. The group of Yetis also noticed Yi-Lin's large ship and began to shout. He looked back at the 6-person team, led by Jiang Shuiyin, Simu Xuan, and Long Yiqiu. They exchanged glances and nodded slightly. The next second, the 2 sides clashed, and it was Yi-Lin and his team who initiated the attack. They jumped directly onto the other side's territory, and once they were off the ship's protective shield, they could clearly feel the cold outside. Fortunately, they had put on clothes beforehand, so the temperature was still within their tolerance range. Name: Yeti, critical level. Health points: 3,000. Physical fitness: 500. Agility: 300. Mental strength: 250. Skills: 1. Frost Roar 2. Ice Armor Resurrection. Weakness: Fire. A major battle was about to break out, and Yi-Lin took the lead. He picked up an epic spear and charged a Yeti. His spear tip pierced the Yeti's eye, and before the Yeti could retaliate, Yi-Lin pierced its skull. Health bar: 1 plus 3,000. Yi-Lin felt the sense of crisis that had been lingering in his heart disappear completely, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. At least I don't have to worry about dying unexpectedly every day. The ensuing battle was almost entirely one-sided, with 3 people fighting against 1 Yeti. With their coordinated efforts, all the Yetis lay on the ground, half dead. Even when they unleash Ice Armor Resurrection and Frost Roar, they are no match for the girls. Huang Fuyin, squad leader, why don't you kill the remaining monsters? Yi-Lin waved his hand. Everyone has done their part, and besides, my current 3,000 HP is enough to handle most situations. Jiang Shuiyin's eyes were firm, and her other hand unconsciously touched her abdomen. Yilin, only if you become stronger can we survive better. After their repeated persuasion, Yilin no longer refused. He brandished his spear, giving the 7 half-dead, limb-severed yeti a final moment of dignity. With the last yeti falling to its death, Yilin's stats underwent a dramatic change. Attribute panel. Player. Yilin Captain. Landmark. Area A. Number 749. Talents. SSS level Many Children. SSS level Supreme Ruler. SSS level Blood Coffin. Health bar 21001. Constitution 2609. Agile 2017. Mental strength 1996. Skills: kidney power, sexual intercourse, procreation, imperial majesty, supreme ruler, unification, revival, devouring minister, blood butterfly. Yilin didn't waste any time. He summoned the blood coffin and used his innate skill, devouring form, to suck the corpses of the snow monsters into dried-up corpses. After absorbing the essence and blood of those 20 yetis, Yilin's attribute points received another boost. Health bar 21001. Constitution 2609 plus 251, 2860. Agility 2017 plus 162, 2179. Mental strength 1996 plus 266, 2262. Seeing Yilin's blissful expression, Jiang Shuiyin was very worried that he would lose his temper again. However, after Yilin's explanation, everyone put away their worried expressions. He retrieved the blood coffin, put his arms around a Mei on either side, and led a group of chatting and laughing girls back onto the Hope. For the rest of the time, they resumed lying down fishing. Everyone lay on their own private recliner, watching as a fish occasionally hopped out of the pool in front of Shang Lingling. Chapter 52 Frostbone Hunting Ground. After traveling for most of the day, Yilin finally found a secret place at sea. All they ever experienced was that secret realm where the cat killed the mouse. The rewards are incredibly generous, but they don't seem to match the so-called large-scale dungeon. Even if it really is a large-scale secret realm, it should be the worst kind. Yilin stared at the black whirlpool on the sea surface. The vortex still exuded a chilling aura. Without hesitation, Yilin steered the boat inside. Everyone felt a sudden dizziness, and as soon as they came to their senses, an electronic mechanical voice echoed in their minds. Secret Realm, Frostbone Hunting Grounds. Number of participants, 200. 1. Players team up to fight against the dungeon boss. 2. Ice Marrow will occasionally drop in the arena. Consuming will greatly increase attack power and significantly reduce damage taken. 3. Team up to defeat the dungeon boss. Rewards will be distributed based on the damage dealt. After Yilin and his group received the rules, their gazes fell on the Frostbone demon spirit in the center of the hunting ground. Following Yilin's gaze, everyone saw that the Frostbone demon spirit had a human form. However, there was no flesh or skin on its body. It was entirely made of ice and bone, with ice crystal bone spurs growing from its joints. At this moment, he was wandering aimlessly in the center of the hunting ground. With each step it took, a thick layer of frost would form on the ground beneath its feet. Jiang Shuiyin looked around, but apart from the 42 people there, she didn't see anyone else. Yilin also noticed this. Clearly, no one was participating in this secret realm for the time being. Jiang Shuiyin simply unleashed her innate skill on the Frostbone demon spirit. Name: Frostbone demon spirit, Tier 3 Calamity. Health points, 30,000. Constitution, 5,000. Agility, 2,000. Mental strength, 1,500. Skill, 1. Frost crystal. If touched, it will freeze into a block and needs to be thawed in time. 2. Frost demon spirit fire. Large areas of ghost fire are generated around the character. The temperature around the character will continuously decrease as the battle continues. 3. Can summon small ice fairies to interfere. Weaknesses: high temperature, flame, violent vibration. With each sentence Jiang Shuiyin spoke, everyone's face grew paler. This guy's stats are the most insane I've ever seen. There's simply not a force they can currently contend with. Yilin felt that even if 200 more people came, they might not be able to completely defeat this guy. Time passed by bit. Suddenly, streaks of white light flashed, and a group of people appeared not far from Yilin and his group. The latter realized what was happening and stared at Yilin and the others with a wary expression. The opposing team consisted of 50 people, with a balanced male-to-female ratio. The lewd-looking woman took 2 steps forward and came to Yilin and the others. Looking at those youthful faces, they were clearly students like them. Yilin took the initiative to step forward and negotiate. After exchanging information, the 2 sides returned to their respective positions. Yilin also learned from her that her name was Gong Xiaoqin and that they were classmates in the 2nd year of high school. 2 more groups of people arrived, and finally, a total of 200 people were gathered. Fortunately, those who survived were not fools. Seeing Yilin alone with more than 40 girls, even though they were beautiful, they did not provoke him. After this period of time, they also learned the lesson that trouble comes from the mouth. The 4 exchanged information and gained a clear understanding of the approximate combat strength of both sides, as well as the abilities of their members. Although Yilin didn't like to reveal his trump cards, it was obvious that if they couldn't cooperate to take down the Frostbone demon spirit, any unexpected event would be unacceptable to Yilin. Gong Xiaoqin, SS level talent, Flame, Constitution, 500 points. Xiang Shi, SSS level talent, Overlord, Physique, 700. Kong Zhengwan, SS level talent, Giant Rock, Constitution, 300. Yilin frowned, feeling that with their current setup, they simply couldn't defeat the Frostbone demon spirit. Seeing that they were looking at him, he didn't try to hide anything. Yilin, SSS level talent, Supreme Ruler, Physique, 2000. As soon as Yilin finished speaking, he could clearly feel the shocked gazes of the other 3 groups. Even Xiang Shi, who possessed the SSS level talent of the Overlord, was astonished. He originally thought his physique was unique in the world, but he didn't expect there were experts out there. Yilin told everyone the specific information about the Frostbone demon spirit. Those who thought they could win by relying on the big shots were suddenly dampened by their excitement. With 30,000 HP and a whopping 5,000 damage, this terrifying strength is something these small fry can't possibly mess with. But as the countdown ended, the arrow was already on the bowstring and had to be released. Yilin seized control of the entire battle with an absolute advantage. He first gathered all the frontline soldiers together, and then distributed the extra equipment he had on hand. His goal, besides the rewards from the secret realm, was primarily to acquire all the attribute points of the Frostbone demon spirit. He even asked Shui if using Shueshuan could help him suppress it. Fortunately, Bloodrobe said that he could use the energy absorbed from the Frostbone demon spirit to help suppress it. However, all of this is predicated on defeating the Frostbone demon. Having received the weapons distributed by Yilin, the crowd's fighting spirit sword, Jiang Shuiyin then united those with no or low talent and used bows and arrows for ranged attacks. As their 200 men were teleported to the hunting grounds, battle was imminent. The Frostbone demon spirit sensed that someone had invaded its territory and roared instantly. The next second, it rushed straight into the crowd. Yilin's instructions to them were to avoid the Frostbone demon's attacks as much as possible while inflicting some damage on it. He led a group of people with high physical strength to meet the attack of the Frostbone demon. Yilin picked up a shield and deliberately drew the Frostbone demon's attacks. Of course, he was the only one on the field who could withstand the Frostbone demon spirit and keep up with the monster's speed. Yilin dared not be careless at all. After being struck twice by the Frostbone demon spirit, he was on the verge of death. He entered the state of Supreme Unity, and all his attribute points doubled, as did his health bar. Supreme Unity. After being on the verge of death, the user enters the supreme, undying state for 5 breaths, becoming immortal and indestructible. Furthermore, the user's combat power doubles within the next 15 minutes, intimidating heaven and earth and deterring all who dare to challenge the enemy. Then, Yilin unleashed another skill. Imperial Might descends. Imperial Majesty descends. Surrounded by Supreme Imperial Majesty, enemies with lower physical constitution will suffer half the damage. Originally, his first skill was ineffective against Frostbone spirits. However, in the state of Supreme Unity, Yilin's physique has surpassed that of Frostbone demon spirit. While there was still time, Yilin took out the Demon Blade Blood Devourer and launched continuous attacks on the Frostbone demon spirit. The other 100 or so people didn't even have the right to get close. They could only watch from afar as the 2 monsters fought each other. Chapter 53. This reward is a bit rubbish. The Frostbone demon roared angrily. The next second, large patches of will-o'-the-wisps appeared around the hunting grounds. The frost fire froze the floor, and little ice demons emerged from the frozen ground. Each ice demon, even at the lowest level, possesses the strength of a light calamity level. Fortunately, Yilin didn't need to intervene in this matter. Xiangshi and his group were enough to handle these troubles. The battle between Yilin and the Frostbone Demon Spirit has reached a stalemate. The Frostbone Spirit created distance and unleashed the skill, Frost Crystal. Yilin turned his head to avoid it, listening to its giggles. He panicked and quickly looked back, only to see that the icicle was about to hit Xia Jiwei in the crowd. Careful. However, the distance between the two was too great, and it was too late. Just then, Baiya, who was watching the battlefield from afar, saw this scene and quickly used her skill Destiny. Destiny holds the reins of fate, can forcibly rewrite the short-term fortune of a single target, such as causing their skills to fail or their items to become ineffective. The ice pillar wobbled twice before striking the little ice demon beside Xia Jiwei. Yilin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Xia Jiwei safe and sound. Before he could turn around, an ice blade slashed towards his head. Sensing danger, Yilin immediately turned around to meet the Frostbone Demon Spirit. Time slipped away bit by bit, and Yilin's Supreme Unity technique wouldn't last much longer. Even with his aggressive, trade-off tactics, Frostbone Demon still had nearly half its health remaining. Just when all hope seemed lost, a violent tremor shook the ground, and 4 icicles appeared from 4 directions of the hunting ground. A crystal-clear ice marrow floats above the ice pillar. The moment Jiang Shuyan saw the ice marrow, she immediately called out to the 4 people who were already prepared. Quickly give the ice marrow to Yilin. Under Jiang Shuyan's command, Xiamu Xuan, Long Yiqiu, Xiangshi, and Gong Xiaoqin rushed towards the ice pillar. 4 ice marrows were thrown towards Yilin from 4 different directions. The latter punched back the Frostbone Demon Spirit and seized the ice marrow at top speed. Without any hesitation, he swallowed all 4 ice marrows. The next second, Yilin felt an unprecedented power. Attribute panel. Player. Yilin Captain. Landmark. Area A. Number 749. Talents. SSS level Many Children. SSS level Supreme Ruler. SSS level Blood Coffin. Health bar 21001. Constitution 2860 plus 100. Weapon X2. Talent 5920 plus 8000. Temporary Ice Marrow 13,920. Agility 2,179. Mental Strength 2,262. Skills Kidney Power, Sexual Intercourse, Procreation, Imperial Majesty, Supreme Ruler, Unification, Revival, Devouring Minister, Blood Butterfly. Feeling the power of the explosion, Yilin, holding the blood swallow, looked at the Frostbone Demon Spirit with its remaining blood, its eyes gleaming. Bloodstained clothes, are you ready? Don't worry, Master. The Blood Devourer in Yilin's hand began to emit a blackish-red aura. He instantly rushed towards the Frostbone Demon Spirit and swung his sword. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Yilin's hands, the Frostbone Demon did not back down and raised its sword to defend itself. The next second, the ice blade in its hand shattered completely, and Blood Devourer severed its head. The Frostbone Demon Spirit fell to the ground, still trying to struggle, but Yilin finished it off with 2 more blows. With the death of the Frostbone Demon Spirit, the horde of ghost fire and ice demons also lost control and completely dissipated. Everyone was overjoyed and cheered. We won. Looking at Yilin's terrifying aura, Xiangshi felt a complex mix of emotions. What a terrifying fellow. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yilin then inserted the blood swallow into the corpse of the Frostbone Demon. The next second, the energy on its body began to be absorbed by the Blood Devourer, and in no time, the Frostbone Demon Spirit's entire body vanished without a trace. Jiang Xian and a group of girls looked at Yilin with concern, afraid that he would lose control of his temper. Fortunately, Yilin only covered his head, and after a slight relief, he returned to normal. Yilin quickly put away the Blood Devourer and checked his current attribute panel. Attribute panel. Player. Yilin Captain. Health bar 21,001 plus 30,000. 51001. Constitution 2,860 plus 8,000. Temporary Ice Marrow 10,860. Agility, 2179 plus 2,000, 4179. Mental strength, 2,262. Yi Lin regrets that he did not obtain the Frostbone Demon Spirit's physique, but he did gain 2,000 agility. Of course, if others knew that he disliked those 2,000 attribute points, they would definitely scold him for being ungrateful. Soon, the sound of machinery began. Hunting operation complete. Time taken, 19 minutes and 9 seconds. Number of survivors, 166. Rewards are being distributed. As beams of light enveloped the group, they reappeared on the sea surface the next second. Back on the ship, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Lin was still basking in the glory of the reward he had received. Completion rewards. Frostfire Talisman, 1-time Special Talisman, Ice Marrow x 100. Each talisman increases free attribute points by 100. Epic Chest x 66, Excellent Chest x 369, Common Chest x 5577. Yi Lin frowned. He felt the reward was a bit stingy. But there's not much to say, since the Fire Talisman was the key in by Ye's intelligence. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't find any clues, so he simply put it into his spatial backpack and ignored it. After giving all the treasure chests to Shang Lingling, Yi Lin summoned Jiang Shuyan. Teacher, you can distribute these ice marrows. He then gave all the ice marrow he had obtained from this secret realm to Jiang Shuyan. After all, for him, those 100 attribute points were really unnecessary. He might as well use them to strengthen them. He can't be the only one to become stronger while everyone else remains stagnant. Moreover, he has already gained enough this time, and there is absolutely no need for him to keep the last bit for himself. After receiving the ice marrow, Jiang Shuyan took out a small portion as a reward and distributed it to several girls. She kept the rest as a reward for the next time. Looking at the snow outside, Yi Lin felt a bit bored, so he simply went back to his room to sleep. Half asleep, Yelinka felt the warmth of the blankets. He looked up and saw that Long Ichio was only holding her. Yi Lin smiled wryly. No wonder he felt the air around him had become somewhat scorching. It turns out that all of this was caused by Long Ichio. Looking at Long Ichio, who had grown a dragon tail, Yi Lin also became interested and decided to have a competition with her. A long match began, with the two strongest players in the base engaging in a contest. No matter how hard Long Ichio tried, she was no match for Yi Lin, who was playing like he had cheated. She could only roll her eyes and stick her tongue out at Yi Lin in an annoyed manner. Class monitor, you're so annoying. You have a nerve to say that? You were the one who attacked me first. Yi Lin pinched her tail as he spoke. Long Ichio, lying next to Yi Lin, trembled slightly and let out a soft groan. Chapter 54, I'm Afraid of the Dark. As evening fell, Yi Lin, having nothing to do, went to the deck to chat with the girls. To add some fun to their otherwise mundane evenings, they even set up a brazier on the deck. If any foolish fish jumps out of the pond, they will be gutted and roasted over a fire. The rare moment of peace and quiet didn't last long before the girl in charge of driving immediately started yelling. Squad leader, someone's here. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin led the girls to the bow of the ship. Not far from them appeared a dilapidated ship. In no time at all, they were getting closer and closer. Yi Lin looked closely and realized it was clearly a dilapidated pirate ship. The skull on the flagpole was particularly eye-catching, and the two boats were almost parallel. Yi Lin didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he simply went to the cockpit to get away from them. As he activated maximum power, the boat sped across the sea. Yi Lin discovered that the pirate ship was like a ghost, constantly following them. Seeing that he couldn't shake off this persistent pest, he simply stopped the boat. Soon, the ship opposite stopped next to the Hope. On the previously empty deck opposite, figures appeared strangely. Yi Lin raised an eyebrow. Could this be ghost pirates? At this moment, the other side threw out a series of grappling hooks, which then landed on their ship. This? Is it pulled like this? Dude, even if we're ghosts, why will we use a hook and chain? Yi Lin was speechless. Name, Ghost Pirate, Light Calamity. Health points, 650. Physical fitness, 45. Agility, 25. Mental strength, 25. Weakness, light. Knowing their strength, Yi Lin sat back down in his seat without looking back. Just kidding, he felt like he could kill these ghosts with a fart. These kinds of miscellaneous tasks were naturally assigned to them, so that the girls could use them to practice. The number of ghost pirates is increasing, with no fewer than 20 already appearing on their decks. Yilin reluctantly moved the stove and recliner to another location. The battle began, and Long Ichio and the others, like Yilin, watched the show. Yu Xiaowan, Li Xiangyin, and a few others stayed behind to guard the front, leaving the remaining girls to fight. The situation was almost entirely one-sided. The ghost pirates on the other side were hacked to death by the group of girls as soon as they got close. Gradually, the pirates stopped daring to board and even began to flee in their ships. Watching the pirate ships sail away, Yilin stretched and stood up, casually picking up a bamboo skewer and tossing it in their direction. The bamboo skewer, carrying an unstoppable force, smashed a hole in the pirate's ship. The ship, which was originally able to sail normally, was instantly turned into a pile of useless garbage. As the pirate ship sank into the sea, some of the girls who were initially worried finally breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing all this, Yilin left the deck and returned to his room. He opened the door and was stunned to see Hua Qing lying on his bed, barely clothed. He subconsciously thought he had gone to the wrong room, so he glanced at it, closed the door, and reopened it. Hua Qing's clothes still haven't loaded. Squad leader, hey, what are you doing? Hua Qing shyly pulled the blanket over half of her body, revealing most of her curvaceous figure. You mean never mind. What's meant to be will be. Yilin picked up Hua Qing from the bed. The two sat in chairs and chatted, from the origin of mankind to the destruction of the universe, from Adam and Eve to the leaves, forests, flowers, and sunshine. All right, it's getting late. You should go back now. Yilin patted Hua Qing, signaling her to go back and rest. Hua Qing nodded, kissed Yilin tenderly, got dressed, and left his room. Before Yilin could even catch his breath, Shang Lingling, clutching a pillow, knocked on Yilin's door. Lingling, what's wrong? Yilin looked at Shang Lingling, who was hugging a large pillow with half her head buried in it, and teased her. Shang Lingling blushed and muttered softly, Class monitor, I want to keep you company. Upon hearing this, Yilin picked at his ear, tilted his head, and asked again. Lingling, what did you say? I can't hear you. Shang Lingling glared at Yilin angrily at his smug expression. She looked around and, finding no one, mustered her courage and said, Class monitor, I want to stay with you tonight. Yilin grinned mischievously. Accompany what? Shang Lingling was so angry at Yilin's words that she almost cried and turned to leave. The moment she turned around, Yilin pulled her into his room. Yilin lifted Shang Lingling's chin and looked at her with deep affection. Shang Lingling nervously closed her eyes, but after waiting for a long time, she still didn't hear Yilin's next move. She opened her eyes in confusion, only to see that Yilin had already gone back to bed. She also saw Yilin pat the spot next to him with a mischievous grin. What are you still standing there for? Shang Lingling took a deep breath and sat down on the edge of the bed. The next second, Yilin flipped over and pinned her down. Yilin leaned down and whispered in Shang Lingling's ear, Once you're in my room, getting out won't be so easy. He reached out and began to take off Shang Lingling's clothes, but she stopped him with her hand. Squad leader, could you please turn off the lights first? Upon hearing this, Yilin simply let go and lay down. Sorry, beautiful. I'm afraid of the dark, and I usually don't like to turn off the lights at night. Looking at Yilin's mischievous grin, Shang Lingling knew what he meant. She hesitated for a moment, then began to take off her clothes. Looking at Shang Lingling's exquisite curves, Yilin didn't hold back at all. 1-0-10. Constitution +1. Mental strength +1. The next morning, Shang Lingling secretly slipped out of Yilin's room while everyone was still asleep, leaning against the wall for support. The two bumped into each other as they passed Xiemushuan's room. Xiemushuan merely glanced at her up and down, then grabbed the clothes and left without looking back. Fearing she might run into someone else, Shang Lingling quickly endured the pain and ran back to her room. Xiemushuan, carrying clothes, arrived at the hot spring area on the 3rd basement level. She took off her clothes, stepped into the hot spring, and felt the comfortable temperature, finally relaxing. Xia Jiwei's face appeared in her mind, but before she could think about it further, the image of her exercising with Yilin flashed through her mind. Thinking about what she had experienced, her face unconsciously flushed. However, just as she was trying to brainwash herself and forget about it, Yilin appeared beside her. The two of them soaked in the hot spring, shoulder to shoulder. Xiemushuan wanted to leave, but Yilin hugged her. What's the rush? We haven't taken a bath together yet. Let me go. Xiemushuan glared at Yilin. The latter ignored her and simply hugged Siemu Xuan, enjoying the warmth. Siemu Xuan looked at Yi Lin with distress, but there was nothing she could do. She retaliated by grabbing at Yi Lin. Yi Lin was startled. It startled him. Noticing Yi Lin's subtle expression, Siemu Xuan revealed a rare, triumphant smile. Yi Lin was exhausted after a long day and had no interest in anything else. Otherwise, given what Siemu Xuan had just done, he would definitely have taught her a lesson. Yi Lin reluctantly released Siemu Xuan. Without hesitation, the latter picked up the clothes and immediately used his skill to leave. Chapter 55, Unusual Uses of Masks. After a relaxing bath, Yi Lin got dressed and headed for the stairs, intending to brush his teeth on the second basement level. Just as he reached the corner, a soft body bumped into him. Yi Lin braced himself against the wall with one hand and instinctively pulled her close with the other, preventing them from falling. He looked closely and saw that the disheveled girl in front of him was none other than Xia Zhiwei, the rich heiress. He asked with concern, "Zhiwei, are you all right?" "Yay, Yi Lin, good morning." Xia Zhiwei felt the masculine hormones emanating from Yi Lin, and due to her nervousness, she even stuttered a little. "It's good that you're all right. Are you planning to take a shower?" Yi Lin stared intently at Xia Zhiwei, feigning ignorance. "Ah, yes, that's right, Yi Lin. Is there anything else?" At this moment, Xia Zhiwei was still holding the new clothes that she and her fellow girls had gotten from the shady exchange device a couple of days ago. "It's nothing. I was just asking." After Yi Lin finished speaking, the two looked at each other for a moment. Xia Zhiwei couldn't stand that gaze. She struggled and tried to push Yi Lin away, but found that he didn't budge. She looked around nervously, afraid that someone would discover their current predicament. "Yi Lin, could you please let me go?" Upon hearing this, Yi Lin suddenly realized what was going on. "All right, it's mainly because you're so comfortable to hold that I completely forgot about it." Before he let go, his hand involuntarily pinched her buttocks. Xia Zhiwei stomped her foot shyly and ran away. Hearing Yi Lin's hearty laughter, she was too embarrassed to turn around and look at his smug face. Yi Lin watched Xia Zhiwei's retreating figure, smiled, and walked towards the second basement level. As soon as he arrived at the second basement level, he found several girls brushing their teeth and washing their faces there. "Good morning, class monitor." Chiola, with her hair in a bun, took the initiative to greet Yi Lin. Chiola, 166 centimeters, 90 kilograms, C-cup, D-level talent plant master. "Good morning, Lure." Yi Lin waved and stood next to her. After Yi Lin finished brushing his teeth, he was about to leave when Chiola, who had been waiting for him, stopped him. She took Yi Lin's hand and smiled sweetly. "Class monitor, come with me for a moment." Yi Lin was taken aback. Although he didn't know what she wanted to do, he let her pull him along. The two walked across the dining table, pushed open a door, and arrived at the soil block that Yi Lin had placed last time. He spotted the Golden King tree immediately. Its leaves glowed with a pale golden light thanks to the nourishing soil. What he found regrettable was that no fruit had grown. Just then, Cholur pulled Yi Lin down to squat down and followed her gaze. Yi Lin's gaze sharpened as he noticed a tender green bud sprouting from a patch of soil. The veins on the leaves were black, with a strange undulation within them. This tender shoot was a seed that Yi Lin got for free from Du Xing. Yi Lin just reached out his hand when Xiao Luer grabbed it. She said anxiously, "Class monitor, it's only because I take such good care of it every day that it's grown this big. Don't ruin it." Yi Lin looked up at Xiao Luer's sweet-looking face. His gaze drifted downwards, and a large expanse of softness came into view, causing her to freeze for a moment. Seeing Yi Lin's bold gaze, Xiao Luer blushed, pushed away Yi Lin's hand, said goodbye, and left awkwardly. Yi Lin awkwardly rubbed his nose and followed her toward the stairs. He came to the deck and had just laid down on a deck chair when a figure blocked his view. "Yi Lin, what are your plans and arrangements for the future?" Jiang Shuiyan crossed her arms and looked down at Yi Lin. Yi Lin scratched his head. "I don't think so." With their current strength, they can practically sweep aside their opponents, unless they encounter someone stronger than them again. Moreover, their primary goal is to live peacefully, and there is no need for them to take excessive risks once they become powerful enough. Jiang Shuiyan paused for a moment after hearing this, then said, "Then I'll keep watch with you tonight." "Teacher, I'll do whatever you say." As Yi Lin spoke, he looked Jiang Shuiyan up and down, admiring her impressive figure. No wonder she's the homeroom teacher. Her breasts, hips, waist, and legs are something those girls can't compare to. Of course, unless you can disassemble and piece together some of their parts. Yilin suddenly thought of a fun game. He stood up, hugged Jiang Shuyan from behind, whispered a few words in her ear, and then left. Jiang Shuyan watched Yilin's retreating figure, her face flushed with embarrassment, and followed him. The two arrived at Yilin's room one after the other. The next second, Yilin took out the prop, illusory mask, and transformed into Jiang Shuyan's appearance. Jiang Shuyan looked at her identical reflection and was momentarily confused about Yilin's intentions. The next second, Yilin took off their clothes. Jiang Shuyan was startled and immediately shouted, "No, Yilin, I won't accept it." Yilin laughed as he pinned Jiang Shuyan down, his playful side growing stronger at the sight of her embarrassed expression. After the game ended, Jiang Shuyan returned to her room with a flushed face. Seeing this, Yilin took off his mask and returned to the deck. Although playing like this was novel, he still felt more comfortable in his original form. He had just arrived at his spot when he found Baya lying there with her pregnant belly. Seeing this, Yilin could only sit helplessly on the deck and watch her. "Little Yezi, come massage my legs. If you do well, you can give me a kiss." As Baya spoke, she lifted her long, shapely leg and stretched it into Yilin's arms. Seeing this, Yilin just smiled, held her ankle to straighten her legs, and then began to massage her. Time passed slowly, and Baya let out a comfortable hum. "Good job. Here's a reward for you." After she finished speaking, she kissed Yilin. In the following time, Yilin inquired about Zetian's information. He learned from Baya that there was basically nothing noteworthy to note today. He simply took out his fishing rod and started fishing, while Baya set up a deck chair next to him and started fishing in a very professional manner. Yilin and his group had been enjoying a rare period of free time from yesterday until this morning. As a result, no one paid attention to the World Channel and had no idea that Yilin's great feat of fighting the Frostbone demon spirit alone yesterday was being touted everywhere. As a result, most people knew about a guy named Yilin. However, a small number of people think they are bragging and don't believe it at all. After all, people are always willing to believe what they see with their own eyes. So when Yilin found out about this, he just smiled and didn't care at all. Time passed quietly and night fell. After a day of fishing in Yilin, the only rewards were a white ordinary treasure chest and a single green excellent treasure chest. If he hadn't seen that Chun Ouching was the same as him, he would have thought there was something wrong with his rod. Yilin walked through the corridor, preparing to return to his room. Just then, I ran into my sister who opened the door. Chapter 56, Soaking in a Hot Spring with My Sister. Yilin smiled and waved, greeting her. "Sis, are you going to take a shower?" Yi Xiaoyu looked at Yilin, recalling the scene of the two of them having sex together. Her ears turned red, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear into the ground. However, out of consideration for her older sister's status, she pretended to remain calm on the surface. Yilin smiled and reached out to take the semi-transparent wedding dress from Yi Xiaoyu's hand. "Sister, you look so beautiful in this dress." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu blushed so deeply that her voice rose 2 decibels. I'm going to take a shower first." Yi Xiaoyu had only taken 2 steps when Yilin pulled her into his arms. "What are you doing? There are other people here." Upon hearing Yi Xiaoyu's words, Yilin looked up and greeted Xiamu Xuan, who was passing by. The latter glanced at Yilin without even looking at him, then turned and went into his room. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoyu still tried to struggle, but she couldn't muster any strength at all. I don't know if it's because I really can't use it, or if I just don't want to use it at all. Yilin carried her into his room. "Let go." Yi Xiaoyu feigned anger, trying to intimidate Yilin. Upon hearing these angry words, Yilin released his grip and sat down on her bed, somewhat dejected. "I'm sorry, sister. I'm just feeling really bad." Yilin's aggrieved expression left Yi Xiaoyu at a loss for what to do. Sister, please help me." As Yilin spoke, he took Yi Xiaoyu's hands in his own, his eyes filled with an undisguised pleading. Yi Xiaoyu's heart softened, but Yilin wrapped his arms around her slender waist and said coquettishly, "Sister." Faced with Yilin's persistent manner, Yi Xiaoyu sighed helplessly. "This is the last time. Next time, you'll have to go find those women yourself." After she finished speaking, she squatted down to help Yilin relax. Looking at his older sister's appearance, Yilin couldn't stop his desires. He carried Yi Xiaoyu to the bed. Yilin looked at Yi Xiaoyu lying beside him, unable to muster any strength, and played with her hair. Don't do that again next time. I'm still your older sister. Yi Xiaoyu exhaled softly, her forehead damp with sweat that soaked her beautiful hair. Yi Lin said calmly, they're not related by blood. Snort. Yi Xiaoyu turned her head away, pulled the blanket over herself, feeling both annoyed that they weren't related and relieved that they weren't related. The night passed just like that, and the next morning, Yi Lin woke Yi Xiaoyu up, and the two went to the third basement level to soak in the hot spring and wash off the mud. Since they arrived early today, there was no one else at the hot spring. Yi Lin took the initiative to help Yi Xiaoyu take off her clothes, and the two walked into the hot spring together. Comfortable. Yi Lin couldn't help but shout. Keep your voice down. Yi Xiaoyu glanced at it warily, even though everyone knew about this. But she was shy, and if she were discovered soaking in a hot spring alone with her younger brother, she would still feel somewhat embarrassed. Sister, don't be afraid. They haven't gotten up yet at this time. As Yi Lin spoke, he moved a reclining chair out of his spatial storage and placed it by the hot spring. Without any hesitation, he pulled Yi Xiaoyu out of the hot spring. What are you doing? Sis, lie down and let geography give you a scrub today. As Yi Lin spoke, he pushed Hao onto the recliner and made her lie down without saying another word. Yi Lin took out tools from his spatial storage again, filled a basin with hot spring water, wet a towel, and began to wipe Yi Xiaoyu's body. As Yi Xiaoyu felt the movements in Yi Lin's hands, she slowly gave up resisting and began to enjoy it. After wiping the back, Yi Lin turned Yi Xiaoyu over. Looking at Yi Lin's face, the latter suddenly felt embarrassed. The older sister can do it herself. As Yi Xiaoyu spoke, she reached out to snatch the towel, but Yi Lin stopped her with one hand. Sis, don't move. Let me, your younger brother, take care of this little thing. After Yi Lin finished speaking, he began to carefully wipe Yi Xiaoyu's body with a towel. Yi Xiaoyu blushed and turned her head away. She had wanted to block him, but Yi Lin stopped her, so she could only let him do as he pleased. No need to wipe there. Sister, listen to me, don't move. After Yi Lin finished cleaning with great effort, Yi Xiaoyu, blushing, got up from the recliner and soaked in the hot spring. He saw Yi Xiaoyu's scurrying figure, smiled, and then went in too. Yi Xiaoyu met Yi Lin's gaze, but pretended not to care and looked away. Yi Lin came to her side and hugged her. He leaned against the hot spring, letting Yi Xiaoyu lie on his chest. Yi Xiaoyu noticed something unusual, and her expression changed again. No, are you coming again? Yi Xiaoyu clenched her teeth to keep herself from making any unusual sounds. The once calm surface of the hot spring was now rippling, foreshadowing the turmoil beneath. Everything returned to calm, and Yi Lin and Yi Xiaoyu got dressed and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Yi Lin pressed the water change button and led Yi Xiaoyu towards the stairs. Just after they left, Chen Aoqing pushed open the wooden house door and came out. She was naked and looked towards the stairs with a complicated expression. Yi Xiaoyu returned to her room, while Yi Lin, as usual, went to the deck. As more and more people gathered, Yi Lin learned about today's events from Baiya. Nothing important happened, and they finally had a rare period of peace and rest these past 2 days. Of course, occasionally a few foolish monsters would be cruelly killed by the women without Yi Lin even having to lift a finger. Time passed slowly, and 3 days had passed since the incident at Frostbone Hunting Grounds. Just as Yi Lin was about to discuss the mysteries of the universe with Jiang Xuanxuan, a knock on the door broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Although Yi Lin didn't want to open the door, he was afraid of missing something crucial. He had no choice but to put on his own underwear and go to the door to open it. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Baiya standing there with her pregnant belly. The moment she saw Yi Lin, she immediately shared the latest intelligence she had obtained. Prophet 1. Will arrive at Frost Island at 3 p.m. Prophet 2. The Frost Island is extremely cold. Please take precautions to keep warm. Prophet 3. An unknown ferocious beast exists at the center of Frost Island. Yi Lin frowned. Faced with this situation, he had no choice but to put the main issue aside for now. He asked Baiya to inform everyone about this first, and then tell them to prepare more warm clothing. He himself went to the control panel, intending to try changing the route to see if he could avoid the island. After all, a warm-keeping reminder that appears in the prophet's mouth must be extraordinary, especially with the presence of a ferocious beast of unknown level. Giving up would be the best option, given their current situation. There's no need for them to take such a big risk. Under Jiang Xuyan's organized arrangement, all the girls began to prepare all the warm clothing. Around 3 p.m., A group of people were standing on the deck. Yilin looked at the vast expanse of sea, with nothing but heavy snowflakes falling from the sky. Just when he thought he had escaped the icy island, the ship passed through the transparent barrier, creating ripples. Chapter 57 Frost Island. An island covered in ice and snow appeared before them. The snow-capped mountains stand majestically, leaving only a vast expanse of desolation and solemnity between heaven and earth. An indescribable shock lingered in their hearts. Area A, number 749, Hope. Arrival at Frost Island, 7-day stay. Please return to the ship before the deadline. 7 days later, Yilin was stunned. They were supposed to rotate to a different sea area today. I thought the trip to the island would end, and I'd have to spend a few more days in the snowy sea. But it turns out the trip here will last 7 days. He shook his head to dismiss any further thoughts and immediately told everyone to disembark. As soon as they set foot on the island, a gust of wind and snow blew by, making them shiver with cold. Only Yilin, with his abnormal physique, felt like he was bathed in a spring breeze. Every breath they exhaled condensed into frost in the air, demonstrating the harshness of the environment. In no time, they were covered in thick layers of snow. Let's all work harder and get the camp built today. Yilin quickly directed everyone to start dividing up the tasks and getting to work. Fortunately, they don't have to worry about food and water. Otherwise, they would have to spend time choosing a location, and with this awful weather, they might freeze to death in one night at most. Yilin also joined the tree-cutting army, a rare occurrence for him, with each person carrying an axe. And, as logs were transported to an open area, the basic form of the camp began to emerge. Along the way, there were 2 girls with weaker constitutions whose lips had turned purple from the cold. Fortunately, Long Ichio was able to generate fire, which alleviated their current situation. Otherwise, in this weather, trying to start a fire naturally is simply wishful thinking. Yilin, who had been working intensively on logging, finally cut down enough trees. He originally intended to use a tent, but he didn't expect it to be so cold here that he couldn't survive without building a wooden house. With everyone's joint efforts, a clearing was made, and a wooden house was built that could barely keep people warm. The cabin wasn't large, but it was filled with warmth by the firelight. Mao asked, meaning there are solutions to indoor problems. Everyone was crammed into the wooden house, but fortunately they had prepared warm supplies in advance, so they didn't have to sleep directly on the wooden planks. Teacher, let's just stay here for 7 days. Yeah, this awful weather outside is unbearable, and anyway, there's no rule telling us what to do. The girls started chatting excitedly, and some even started playing games. This peaceful atmosphere brings a unique feeling to this snowy landscape. Yilin and Jiang Shuiyin did not object to their suggestion, since there was nothing much to search for outside. Aside from treasure chests for monsters and special items, common resources like what can only be used on the island and cannot be taken out. The space has enough food and water for them, and now, unless there are special circumstances, no one wants to go out. Yilin hugged Baya as they moved closer to the fire to warm themselves. He lovingly touched her belly. Dog egg, you want to die? Baya slapped Yilin on the head in annoyance and pushed him away from her. What's wrong with Dog egg? It's a good name. A humble name is easier to raise. As Hua Qing spoke, she stretched out her long legs and hooked Yilin's foot. Class monitor, you're right, aren't you? She pretended to pull down her collar and blew Yilin a kiss. You slut, I haven't cursed you for 2 days, and you're already acting like a jerk again, aren't you? Baya glared indignantly at the 2 mounds on her chest, a hint of envy in her eyes. GCU lay on Li Xiangyin's lap, laughing and teasing the 2 of them. If you ask me, you 2 should have a fight, and whoever loses is not allowed to touch the class monitor in the future. Hua Qing and Baya, that won't do. The 2 spoke in unison, yet they couldn't stand each other. Yilin shook his head helplessly and hid next to his older sister. Sis, spread your legs and let me use them as a pillow. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu helplessly let him rest his head on her lap, since he was her younger brother. Slowly, Yilin, smelling the fragrance emanating from Yi Xiaoyu, began to doze off. When Yi Xiaoyu saw Yilin asleep, she reached out and gently brushed the stray hairs from his ear and quietly looked at him. I don't know how much time passed, but suddenly a howl rang out from outside. Yi Xiaoyu was about to wake up the sleeping Yilin when the homeroom teacher stopped her in time. He's been working too hard lately. Let him get some rest. After Jiang Shuiyin finished speaking, She led Long Ichio and Siamushuan outside. As soon as they peeked out, a snow-white wolf, using the snow as cover, pounced on them. As it led the charge, the remaining wolves, hiding in the shadows, also rushed towards the three of them. Name: Snow Wolf, Light Calamity class. Health points, 650. Physical fitness, 45. Agility, 25. Mental strength, 25. Weaknesses: eyes, head, throat. Jiang Shuyan glanced at its data panel and breathed a sigh of relief. They were all just small fry. Long Ichio stepped forward, flames covering her fist, and threw a punch. The snow wolf that charged the fastest had its head smashed by her punch mid-air. He died instantly before he could even scream. The remaining 5 snow wolves were terrified by the death of their companion. They ran away as if they had seen a natural enemy. However, their speed, which they were so proud of, seemed as slow as ants to the three of them. Siamushuan and Long Ichio quickly dealt with the 5 fleeing snow wolves. Just then, the sky completely darkened, and they called over a few girls to help them process the wolf meat. Yilin, who was asleep, was attracted by the aroma of meat and groggily opened his eyes. He opened his eyes and saw Long Ichio, who was almost naked. As she ate the meat, she used her talent to make her body burn. Several girls around Long Ichio were hugging her like she was a giant hand warmer. When Yi Xiaoyu saw that Yilin had woken up, she quickly helped her up from her lap. "Brother, you're awake. Come and have some meat." After she finished speaking, she picked up a skewer of grilled meat and handed it to Yilin. The latter took the skewers, not quite realizing what was happening. They continued until they told the story of how, while they were asleep, a few ignorant little monsters came to cause trouble, and how they dealt with them. Yilin nodded, then looked at Long Ichio curiously and asked, "What are you doing? It's not that cold, is it?" "Class monitor, do you want to get some too?" "Sister Ichio is so warm." Li Ying said with a grin, "Yeah, why don't we take our clothes off tonight? I heard that it's warmer to hug like that." GCU wiped her mouth and looked at Li Ying and Huang Fuyun, who were pressed tightly against Long Ichio, and spoke. "Where did you learn so much?" Li Ying avoided eye contact and pouted. "That's what they say in other people's TV dramas." "I think Ying Ying is right. Taking off your clothes and covering yourself with a blanket will definitely make you warmer." As Huang Fuyun spoke, he took off the extra thick clothes he was wearing. She held onto Long Ichio tightly, refusing to let go, with a satisfied expression on her face. Chapter 58, The Resounding Cry of the Phoenix. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wooden door creaked loudly in the wind, and Xia Jiwei immediately went over and took something to block the doorway. The cold wind continued to blow into the room through the cracks. This caused the temperature inside the wooden house to drop by 2 degrees. In an instant, all the women tightened their clothes and the not-so-thick quilts. "Everyone, get some rest, and keep watch according to the usual shift schedule." Jiang Shuyan paused, then reprimanded Long Ichio and Huang Fuyun, who were naked. "And you two hurry up and get dressed and covered up. Don't even think about taking your clothes off completely. It's not the same thing." Huang Fuyun pursed her lips and reluctantly got dressed, but she still slept next to Long Ichio. The firelight illuminated the scene, producing a crackling and popping sound. Yilin crawled directly into his older sister's bed and hugged her tightly. "No, there are too many people." Yi Xiaoyu noticed Yilin's inappropriate touching and quickly warned him. "Don't worry, sister. I'll just touch it." After he finished speaking, Yi Xiaoyu blushed, and he really only touched her, without doing anything excessive. The next morning, Yilin woke up to find that most of the girls had already started reinforcing their base. He found Baya and obtained the latest intelligence from her. Prophet 1. Snow soulgrass will appear 50 kilometers southwest of noon. Taking it can resist the cold for a certain period of time. Prophet 2. Perhaps we can befriend the original inhabitants of the blue feather headdress. Prophet 3. An unknown ferocious beast exists at the center of Frost Island. Yilin thought for a moment and decided to go there at noon to see if he could get his hands on the snow soulgrass. As for the aboriginal people with blue feather headdresses, that's none of his business. Their goal is simply to survive for 7 days. There's no need to complicate things. Before they knew it, it was noon. After exchanging some things with Jiang Shuyan, Yilin ran quickly in the southwest direction. The speed was so fast that only afterimages were left behind, and the 50-kilometer journey was over in the blink of an eye. Yilin began searching for snow soulgrass in this forest, which was covered in snow. Finding even a single blade of grass in such a vast forest required a tremendous amount of effort. Yilin searched for a long time before finally finding the snow soul grass in a patch of snow. The leaf was as thin as a cicada's wing, with a very faint silvery blue light shimmering at its edges. The slender and upright rhizomes are translucent and luminous white. A cold wind blew by, and the snow soul grass trembled slightly, as if it might break at any moment. Yilin stepped forward, came to the small grass, and gently squatted down. Just as he reached out, a sharp arrow struck his face. Without hesitation, Yilin immediately withdrew and retreated, his eyes warily fixed on the snow-covered ground. The next second, 7 figures appeared in his line of sight. They were dressed in snow-white, wolf-coated coats, and the crossbows in their hands gleamed with a cold light. Yilin only heard them muttering a few words. Then, dozens of arrows were fired at Yilin. The latter's eyes narrowed. Daring to attack him meant they were courting death. Yilin then took out a long spear from his spatial storage and charged into the rain of arrows. Under the horrified gazes of the natives, Yilin cleanly and swiftly slit one man's throat. In the following period, Yilin began a one-sided massacre. The latter was so frightened that he forgot about his companions and ran away as fast as he could. Yilin casually picked up the bow and arrow from the ground and pierced the chest of the fleeing native with a single shot. After finishing all this, Yilin didn't even look up. He dug out the snow soul grass, put it into his spatial storage, and prepared to leave. Just as she was rushing to catch her breath, Yilin noticed a sharp gaze. He looked up abruptly and saw a huge bird, as large as a mountain, swooping down towards him. Yilin's eyes narrowed, and he quickly dodged the first attack. He watched as the large bird, having missed its target, soared back into the air, eyeing him menacingly. The two looked at each other, and Yilin immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow shot toward the large bird at an extremely fast speed, but the bird dodged it even faster. Yilin frowned. His opponent wouldn't come down, and he couldn't effectively attack them either. More importantly, whenever Yilin didn't want to get entangled with it, he would leave. The other party will then come and ambush, as if it has decided that it is its prey. And so, the two stubborn guys just stared at each other. Yilin sighed. It seemed that this guy wouldn't be killed without drawing blood. She turned her back and quickly ran into the woods. The large bird, seeing its food about to escape, hurriedly gave chase. As Yilin began running wildly across the open space again, he suddenly lunged down at Yilin's back. Yilin turned around and took the blow head on, but he also seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to grab the big bird by the neck. Without hesitation, he immediately took out a long knife from his spatial storage and stabbed it through. Still not satisfied, he slashed the corpse 49 times. Only after the large bird's blood had cooled completely did Yilin sit down on the ground and spit out a mouthful of phlegm. Just then, a loud phoenix cry that seemed to pierce the sky suddenly rang out. It wasn't crisp or melodious. It was a deep, ancient sound, carrying a chilling metallic resonance. Its single sound caused the snow-capped mountain not far from Yilin to tremble and buzz. Crows, snow sparrows, and ice falcons, countless dark shadows suddenly burst forth from the branches. The birds and beasts that were originally hiding in the forest flapped their wings wildly and cried out in alarm. The echoes of the phoenix's cry still reverberate in the sky. With a crack, the ice layer of Yelin Snow Mountain split open, revealing a jagged, thin crack. First, fine snow slid down softly, and then the entire ice cliff that had remained frozen for thousands of years collapsed with a roar. A vast expanse of white snow, engulfing everything, surged down from the mountaintop. Ice and rocks tumbled, snow mist soared into the sky. The entire snow mountain shook violently, and only a deafening roar remained between heaven and earth. Yilin's face turned deathly pale. In such a terrifying range, even Yilin wouldn't have time to escape. In an instant, the white giant wave swallowed Yilin, and his fate was unknown. The phoenix's cry faded into silence, leaving only the avalanche continuing. It's unclear how much time passed before this horrific scene gradually subsided. The entire valley was filled with a thick layer of new snow, and the once towering ice firs were broken and fallen, their branches covered with broken ice. "Mom, that voice is terrifying. The class monitor hasn't come back yet. Will something happen?" Jiang Xuanxuan's words also made the usually calm and composed Jiang Xuyan nervous. The message went unanswered, and it remained unclear whether Yulin was alive or dead. But she still reassured everyone, "Don't worry, Yulin will definitely be all right." Despite saying that, the fear still spread even after not seeing Yulin. Seeing this, Jiang Xuyan had no other choice but to pray that Yulin would return soon. "I believe the class monitor will be all right." Shang Lingling's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw her resolute little face, nodding slightly. At this point, there was no other way but to trust Yulin and send people out to search.